Step inside my house of horrors, written by I Fix Air Conditioner 我会修空调, a chilling audiobook presented by LightVerse Audio. Twisted corridors, whispered secrets, and a house that remembers every visitor. This tense psychological horror follows characters as they confront past sins, unravel terrifying mysteries, and fight to escape a place that feeds on fear. Perfect for late-night listening, narrated with atmospheric soundscapes and a voice that will creep under your skin. Prologue. They say the house on Marrow Lane remembers everyone who steps across its threshold. It remembers the roar of laughter that once filled its rooms, the sudden silence after a slammed door, the names whispered into wallpaper that never peels away. For years it stood empty, a silhouette against the moon, until the lights came back on and the first footsteps returned. On a rainy evening, a knock sounded where no one had knocked in decades. A family seeking refuge from a storm, a writer chasing a story, a lost traveler guided by the glow of a window. Each arrived with their own small, stubborn hopes. They crossed the threshold, carrying suitcases, apologies, and promises they planned to keep. The house watched. It cataloged their habits, tucked away their confessions, and learned how to make them stay. This is not a house of sudden screams and obvious shadows. It is patient. It gathers the tiny, private things, regrets folded into letters, the exact way someone breathes in their sleep, the names they call themselves when no one is listening, and it makes a map. What gives back is not always what was taken. Listen close. The walls will tell you a history stitched from half-truths and long-forgotten bargains. Stay too long, and you will learn what the house has to teach. How memories become keys, how fear becomes furniture, and how every door finally opens, but not always onto the room you expect.
Chapter 1, Dying House of Horrors. This is the first time I visited such an unscary haunted house. The props are too fake. I didn't feel scared. If anything, it all felt like a joke to me. Materialists like ourselves naturally have nothing to be afraid of. Ghosts aren't real. I hate to say it, but I told you so. We should have stayed at the hostel. I was so close to gaining another level on my online game. A group of students grumbled with disappointment in front of Western Zhejiang City's House of Horrors before they left on their motorbikes. Chen-gu, who held a stack of advertisement flyers for the haunted house, shook his head despondently when he saw this. The art of scaring was a skill, but with the introduction of scary movies, many modern-day citizens' threshold for scares had been increased. A visit to the haunted house was no different from a stroll in one's own backyard. "Boss!" A clear female voice erupted from behind him. Chen-gu turned around and saw a slender zombie in a nurse outfit running out of the haunted house in a fit of anger. "What's wrong, Xiaowan?" The zombie's name was Su Wan. She was one of the temporary actors hired by the haunted house. "Those few ruffians earlier, they tried to take advantage of me," the girl hissed through gritted teeth, her fists gripped tight. "So, it is merely to complain? That's horrible. They wouldn't even leave a zombie in peace." As a boss, naturally Chen-gu was on Xiaowan's side. "Later, I'll have the amusement park manager to pull up the surveillance footage." "There's no need for that." When I realized their intentions, my punch went flying straight at the boy's face. Su Wan pointed at the bloodstain at the edge of her outfit and exclaimed rather proudly, "See, this isn't fake blood." Good, good. A girl should learn how to protect herself." Chen-gu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As he turned to look at the setting sun, he said, "I suppose it's time to call it a day. We probably won't have any more visitors. So help me go and tell everyone that we can get off work early today." However, he realized the girl in zombie makeup didn't make an attempt to move away. "Is there anything else?" "Boss." Suwon hesitated before pulling 2 letters out from her pocket slowly. "These are the resignation letters from Tao Ming and Xiao Wei. You've been a great boss to them, so they didn't have the face to give these to you in person and had me pass them to you." "They're quitting?" Chen-gu asked the obvious question as he accepted the letters. Then he added, "Everyone has their own dream to chase. So be it. Xiao Wan, you can leave now if there's nothing else." "Okay, I'll go remove the makeup first." After the cute little zombie left, Chen-gu lit a cigarette silently. Half a year ago, when his parents mysteriously disappeared, the only thing they left him was his haunted house. To keep their memory alive, Chen-gu had resigned from his day job to focus on managing this haunted house. Alas, times were changing. Despite the niche genre, there was huge competition among haunted houses, and there were plenty of limitations as well. A scary scenario would lose its scare factor after the initial experience, but constant update would require plenty of resources and money. Starting from a few weeks ago, the haunted house had been in the red. The income from the daily ticket sales barely covered the electricity and water expenses. I wonder how long I could hold on. After extinguishing the cigarette, when Chun-Go was prepared to return to the haunted house, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform for New Century Park walked toward him. When he saw him, Chun-Go increased his pace like a mouse spotting a cat. "You think you can pretend to have not seen me?" The middle-aged man clamped his hands on Chun-Ji's shoulders. "Today, we definitely need to talk it out. You've owed the rent and utilities for 2 months already. The top brass are breathing down my neck to pursue it. So pay up." "Uncle Sue, it's not that I don't want to pay you, but I really have nothing to pay you with. Can you please give me another month?" "That's what you told me last month." "I promise. This is definitely the last time." Chun-Go patted his chest as he promised with sincerity. "People have already moved on from haunted houses. Listen to me. It's no use being this stubborn." When the middle-aged man named Uncle Sue saw the letters in Chun-Ji's hand, the force on Chun-Ji's shoulders gradually lightened. "You're so young. You can still begin anew with a different career. So why are you doing this to yourself?" "Uncle Sue, I know you're just looking out for me, but this haunted house carries a different meaning for me. I guess I'm still unwilling to let the last memory of my parents go," Chun-Go uttered in a lowered voice, as if he was afraid that other people might hear him. As the amusement park manager, the middle-aged man knew about the disappearance of Chun-Ji's parents. He didn't answer immediately. After a few seconds, he sighed and said, "Fine, I can understand how you feel. I'll try my best to talk to management for you and see if they can give you a few more weeks." "Thank you, Uncle Sue." "Don't thank me so soon. You better make sure you can increase the ticket sales or the ending will just be the same." After sending the amusement park manager off, Chun-Go returned to Haunted House and started his daily routine of checking the equipment, maintaining the items, and cleaning. The fake blood in the maintenance room is almost empty. I have to buy a new batch. If this corridor could be made slightly more slanted to the side, it'll create a better blind spot to scare the visitors. Oh no, this puppet is broken already. I'll have to repair it later. F***CK. What happened to the light bulb I installed here last week? Who has stolen it? In the eyes of an outsider, he was the owner of a haunted house, a young entrepreneur in a way. But only Chun-Go himself could understand the difficulty behind maintaining a haunted house. Haunted houses were a kind of entertainment. Caught within a scary environment, one's physical and mental situation would be maintained at a heightened state, but when the stress was released, it would lead to a sense of relief and satisfaction. It was not unlike a massage in a way. At the same time, most haunted houses were one-trick ponies. The most effective business method for a haunted house was to have it be mobile so that it would constantly attract fresh batches of visitors. A haunted house that was stuck at a certain location like Chun-Ji's had to have immense popularity to lure in the crowds, or else they wouldn't be able to survive for long. The fact that he had managed to hold on for so long was already, in a way, a miracle. Dragging the puppet that was ruined, Chun-Go entered the maintenance room. He had studied toy design in college, and the machinery and traps used in the haunted house had been all personally designed and built by him. The maintenance process, which included sewing and repainting, was dry and repetitive, still missing some fake blood. If I remember correctly, there's still some stock in the attic. The haunted house was separated into 3 floors. The first and second floors were for haunted scenarios, while the third was a storeroom. After pushing open a wooden door, behind a haze with chips and dust, there were various kinds of materials and unwanted ingredients left behind by Chun-Ji's parents from when they had managed the haunted house. Unwilling to face the past, Chun-Go rarely came up to this place. Now that I think about it, it has almost been half a year already. Looking at the various equipment, Chun-Go was reminded of his childhood. At the time, his family had managed a mobile haunted house, so he had gotten the chance to travel the country with his parents. When the 2 adults were busy, they would leave Chun-Go alone backstage to accompany the various ghosts. So Chun-Ji's unnatural guts had been trained since he was young. After all, when his friends of the same age were playing with blocks and puzzles, he was running around with a fake human head. These are all precious memories. Chun-gu wandered aimlessly before finding himself back at the wooden box that kept the few things that remained of his parents. Inside sat a black cell phone and a rough-looking doll. The doll was the first toy Chun-gu made when he was a child, but he had zero recollection of phone. Both of these items had been found in an abandoned hospital in the countryside, and regarding why Chin-ji's parents would go there in the middle of the night, even the police couldn't give him an answer. Where are the two of you? Chun-gu picked up the doll and pinched its chubby face. Then with a sigh, he told himself, I'd better go find that fake blood. If I cannot survive this off-season, I really will have to bid this haunted house farewell. Chun-gu was talking to himself, but when he said so, the black phone, which had been silent in the box, suddenly lit up with a dim, cold light. What's going on? Dark technology or supernatural phenomenon? If this happened to someone else, that person probably would have raced out screaming bloody murder already. But in comparison, Chun-ji's reaction was much calmer. He picked up the phone and inspected it closer. This is weird. I've tried opening this phone more than 100 times before, but it wouldn't work. So why did it open by itself today? This phone was found where my parents disappeared, so it could be that they know I'm in trouble and are contacting me to help. Chun-gu swiped the phone open, and on the front page with a black background, there was only one available app. It had the shape of a haunted house as an icon. Wait, this looks so familiar, just like the front entrance of my own haunted house. With a frown, Chun-gu clicked the app open, and a row of letters written in what appeared to be blood appeared on screen. Do you believe there are ghosts in this world? Objectively speaking, this was a metaphysical philosophical question. For an engineering student like Chun-gu, it was practically unanswerable. There should be, Chun-gu mumbled to himself, and a few seconds later, a new sentence appeared on screen. What you believe is the answer. From this moment on, you will officially take over as the new owner of the haunted house. Of course, this is not something we're celebrating. Before the end of the tutorials, please heed my last advice. Suicide is the most cowardice of behavior, and try your best to survive. What and what? But this pompous way of speech does resemble that father of mine. Chun-gu clicked on the app again, and a new window appeared. Underscore. Western Jeojeon Haunted House. Status: almost closing. Good reputation: 0. Daily visitor number: 4. Monthly visitor number: 10. My team of ghosts and ghouls: none. My item storage: none. Unlocked achievement: none. Current available scenarios: set pieces. Night of the Living Dead. Horrible prop. Untrained actors. The plot has no readable storyline or logic. Scream factor: 0 star. Ming-hun Netherworld marriage. Couple torn apart in the living world, bound together forever in the netherworld, sharing the same grave, pursuing happiness in death. Scream factor: 0.5 stars. Unlockable scenarios. Murder by midnight. A dangerous psychotic patient wandered about a fallen apartment, scissors and mallets in his hands. He is just wandering outside of your room. Scream factor: 1 star. The third sick hall. There are unexplainable noises coming out from this abandoned hospital building every night. As a newspaper reporter, you're tasked with getting to the bottom of this dark mystery. Scream factor: 3 stars. The haunted hearse. Leaving with a hearse carrying the coffin. If you cannot escape within an hour, you'll stay forever inside the hearse. Scream factor: 2 stars. Daily mission. Complete daily missions provided by the haunted house to unlock more scary scenarios. The rewards correspond to the difficulty of the mission. Haunted house expansion conditions. Monthly visitor numbers over 100. Good reputation over 60%. After 3 expansions, the haunted house will upgrade to the Shivering Maze. Haunted Wheel of Misfortune. Expend fright points generated by visitors of the haunted house. To spin the wheel, the decree of life and death is never the decision of man. Fortune and misfortune are only an inch apart. We have both spirit fruits to increase your lifespan, as well as hatred-filled, baleful specters. Other functions, yet to be unlocked. Chapter 2, A Curious Daily Mission. The app of the haunted house icon looks similar to many popular management mobile games. However, instead of managing a hotel, aquarium, or pet store, it was to manage a haunted house. Chun-gu stared at the screen, and a single question was on his mind. Why would the phone left behind by my parents have this curious app on it? He looked through the interface of the app, and all the information on it matched the conditions of his actual haunted house, like the daily visitor numbers and available scenarios. This gave Chun-Gu a weird sensation, as if the haunted house managing game was no different from the one he was managing in real life. They were both down on their luck and facing closure. There were simply too many similarities between them. Could it be that this game is built using my haunted house as its basis? Then does this mean that if there are changes in the game, it'll also happen in real life? Chun-Gu muttered. Chun-Gu continued to read. The current scenario of the haunted house, Night of the Living Dead, was brutally criticized. Even the Ming-Han scenario that got onto the papers before only managed to get a 0.5 star rating. If Ming-Han only gets 0.5 star, I shudder to imagine how scary those unlockable scenarios are. He tried to click on the options, and when he did, a window appeared on screen, telling him that he needed to finish a certain number of daily missions before he would be able to unlock the scenarios. Looks like the daily missions are the key to this. It is only by completing daily missions that I'll be able to unlock the haunted scenarios. By unlocking more scenarios, I'll be able to track more customers and, consequently, expand the haunted house. Chun-Gu was an avid player of mobile games, so he soon grasped the rules of the game. The rate of completion for daily missions was going to influence the development of the haunted house. After clicking on daily missions, 3 options surfaced. Easy mission. There are 3 main elements to the design of a good haunted house: story, scenario, and mood. A haunted house without a story is a haunted house without a soul. Please complete the background story to the 2 scenarios, Night of the Living Dead and Ming-Han. Normal mission. Fix all the mannequins inside the haunted house before midnight. Nightmare mission. I know you're still not wholly convinced about the existence of ghosts in the world. In that case, how about a little game? The truth will be revealed when you open your eyes. Daily missions will refresh every day at midnight. User can only apply for 1 mission each day, and the reward corresponds to the difficulty of the mission. Beware, the more difficult the mission, the more dangerous it'll be. So please choose carefully. After looking through the mission details, Chun-Gu gasped with surprise. The missions in the game have to be completed in real life? Isn't this the perfect proof that this game can influence real life? To test this speculation, he decided to pick a mission. Since the reward was given according to difficulty, and he could only pick 1 each day, for the sake of the biggest reward, he had to pick the most difficult mission. However, the warning attached to the end of the missions did make Chun-Gu worry. This is hard to choose. The description for the nightmare mission is so vague. It just speaks of a trap. Why don't I start with a normal mission? Fixing all the props will be difficult, but not impossible. Chun-Gu was a man of action. After he had made the decision, he started to move. He grabbed his toolbox and a bucket of unopened fake blood and started to inspect all the mannequins around the haunted house. Night had fallen. To save electricity, Chun-Gu didn't even leave the lights in the corridors open. Squeezing a flashlight in his armpit, Chun-Gu twisted through the large haunted house, fixing all the mannequins that needed his attention. If there were any outsiders who saw this, they would probably be so spooked that they would call the cops directly. I really didn't expect so many mannequins will require maintenance. I should not have slacked off earlier. At 11:45 p.m., Chun-Gu received a mission completion alert on his phone. You've completed the normal mission. Paying attention to details will contribute to the perfect scary atmosphere. Congratulations, you've gained the mission reward, background music, Black Friday. Wait, wasn't Black Friday a banned song in foreign countries? According to rumors, it has the uncanny ability to instill suicidal tendencies in its listeners, and the original score was lost a long time ago. Chun-Gu discovered the picture of CD in his item storage. What kind of mission reward is this? Don't tell me this is all some kind of prank. He clicked on the CD image, and a melody that he had not heard started playing beside his ears. The melody spoke of darkness, melancholy, and loneliness. Chun-Gu felt the world around him falling away, and he had landed himself in a long corridor with no end in sight. When the song ended, Chun-Ji's back was drenched in cold sweat. He was thankful he didn't choose to have the song on repeat, or else he really didn't think he would have been able to escape the influence of the music on his own. F***CK, this is real. This should be the original track. After completing the game mission, he really did acquire a reward that he could use in real life. This gave Chun-Gu a ray of hope. He stopped the music and saved it carefully. After dealing with everything, Chun-Gu returned to the break room to rest. Lying in bed, Even though he was tired, he didn't feel at all sleepy. After all, the things that he had experienced that day required a bit of time to digest. Without knowing it, it soon passed midnight, and Chun-Go was still staring aimlessly at the ceiling. Can't sleep at all. The man who was bored out of his mind pulled out the black phone. Midnight has passed, so there should be a new set of daily missions, right? He opened the app, and as he expected, there were some changes on the daily mission screen. Easy mission. If you want to provide the visitors a scary experience, then first you have to pay notice to the rhythm and tempo of their experience in the haunted house. Setting off the scare too early might cause the visitors to lose their interest. So I suggest you install some sound detectors or surveillance cameras in the haunted house to keep track of your visitors' progress. Normal mission. A single hand cannot clap. A good haunted house requires a good team to run it. Recruit more talents to aid in your journey. Nightmare mission. I know you're still not wholly convinced about the existence of ghosts in the world. In that case, how about a little game? The truth will be revealed when you open your eyes. Daily missions will refresh every day at midnight. User can only apply for one mission each day, and the reward corresponds to the difficulty of the mission. Beware, the more difficult the mission, the more dangerous it'll be. So please choose carefully. The 3 new daily missions put some kinks in Chun-Ji's plan. The easy mission was to install new surveillance devices in the haunted house. This could be done with money, but the issue was Chun-Ji's budget was currently limited. The normal mission also wasn't that easy for Chun-Gu. His 2 senior workers, who had been through thick and thin with him, had just resigned. Even if he wanted to set up a recruitment ad right this moment, it would require days to complete the training. When the new employee could help at the haunted house, the place probably would have closed already. Since the easy mission and normal mission were impossible, Chun-Ji's eyes settled on the last daily mission. Since the harder the mission, the better the reward, shall I give this nightmare mission a try? Chapter 3, Nightmare Mission. I know you're still not wholly convinced about the existence of ghosts in the world. In that case, how about a little game? The truth will be revealed when you open your eyes. As mentioned earlier, the description of the nightmare mission was incredibly vague. It did, however, give off a creepy vibe. Looking at the introduction, it should involve some kind of game. But how can playing a game be a nightmare mission? To finish the normal mission, Chun-Gu had worked nonstop for several hours. He had barely managed to finish fixing all the mannequins. As he toyed with the phone, Chun-Ji's sense of curiosity was aroused. Shall I try it out? The moment the thought appeared, it grew and expanded like vines invading every corner of his mind. Nightmare missions give the best reward, and since I can't accomplish the easy and normal missions provided today, this is my best bet. The haunted house would close if he was unable to survive this off-season. Chun-Gu knew how precarious his situation was. It was a pure stroke of luck that had stumbled upon this ray of hope, so of course, he wouldn't let any opportunities pass by easily. So be it. After all, eventually I'll have to apply for a nightmare mission, so why not now? Sitting up in bed, Chun-Gu clicked on the last mission. Are you sure you wish to accept the nightmare mission? After acceptance, unknown circumstances might occur. Yes. The phone flashed, and the real mission details surfaced. It requires plenty of courage, incredible luck, and a bit of help to see the hidden world. The game we're playing is called Another You in the Mirror. Enter the bathroom alone at 2:04 a.m. Close the door and turn off the lights. Face the mirror and light a candle between yourself and it. Then close your eyes and focus. You can then begin by slowly chanting your name. Anything can happen in the dark. Perhaps there will be an unfamiliar face that appears in the mirror, or there might be a pair of eyes lurking in the corner watching you, or blood might drip from the ceiling or walls. No matter what happens, all you must do is make sure that you stay silent and stand before the mirror quietly. After half an hour, the mission will be auto-completed, provided that you do not open your eyes no matter what happens in that half hour. After reading the mission introduction, Chun-Ji's heart twinged with fear. Could there really be a world hidden from normal eyes? It was still some time before the allocated 2:04 a.m. Instead of moving to the bathroom, Chun-Gu started doing his research online. Chun-Gu did manage to find some extra information on this supposed game, and they were all ghost stories. Some said they were cursed after they played this game, while others mentioned missing friends or family members, convinced that they were pulled into the mirror world. Every single one of these sounds so authentic. The more he read, the more interested Chungu became. He was, after all, the operator of a haunted house. His daily exercise was to come up with new ways to scare people, within a safe environment, of course. As he read up on the information to this game, he felt as if a new world was opening before his eyes. It's weirdly exciting to play a scary game in the middle of the night inside a haunted house. He checked the battery level of his phone. He felt like recording this momentous occasion. Later, I'll put the whole thing on recording. If it is as scary as these people say, then perhaps I can add a new scenario to the haunted house. He scoured the room for a candle and lighter. When the clock struck 2 a.m., he carried the prepared objects and moved toward the bathroom on the first floor of the haunted house. The reason he carried out this game at the first floor's toilet was also a calculated decision on Chun-Ji's part. If anything dangerous did occur during the process, at least he could jump directly out the window to save himself. The haunted house was eerily quiet at night. A young man who refused to turn on the lights to save electricity entered the cramped and narrow toilet with a flashlight and candle. A dark and claustrophobic environment is the best at evoking the feeling of fear within a person's heart. The toilet is usually the place that has the most energy within the building. Mirrors and cisterns, these items couldn't have been more mundane. But these everyday items can often be used to increase psychological pressure. The person behind this game is very clever. They know how to make use of the weakness often found within the human heart, and consequently, they are able to create a scary atmosphere with the simplest of objects and conditions. Chungu found this a perfect opportunity to improve his craft. Real terror actually doesn't need expensive setups. It only needs to highlight and heighten the sense of anxiety inherent in the human heart. Chungu took a deep breath and put his phone on record. I don't know what kind of effect this game will bring, but if anything happens to me, I hope the person who finds his phone will preserve this video because it is a key, a valuable key to unlocking the many layers of deceit. Then, Chungu placed the phone beside the cistern. He adjusted the angle until the camera could capture his person and the mirror opposite him. It's 2:01 a.m. already, 3 more minutes. The wait for death was scarier than death itself. The silence of the toilet amplified all sorts of noises or echoes in the room. As the seconds ticked by, Chun-Ji's heart started to race. He looked at the time on the phone. When the minute hand pointed at the 4, he switched off the flashlight and lit up the candle. Following the instructions, he placed it between the mirror and himself. The dancing flame became the only source of light in the dark. It flickered and twirled between the real world and the mirrored world. It acted perhaps like some kind of guidance light, pointing the way for whatever existed in the mirror. Chungu looked at his reflection in the mirror, and he felt strangely weirded out as the game started. He lowered his head and closed his eyes before starting to mumble his name softly. Chungu, Chungu, Chungu. Repetition of one's name would put a psychological distance between it and oneself. Eventually, even one's name would sound strange to one's ears. This theory was similar to how, after looking at a particular Chinese character repeatedly, one would end up forgetting how to write it when asked. To prevent that psychological effect from befalling himself, every time Chungu chanted his name, he would leave a 3-second space. This way, he was also counting down the time. After all, the condition for a successful mission was to keep his eyes closed for half an hour, no matter the distraction. Standing in front of a mirror and playing a game that involves only a candle at 2 a.m. inside a haunted house alone. If I was not doing this myself, even I wouldn't believe someone would willingly do something this dumb. Chungu continued to chant his name as the various random thoughts entered his mind. This game is filled with psychological terror. The most difficult part is not facing those supposed ghosts or legends, but stopping your mind from straying and forming scary scenarios to scare yourself. As long as you don't open your eyes, everything should be fine. However, that was easier said than done, because 10 minutes after the game started, something did happen. Chapter 4, Surprise Reward. It seemed that the toilet's windows were not closed because Chungu could feel a cold draft enter the room. It was like an invisible hand was brushing past his face. The door of the toilet cubicles creaked as they were moved by the wind. The water that had gathered at the corner of the ceiling fell onto the floor, causing the insects to scatter. The sound made Chungu feel like they were crawling all over his skin. All sorts of noises were amplified by the general silence, which would have heightened the sense of anxiety in most people, but not Chungu, who had been trained to have a strong heart since he was young and had a slightly slower than normal sense of perception. He cleared his mind of thought to focus on counting down the time. About 20 minutes had passed, and for some reason, Chun-Guk could sense the temperature of the room dropping like someone had placed several blocks of solid ice around him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Calm yourself. Don't overthink it and scare yourself. There's only 10 minutes left. Chun-Guk, you can do this. There was a curious draft flowing beside his ear like something was circling him. He gripped his hands so tightly that the veins on their backs were protruding, but his body seemed to have petrified into a mobile stone. Chun-Guk, Chun-Guk, Chun-Guk. He continued to mumble to himself. At only 5 minutes left, Chun-Guk could tell the flickering light of the candle had died off, and there seemed to be another presence in the dark calling his name. Echo? Impossible. Chun-Guk. The voice seemed to be summoning him, and it felt urgent like it had something crucial to tell him. The voice seemed to be coming from outside the door. Shall I go take a look? However, very soon, Chun-Guk rejected this thought from his mind. The rules were explicit. He was required to stand before the mirror and not do anything else. He continued to count down in his heart, and the voice beside his ear started to warp. He was now certain that there was someone else calling his name, and that person was standing outside the toilet door. The person sounds so urgent, but I'm the one playing this game, so why do they sound so damn hurried? This is obvious a trap. Such a cheater. Chun-Guk turned his lips down with disapproval. The setup and atmosphere are not bad, but alas, the scare tactic is too straightforward and simple. During the final 3 minutes, there was a shrill noise coming from the toilet door, like someone was scratching their nails against it or gnawing their teeth on it. The door creaked subtly, like it was about to open at any moment. 1,798 seconds, 1,799 seconds, 1,800 seconds. The half-an-hour limit was up. All the noises disappeared at once, and silence reigned once more. To prevent miscalculation, Chun-Guk did not open his eyes immediately. He counted for an extra 300 before he took a step back, placed both his hands over his chest, and fluttered his eyes open. The candle in the toilet had been extinguished, and the place was dark. For some reason, Chun-Guk felt like something had shifted. He turned on the flashlight, and when light appeared once more in the cramped area, he was stunned. The mirror before him was filled with cracks, and several images of himself stared back at him. It looked extremely hallucinogenic, but the thing that gave him a bigger scare was the appearance of a broken doll in front of the mirror. The eyes that were made from buttons were shining, and the patchwork body was filled with cotton. The doll was not by any means new, but it held a special meaning for Chun-Guk. It was his very first creation, and something left at the scene of his parents' disappearance. The doll was leaning against the mirror, like it was trying to stop the thing in the mirror from coming out. Wait, but the toilet door was already locked. How did you come in? Through the window? No, wait. The bigger issue is how you moved on your own. Chun-Guk felt like his world was falling apart. He needed some time to process the situation. The man and the doll were locked in the stair for about 3 minutes before Chun-Guk felt more like himself again. He moved his cold fingers and slowly moved toward the doll. For some reason, it felt like the button eyes of the doll seemed to be following him. Chun-Ji's lips twitched involuntarily as he looked at this doll of his. He gave the doll a wide berth to pick the phone next to it. Thankfully, I was clever enough to prepare for this. The phone had finished recording. Chun-Guk made a second copy before starting to look through the video. The video quality was not that great. The single candle fire danced in the darkness, and while the Chun-Guk in front of the mirror looked rather cautious, the Chun-Guk in the mirror seemed weirdly at ease. The first 10 minutes were fine, but things started to turn weird at the 11-minute mark. The sound of the wind wasn't captured by the phone, but one could see the cubicle door moving in the video. Then the video was interrupted by white noise. It was a video that was at most a bit curious, but for some reason, it was weirdly scary. Perhaps this was humanity's inherent fear of darkness and the unknown. As the video continued to play, Chun-Ji's face turned increasingly pale. He remembered clearly that he had not moved when his eyes were closed, but on the video, he saw his body slowly leaning forward like he was trying to lean into the mirror. At the 25-minute mark, his upper body was already at a 70-degree angle, and the tip of his nose almost touching the surface of the mirror. Several seconds later, without any warning, spidery cracks started to form on the mirror. It caused even Chun-Ji's heart to skip a beat. Then, the most unbelievable thing happened. The Chun-Guk in the mirror's expression changed. He grinned wickedly as he slammed crazily against a mirror. Right at that minute, the candle went out and the video ended. Due to the camera angle, the video did not show any scene relating to the doll, and Chingu himself had no idea what really went down in that last 5 minutes. From the looks of things, the thing in the mirror wanted to get out, but it was stopped by this doll. In that case, the doll saved me. Chingu picked the doll up from the counter and asked in a serious tone, "Can you understand me? Do you know what happened to my parents?" Naturally, the doll did not answer, but its button eyes seemed to glow in the dark. He cradled the doll in his arms and turned to look at the toilet door. Afraid of going out, he shrunk underneath one of the windows and pulled out his phone. The mission success message was waiting for him. It has to be said that you're incredibly lucky. Congratulations for completing the nightmare mission. Obtain mission reward, elementary skill, Mortician's Makeup. Mortician's Makeup. I hope you will treat this talent with the respect it deserves. Unlike beauty makeup, a mortician only deals with the makeup of the dead. Your hands breathe life into death visages, bringing them everlasting beauty. First nightmare mission completed. Unlock the title, Newcomer at Nightmare Town. Obtain additional reward. Unlock the trial mission for the 1-star scenario, Murder by Midnight. Completion of this trial mission will add this scenario to your haunted house. Looking at the messages on screen, Chingu thought to himself, the success of a haunted house had plenty to do with a good makeup artist. Be it actors or props, they needed a makeup artist to make them come to life. A good makeup artist can easily create an authentic effect to add to the overall scare factor. Chapter 5, 25 minutes and 14 seconds. Skill and talent? Looks like the reward for Nightmare Mission is different in the sense that the reward is directly beneficial to myself. Making a mental note of this important point, Chun-Ji's heart burned with anticipation. He had seen the existence of the other world, the world of terror, fear, darkness, and danger. Perhaps that world was where his parents had gone, but based on his current power, keeping himself safe was a big enough issue, let alone looking for them. Thankfully, with a black phone by his side, there was still a chance. In any case, that is still quite far in the future. The thing I need to focus on is to stabilize the haunted house business and survive this imminent financial crisis. He pulled out his phone. That was close. Something disastrous could have happened. This shows that nightmare missions aren't so easily completed. Then again, there's no reason for me to go about this alone. In an information age like ours, help can be reached at the tip of one's fingers. He logged into a few famous national supernatural forums and uploaded the original video. A few seconds later, his video was dubbed, "Who is that in the mirror?" It was rapidly viewed and shared. Perhaps people were so bored of the usual host of gossip and news that they wanted to switch it up. The popularity of the video shot up like an arrow. Every time Chingu refreshed the page, there would be at least 10 new comments. 25:14. You all can thank me later. Has the uploader lost his mind? Who would do something like this in the middle of the night? Why did the cracks appear on the mirror on their own? Also, what was that thing that knocked into the mirror near the end there? The cracks are mostly caused by temperature manipulation inside the room. No, you guys are all wrong. In Taoism, mirrors are items of purity and energy. I suggest the video's title be changed from "Who is that in the mirror?" to "The Ghost in the Mirror." Jesus Christ. Who dares do something this crazy so late at night? I'm impressed by the uploader's bravery. This video has definitely been tampered with. If not, take down my ID. I'll stand on my hand and eat shit. Am I the only one who noticed this? The profile of the uploader is the owner of a haunted house in western Zhejiang. Don't get all wrapped up over this. This is nothing more than a fabricated advertisement. Chun-Ji's inbox instantly filled with private messages. Some came with questions, others with suspicion, but Chingu ignored them all. He knew his video was real. He didn't think he owed any of these people any explanation. Those in the know would realize its authenticity. And as for those who just wanted to undermine him, why should he waste his time on them? Looking at the video's meteoric rise in popularity, Chingu realized with a start that this was actually not a bad opportunity. He spliced the original video, only taking the last 14 seconds, and uploaded it to the nation's biggest video sharing app. Amid the videos that showcase food, dances, or singing, his haunted video was definitely one of a kind. In just less than 10 seconds, people had started to fall for his trap. Unlike the users on supernatural forums who went searching for stuff like this, these random users started leaving inflammatory comments under the video from being scared for no reason. Sadly, on the internet, conflict and controversy bring in more viewers than praise does, so the wave of online censure only brought in more viewers. Scrolling through the comments, Chun-gu could practically sense the hatred and anger directed his way. He shrugged it off with a laugh. To be fair, he did understand why these people reacted the way they did. Most of them were probably preparing for bed, all wrapped up in their blankets, and were probably just looking through some light-hearted videos in preparation to settle down for the night. The scary video of a man wreathed in candlelight had the complete opposite effect than what they were hoping for. The best feature of the video was that it was only 14 seconds, so before they realized what was happening, the scare had already happened. The mirror shattered, and the thing appeared like it was trying to rush out of the mirror and then through the phone screen itself. This was truly a masterful setup. Based on how lively the comment section is, the popularity of this video looks like it's not going to drop anytime soon. This means that everyone likes my video, yes? A certain someone asked a shameless and rhetorical question. The number of followers has already increased by 100. If I don't make use of this opportunity to advertise the haunted house, then I'll feel I've disappointed all of my new fans and followers. Chun-gu edited the title of the video and attached the address of the haunted house at the user info section. He even added in brackets, a completely not scary haunted house. Chun-gu was satisfied with his updated user page. He remained seated under the window to look through the stream of messages and eventually fell asleep. Chun-gu was woken up by the sunlight that fell on his face. He stretched his tired body and stood up from the corner of the toilet. It's 8:30 a.m. already. He dusted his clothes and pocketed both the doll and the phone before leaving the toilet. He noticed there were obvious scratch marks on the edges of the wooden toilet door, like it had been munched on by rodents. Just what was the thing outside the door last night? Looking at this, Chun-gu suddenly felt thankful he did not move from the mirror last night and go out to take a look. Nightmare missions might cause unexpected circumstances. I need to be more careful in the future. Since there was not any discernible change to the haunted house, Chun-gu shrugged it off and prepared to welcome a new day. The new Century Park opened at 9 a.m. At 8:45 a.m., a slender and lithe figure that was disproportionate to her chest size ran toward him carrying a backpack. "Boss!" The girl radiated an aura of youthfulness. Her exquisite features practically glowed in the sun. Her skin was taut and supple like fresh apricot that one could not help but wish to take a bite of. "Xiao Wan, your timing is perfect. I've just added a new background track to our song database. Listen to it and tell me what you think." Before Chun-gu could finish his sentence, Su-wan gripped his hand tightly. On reflex, he asked, "What are you doing?" "I just saw a big crowd gather at the entrance of the park. They're discussing the haunted house. We have people coming here just to experience the haunted house." Su-wan exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, we seem to have plenty of customers waiting. Shouldn't that be expected? Is this your first time at the park?" Chun-gu pretended to be unaffected. He pulled out his phone to look at the video sharing app. His current number of followers had broken through 500, and the popularity of his video had reached the top 10 of the app. He scanned through the comments, and unlike other comment sections which were filled with Zoxo or threes, his was filled with endless reprimands, rebukes, and threats. Some of them even said that they had prepared the knife to slay Chun-gu and that they were on the way to his address. This seems to have gotten slightly out of hand. Chun-gu coughed awkwardly before dragging Su-wan with him into the haunted house. "We have 15 more minutes to the official opening time of the park. Since we're the only two left protecting this haunted house, be prepared for the imminent war." Chapter 6, Beauty Makeup. Chun-ji's haunted house currently only had 2 available scenarios, Night of the Living Dead and Ming-hun. The Night of the Living Dead was heavily criticized by the Black Phone. Chun-gu thought about it as objectively as he could, and he had to admit there were many flaws with that scenario. Furthermore, to complete the scenario, he had to have at least 3 workers. "Xiao Wan, our main theme today will be Ming-hun. Later, after I'm done setting up the background music, remember to put on your earphones when you work. Also, I'll be doing your makeup today." "Boss, you know how to do makeup?" Xiao Wan laughed half mockingly at him. "Fine, but I'll do it myself if you screw it up. Don't worry, I'll make you look so beautiful that you'll take their breath away." They walked into the makeup room. Chungu set Xiaowan down before the mirror and used the ball of his palm to slowly massage her face, activating elementary skill, mortician's makeup. Looking at the youthful girl in the mirror, many memories that Chungu felt did not belong to him suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a chaotic mess. There was not only knowledge about color matching and other makeup skills, but also human anatomy, physiology, bone structure, and the study of death. Boss, are you sure you know how to do makeup? 30 seconds had passed. Su-won sat before the mirror, feeling the unfamiliar temperature of the hand on her face. Looking at the reflection of her face, which her boss was fussing over, her heart started to race, and she felt weirdly shy for some reason. A good makeup artist will come up with different styles according to the face shape of his client. And Xiaowan, I have to say, you have a pretty good base already. There were literally no dirty thoughts on Chun-Ji's mind. After he activated the mortician's makeup skill, Su-won had already become a corpse in his mind. Hammer, shaver, scalpel, needle and thread, formaldehyde, alcohol. Sigh, I'm missing all these things. Looks like I'll have to settle with the most basic makeup, Chungu mumbled to himself, scaring Su-won quite a bit. The girl could not understand why her boss would require so many scary instruments for a simple haunted house makeup. She was feeling slightly spooked, but since she did not feel like it was appropriate to say no to her boss, all she could was glance at the progress through her half-shut eyes and pray for the best possible outcome. The foundation is too bland and the blush too bright. Also, where's a lipstick? Chungu continued to grumble, and he even started to blend colors. The familiarity and expertise of his movements did not match his appearance of a geek who should not have known any of these things. Su-won herself was baffled by what was happening before her. Color matching without the aid of online guides or books. This is some high-level makeup skill. Boss, I don't think you should be so hard on yourself. After all, the lighting in the haunted house is so dim. The visitors wouldn't be able to see anything. Shush and stop moving. Chungu cut her off and helped her apply the eyeshadow that he had just blended. It was just several strokes of eyeshadow, but it contributed a drastic change to Su-won's personality. It added an air of mystery and frostiness to her. Su-won's natural instinct was to mock her boss, but when she saw her reflection in the mirror, her tiny mouth fell open. A blush of just cherry red will be too simple, lacks layering, but when combined with some of this purple, it'll be so different. They blend perfectly like they're meant for each other. Chungu explained like a makeup guru as he used the brush to blend the two blushes on the back of his palm. Boss, what are you doing? Our haunted house's blush is too gaudy in the hopes of creating a striking visual effect, but that's pushing a bit too far, so I'm toning it down by first applying and spreading it on my hand. Chun-Ji's action was gentle, and minutes later, the blush did become smoother to the eyes, and there was even a brightening effect to it. Now Su-won's mouth formed a perfect O. Boss, you're amazing. Where did you learn all this? There's plenty more of my talent you haven't seen yet. Makeup and beauty tricks are just things I explore in my free time, Chungu explained with a smile. He was in quite a great mood because he now had actual proof that the phone app really could affect the real world. In just 10 minutes, Chungu finished Su-won's makeup. Now, take a look. What do you think? The person in the mirror seemed to have walked out of a water painting. She was a quintessential Eastern beauty, but there was simply something off about her. Su-won could not help but stand up and twirl in front of the mirror. Her expression changed from utter shock to fascination before ending with shudder. Boss, I've never looked so beautiful in my life. Is this person really me? Of course it is. But she reached out hesitantly toward the mirror. How come it feels like I'm looking at a dead person? Su-won's observation also made Chungu suck in a cold breath. The purpose of a mortician's makeup was bringing out the beauty of the dead, so naturally Chun-Ji's makeup was not meant for the living. Don't worry about it. The amusement park is opening soon, so quickly go change into your clothes and stand by at the second floor Minghun scenario. Remember to put on your Bluetooth earpiece and listen to my direction. Chungu tactfully moved the topic away and shoved Su-won off to her work. He used the little remaining time he had left to work on the puppets and mannequins in the Minghun scenario set piece. With the aid of mortician's makeup, all of the mannequins looked creepily alive. I suppose that's all for now. I'll recolor them when I have time. Chungu packed up his toolbox and rushed downstairs. Before he reached the entrance, he could already hear the chatter of the visitors. You're also here to seek revenge from the immoral bastard? Yes. The creep caused me to drop my phone, and it broke, So what do you think? You people are still lucky. My pants were already on the ground when this thing popped up. I was so scared. The scream left my throat before I could help it. Thinking something happened to me, my parents rushed into my room. So, with not a shred of fabric on me and a roll of toilet paper in my hand, you can imagine how awkward it was. Listening to the visitors' complaints, Chungu tried to stop himself from laughing. He took a deep breath and put on a serious countenance before pushing the entrance open. Welcome to my humble house of horrors. Chun-Ji's lips curled upward when he saw the long line of customers. Xiao, Chun, your place is already packed so early in the morning? Not bad. The worker who was fixing the carousel gasped with surprise. As he was about to wander over to greet Chungu, he realized how curious these visitors were looking. They did not look like the normal happy park goers. It's okay. I'm just glad for the support. Chungu shrugged as he pulled the gate open. Who said we're here to support you? Shameless. We're here to resolve debts, not to play. Is he the real deal? You're the one who uploaded video last night? Where's my knife? Hand me my knife. The visitors were so passionate that it was total chaos, but Chungu spoke over them. Since you're already here, why don't you come in for an experience? The best way to counter fear is to find a more intense stimulation. Fight poison with poison, so to speak, to desensitize yourself to the fear. Indeed, it is my fault for not giving more warning for yesterday's video, and for that, I apologize. So how about this? All the tickets into the haunted house will be 50% off today. Don't miss out on such a wonderful discount. Chapter 7, Minghun, Fight Poison with Poison? Do you think we're that easily fooled? Bro, just give me some money to fix my phone display and I'll leave. You think you can make this go away with a discounted ticket? No way. After several minutes of arguing, there were still no visitors who showed any intention of entering the haunted house. They stayed firmly outside the gate, as if the entrance was a line of minefields. They were so terrified that even Chungu could not help but sigh. No one dares to come in just to give it a try. My haunted house is not even scary. If you don't believe me, feel free to check the online reviews. As he said so, some of the crowd really did do that. Indeed, all the reviews say the place is not scary. The only good thing about it is apparently they hire a pretty lady to play the ghost. Then, shall we give it a try? Yet another long wait later. Finally, someone stepped forward. Bunch of cowards. This is just a haunted house. How scary can it be? I've seen plenty of human carcasses. Do you think I'll be afraid of this? The person who stepped forth was a bushy-browed young man with a crew cut. He looked rather unassuming. Bro, stop joking with us. Even bluffing has a limit to it. Just how old are you? Yet you want us to believe you've seen real human carcasses. We're all scaredy cats here, so why are you lying to us? Just as the voices of derision gathered, a rather soft but firm voice cut through the cacophony. He's not lying. Facing human carcasses is indeed a daily business for people like us. The crowd turned toward the voice, and they saw a tall, slender woman in a sun hat and a white dress walking over from the park entrance. Her facial expression was cold, and it was as if she carried a personal air conditioner with her, because the temperature around her felt rather low. Senior, the young man bounced like a rabbit toward the woman, attempting to help her with her bag, but he was deterred by a wintry glare from the woman. He stood where he was, all flustered with an awkward yet polite smile on his face. Wait, did you just call her senior? You two are still students. Chun-Ji's attention was also drawn to these two young people. We're forensic science students from Zhejiang Medical University. My name is Seinen, and this is my senior, Gao Rushue. The young man smiled at Chungu. The video you uploaded last night has been shared on our school's forum, and my senior decided to pay this place a visit after watching it. That unapproachable beauty is a forensic doctor, although her presence does match your profession nicely. Miss, how about we be friends? The male visitor started to crowd around the woman, acting as her guardian. He merely smiled and said, I don't think you all understand what you're getting into. The other morning, my senior cut open some toads or rats, but right after washing her hands, she happily sauntered over the canteen to have braised meat completely unaffected. When she passed the lab late last night and saw the body soaked in formaldehyde, she yawned and greeted them nicely. Listen to my advice and measure yourself. The number of men she has operated on is probably higher than the number of girls any one of you have held the hand of. This unique introduction had achieved the result he wanted. Instantly, a 2-meter radius emptied around the woman. Chungu also felt a mounting headache upon hearing the young man's introduction. It was not easy for him to finally finish the nightmare mission and receive the reward. But the first challenger his updated haunted house received was a pair of forensic science students. Since their degree was in forensic science, naturally, they would have a fear threshold higher than most. Can we go in now? The woman strode impatiently to stand before Chungu. She was already tall, but in her heels, she was practically on the same level as Chungu. The original ticket price is 20, so with a 50% discount, it'll be 10. Before we go in, I would like to provide the haunted house's background and a warning. Chungu remembered the tips provided by the black phone. One of the 3 important features of a haunted house was its plot and background. It would help the visitors get into the mood. First, an introduction. Even though many online reviews say my haunted house is not scary, as a responsible proprietor, I wish to divulge to both of you some facts. The ground we're on was the largest mass grave in Zhejiang City 50 years ago. 30 years ago, due to city planning, they flattened the graves and built the Zhejiang City Hospital on the site. What happened next you can easily find out on the internet. The hospital was forced to close down due to the frequent occurrence of many incidents that could not be explained, and my haunted house is a remodeled hospital building that was behind. It still hides many secrets that concern the ill-fated hospital. After that, Chungu pointed at the warning sign beside the main entrance. No entry to visitors with a heart condition or vascular disease. Visitors above 12 and below 16 have to be accompanied at all times by their parents or guardians. If there are no questions, please follow me. Chungu pulled open the black heavy drapes, closed the rusted gate, and led Seinen as well as Gao Rushui down the dark corridor. Since they cannot share the same room in life, they'll share the same grave in death. This is a local urban legend that has been passed down for many generations. Ping Jiangho wished to set up a Ming Hun for her son, who unfortunately passed away too soon. Therefore, she invited a fortune teller to take a look at her son's life and fortune map before finally pinpointing a girl as the perfect candidate to accompany his son in death. However, the girl already had someone else in her heart. To make her submit, Ping Jiangho killed her lover by shoving him into a lake and threatened the girl's parents' lives. Finally, to protect her parents, the girl agreed to marry a dead man. Red and white candles stood side by side, a wedding couple with a death. After the girl was sealed in the coffin and buried alive, many weird things started to happen to the Ping household. The statues of bronze chicks started to bleed, and the paper dolls burned for the dead were found blinking. And every midnight, a woman could be seen wandering the halls. The scenario that you'll be experiencing this time is called Ming Hun. The set is completely open. You can go anywhere you wish, but you need to locate the correct exit in less than 15 minutes. If you wish to surrender, stand under any of the available cameras and scream for help. I'll fetch you. Chungu stopped at the second-floor entrance and bowed. Enjoy. That sounds interesting, but if you think that's enough to scare me, you're sorely mistaken. Seinen rambled shamelessly while he behind his senior. His lips said he was not afraid, but his feet seemed screwed shut to the ground, unwilling to move. In comparison, Gao Rushui was more collected. She entered the scenario wordlessly. Senior, wait for me. After the 2 visitors entered, Chungu locked the front door entrance and called Su Wan. Xiao Wan, our guests have entered. Be prepared. Also remember to put your earpieces in. After giving all the necessary orders, Chungu returned to the main control room. This small room was where he could see the different cameras and where he could control all the setups. I really didn't think I would be using this music so soon since it does sound a bit dark, but since they're not normal visitors, I have no choice. Chungu turned on the audio system and put the Black Friday music on repeat. With everything in place, he sat before the monitor watching Seinen and Gao Rushui closely. If anything weird happened to them, he would rush in to save them immediately. Chapter 8, Black Friday. Xiao San, this is a perfect opportunity for you to brush up on your traditional Chinese architecture knowledge. This is an almost perfect reconstruction of a traditional Sihyu in one. There are 3 layers of entrance. Dao's Wu 2, the main house. The ear houses 3. Chao Shou Corridor 4, Chuehua Men 5. East and west houses the back house, Rui Door 6. and so on. I'm impressed by the attention to detail. It really does feel like you've traveled back in time. Gao Rushui walked through the set pieces, stopping occasionally to study the details. Senior, we're inside a haunted house, not on a study trip. Do you mind? Their footsteps echoed through the empty courtyard in which paper money was fluttering. It was as if Seinen was in a different dimension compared to Gao Rushui. He turned back every few seconds, afraid that something might jump out at him from the dark corners. We'd better find the exit as soon as possible. This place makes me jumpy. Since we're already here, of course, we have to savor the experience. Remember, we're customers. Don't let the haunted house toy with you. But don't you remember the boss warned that we have to find the exit in less than 15 minutes? Based on the evil look of that guy, I'm sure he has something scary planned if we are unable to escape in 15 minutes. Seinen tried to urge Gao Rushui, but the latter was not all affected. There are only so many tactics that a haunted house can employ. At worst, they'll have the workers dress up as ghosts to chase us around. Seinen, you deal with dead bodies every day. Don't tell me that you've suddenly decided to be afraid of ghosts. As Gao Rushui wandered down the hugging corridor, she pushed open the door to the left ear house. The set piece of Minghun was typical of an old Beijing Sihiyuan. The main house was a living building for the elderly and the head of the house. The east and west houses were for the sons and daughters, while the ear houses were for the servants and maids. As the door was pushed open, the tables and chairs in the room tumbled over. The pillows on the bed were shredded, causing cotton fluff to float up into the air. A white hanging cloth swayed right in the middle of the room. Senior, I'll guard the door. Be careful inside. Before Seinen could finish, he was dragged into the room by Gao Rushui. His body froze, and his face blanched watching the white cloth sway in the windless room. Interesting. The cloth is at least 1.5 meters off the ground. This height is not enough to cause strangulation from hanging. The tumbled chairs and tables, as well as the signs of struggle on the floor. The haunted house is trying to create the illusion that this was a forced suicide. But the ear houses were meant for the maids. This means that the specter refused to spare even those who are unrelated to her death. She's hell-bent on torturing those in this house to their death. Behind Gao Rushui's clear analysis, there was a hint of excitement. The design of this haunted house is quite impressive. There might still be other hidden secrets that we haven't discovered yet. She walked around the room and yanked off the faded bed cover. Lying underneath, it was a paper doll. A paper doll lying in a living person's bed? Gao Rushui tossed the doll to the side and bent down to flip the mattress over. There was nothing underneath. The greater the anticipation, the greater the disappointment. Looks like I've overestimated this haunted house. Let's go. The exit is not in this room. She shrugged before walking out. Seinen, who had been left alone in the living room, had his teeth chattering. Perhaps it was the angle, but he swore he saw the paper doll, which was lie on the floor, wink at him. The statues of bronze chicks started to bleed, and the paper dolls burned for the dead were found blinking. Senior, wait for me. As the door to the ear house closed, the white cloth in the room stopped swaying. Can you be a little quieter? Why are you screaming left and right? Stop acting like such a little girl. Man up. Gao Rushui rolled her eyes at Seinen as she waited for him to catch up. I'm not scared, but this place seriously makes me feel uncomfortable, and the longer we stay here, the stronger that feeling becomes. Don't you feel like something is amplifying our deepest fear? Seinen's words hit the nail on the head. Gao Rushui thought about it, and she also realized that something was off. The most important quality of a forensic doctor was the ability to stay calm no matter the situation. But when she was scolding Seinen earlier, her composure was shattered. This hadn't happened to her before. Could it be that I too am feeling afraid? But why should I be afraid? Everything here is obviously fake. A crack started to form on Gao Rushui's internal defense. Neither of them could figure out the source of their fear. With the combined effect of suspicion and psychological terror, the seed of fear had started to grow in their hearts. Say, do you think there's really something or someone inhabiting this place? After all, the boss did say this place is built on top of a mass grave and is a remodeled abandoned hospital. Shush! Our university's morgue is even scarier than this. You're a forensic doctor. How is it that you're so easily scared? Even though Gao Rushui said that she was not afraid, it was noticeable that the speed of her speech had increased. She looked around her. The old house, the morning hall, dead trees, the paper money. They were all set pieces. They weren't scary. So, what is it that I'm afraid of? The two were so distracted by their environment that they did not notice the background music that was on repeat. This band song called Black Friday had slowly but surely snuck its way into their hearts, evoking their sense of fear. Xiao San, how long have we been in here already? I have no idea, but I have a feeling we won't be able to escape in 15 minutes. Don't fret. Give me some time to think about this, Gao Rushui said as she wandered down the corridor. This haunted house is not that scary. It's because the boss has been giving us negative psychological suggestions. Ever since we entered a haunted house, he has been stressing points like mass grave, live burial, ghosts, and stuff. That is a classic method to weaken our hearts. However, the most cunning part of this man is, even though he has set up a time limit, he did not say what will happen if we fail. This creates a natural pressure on ourselves, causing our minds to fill in the blank with the scariest speculation. Then, what do you think we should do now? This haunted house feels a bit different from others. Seinen was an honest boy. He would do what a senior asked him to do. You're not wrong there. A normal haunted house hires actors to dress up as ghosts or uses plenty of setups to paint gory scenes to scare us. But this haunted house doesn't do that. He has prepared the set beforehand and allows us to wander about it freely. Without guidance and a set plot, there's no telling what will happen. I understand what you mean. The scariest is the unknown. Seinen nodded. That explanation is as good as any. Gao Rushui frowned imperceptibly. Come on, let's move on to the next room. The ear house was attached to the main house. After pushing open a wooden door, it revealed a room filled with mourning outfits and a painted coffin sitting right in the middle of the room. The red coffin had a big, chic character cut out from white paper pasted in the middle of it. Standing in two neat rows beside it were plenty of paper mannequins. Each of them had a name written on their back, and they all wore thin makeup on their faces. Their eyes seemed to glow as the door was pushed open, and they appeared to be quietly staring at the two figures standing at the door. Chapter 9. Scared to Tears. Senior, how come I feel like these paper mannequins are looking at us? Seinen grabbed hold of the wooden door, refusing to step into the room. I'm not kidding. Something must be wrong with them. Could be that they're all living people playing dress-up. CK. I have a feeling they're all going to move soon enough. The paper mannequins that had been touched up by Chungu using morticians' makeup had something weird about them. They were obviously inanimate objects, but there was a certain liveliness to them. Gao Rushui glared angrily at Seinen. She thought to herself, why did I bring him with me today? Fear is contagious. I was not so afraid to begin with, but because of him, even I feel slightly affected. Do you mind keeping your opinions to yourself? If you give any more useless observations like that, I'm just going to leave you here. She was the first to step into the room, to take a cursory look around. The windows in the main house were just decorative. They did not lead outside. Senior, let's go. This building is heavy with energy and the place is sealed. The exit is definitely not here. The owner of this haunted house is a master manipulator who knows how human psychology works. So we have to act the complete opposite of how a normal people would. A place like this that does not seem to harbor the exit is exactly where we need to examine closer. Gao Rushui walked around the room, sending up wafts of air that caused some of the paper mannequins at the top of the floor to scrape unnaturally. Senen's heart was at his throat, still standing outside the door. But there's no hiding place in this room. You can see every surface. Where can the exit possibly be hidden? No hiding place? Who told you that? Gao Rushui stopped in the middle of the room, raised her fair leg to step on the red coffin. Come help me. We're opening this coffin. Open that thing. Senen's white lips were quivering. Isn't that a bit too disrespectful? You plan to spend the rest of your life in this haunted house. Under constant urging from Gao Rushui, Seinen moved inch by inch deeper into the room. He made sure to stay far away from the paper mannequins. He bent over to grab one side of the coffin's lid. On the count of 3, pull. Okay. 1, 2, dong. Gao Rushui was only halfway through the countdown when there was a loud noise in the room. What was that? Senen's soul practically jumped out his skin. Shush. Gao Rushui put her finger to her lips to have him quiet down. She looked around before her gaze eventually fell on the red coffin before her. The sound seems to have come from inside the coffin. When she said so, color drained from Seinen face. His Adam's apple trembled unevenly in his hands, which were holding the coffin lid, were shaking like he was holding a hot iron brand. Senior, I beg of you, there's nothing here. Can we go now? Calm down. The sound only occurred when we planned to open the lid. Don't you think that's very strange? Senior, the coffin just made a sound. That's a hell of a lot more than strange. Senin's fear was greatly amplified by Black Friday. At that moment, he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Think about it. There are only two reasons that a coffin could make a sound. One, there's a worker hiding in it waiting to scare us when we open the coffin. Two, there's a hidden machine set up inside it, and activating it will cause some changes to this Ming-Un scenario. So, no matter which possibility it is, this coffin is crucial to the scenario. If we wish to escape, we have to open this coffin. Gao Rushui slapped the lid twice, adding, Don't hesitate. Just pull it open. Even though I have no idea what you just said, it did sound quite logical. Seinen and Gao Rushui applied their strength at the same time, and the heavy coffin lid started to slide. When the coffin was a quarter of the way open, the ancient-looking coffin suddenly exploded with a loud bang without warning. Innumerable paper mannequins and paper money shot out from within the coffin, and a strange woman's laugh filled the room. At that moment, the main house door started to close on its own. Let's go before it's too late. Seinen did not hesitate. He was close to the entrance, and in his hurry to escape, he had forgotten completely about his senior. He dashed to the door in several steps, but before he could jump through the door, the face of a woman flew in front of him. It was a death visage that was pale, exquisite, and breathtakingly beautiful. F***CK. Senin's first reaction was to raise his arm to punch at the face. However, the owner of said face seemed to have predicted his reaction, because it easily swiveled away from his assault. Ghost! Help! Seinen collapsed to the floor and half-crawled, half-ran in a random direction. Seinen, don't sprint around aimlessly. Gao Rushui yelled at the top of her lungs when she saw a red shadow follow Seinen into the building he chose to hide in. The side houses are for the sons and daughters. This is bad. The place Seinen has gone into is a living area for the specter before she died. Gao Rushui rushed outward, but she realized the door had locked. She banged on the wooden door, cursing. Divide and conquer? Isn't this just a haunted house attraction? Is it really necessary to do such a sick thing? The coffin had broken in pieces, and the paper mannequins littered the floor. Gao Rushui, who was trapped, had completely lost her collected composure. She punched and kicked at the door, and finally got it open 1 minute later. However, in that 1 minute, everything outside the main house seemed to have changed. San? Seinen. Gao Rushui shouted twice, but there was no answer, other than the eerie background music. There was only the shuffling sound of paper money brushing against each other as her reply. What's going on? The haunted house is only so big, so it is impossible for Seinen not to have heard me, or did some accident befall him? For a reason Gao Rushui couldn't explain, an image of a crime scene flashed across her mind. She trailed down the corridor and found her way to the West House by tracing her memory. San ran in this direction earlier. As the old wooden door creaked open, the celebratory calligraphy written on white paper fluttered to the ground. Gao Rushui stepped into the room. The room was decorated as a newlywed room, but instead of red, the color of celebration, all the decorations were white, the Chinese funereal color. It was creepy to say the least. Where's he run off to? The atmosphere in the room was off. The only light source was a white lantern hanging outside the door. Gao Rushui stepped slowly forward as cold drafts blew in from behind her. Her exposed skin was chilled like there were small invisible hands in the air caressing her skin. The paper money crunched under her feet, and occasionally she would kick something hard that she could not tell the identity of because it was too dark. She gritted her teeth and powered on. Gao Rushui pulled the drapes in the room open to let some of the light in. The place was empty other than a bed that was covered underneath a mosquito net, as well as a set of bronze mirrors that sat facing each other next to the wall. I saw Seinen run into this room with my own 2 eyes. Only 1 or 2 minutes have passed since then, so he could not have disappeared so soon, unless the exit is in this room, and Seinen accidentally stumbled across it. Gao Rushui took a deep breath before deciding to perform a closer examination of the room. However, As she took the first step, she heard a second set of footsteps falling closely behind hers. Who's behind me? She whipped around, but she only saw a bronze mirror and her reflection in the mirror itself. Chapter 10, Mirror, Mirror. Phew! Scared myself for no reason. Gao Ru Shue's chest rose unevenly as her heart beat at an impossible speed. It had been such a long time since she had acted such a fool. The creepy music continued to play. Using the weak light, she could see the pupils of her reflection in the mirror start to shrink. In the mirror, the mosquito net behind her was opening on its own. The face of a paper mannequin showed itself, and from the reflection in the mirror, she could clearly see that it was smiling at her. Who's there? A human being's normal go-to reaction during extreme fear was anger and aggression. Gao Ru Shue turned around, but there was nothing there. She ran toward the mosquito net to yank it open to take a look at what was really behind it. However, the design of the net was more complicated than she expected. It had many different layers, and the netting was connected to the bed itself. Instead of untangling the net, Gao Ru Shue got herself stuck in the netting instead. Right then, she could hear footsteps coming from inside the room. I'm not moving, so whose footsteps are those? The disappearance of her junior, combined with the effect of Black Friday, had completely shattered Gao Ru Shue's psychology defense. The sound of the unknown footsteps was the last straw that ultimately broke the camel's back. Her legs turned to jelly, and she found herself unable to move. Fear was like an uncaged animal, tearing at her sense of rationality. Gao Ru Shue yanked on the netting, trying her best to untangle herself from it, but it was to no avail. The sound of footsteps became suspiciously close. Impossible. The room is only so big. If someone was coming near, I'd definitely be able to see it. Her heart was a chaotic mess, to the extent that even the simple decorations inside the room were sending chills down her spine. The white lantern outside the window swayed in the wind, causing the light in the room to dim. Her reflection in the bronze mirror started to blur. Gao Ru Shue's pupils shook, because she realized the reflection in the mirror was no longer herself, but a strange woman in a wedding dress. In more ways than one, the woman's appearance seemed like she was dressed to kill. Her beauty had an ethereal quality to it. It was frighteningly captivating, like looking at a recently unearthed piece of art. Staring at the woman in the mirror, Gao Ru Shue's lips quivered, and fear appeared on her face for the first time. From her experience dealing with so many autopsies, she was familiar with the feeling the woman in the mirror was giving her. This was the face of a dead person. The haunted house is hiding a real dead body. Just as this thought entered her mind, fear swallowed her like a giant wave. She tried her best to run away from the bronze mirror, and as she staggered back, she knocked into something. At the same time, the sound of footsteps stopped, and Gao Ru Shue's mind went completely blank in that moment. Having lost the ability to think, she turned instinctively to look behind her. Meeting her gaze was a woman in dead man's makeup and wedding dress. She smiled at her. Ah! The piercing scream shattered the quietness of the haunted house. It could be heard even outside the building itself. With her arms still entangled in the netting, Gao Ru Shue's legs finally gave, and she collapsed to the ground. The suppressed fear manifested as tears, which fell uncontrollably. Her eyes were screwed shut, and her mouth was slightly open. The woman started to dry heave. Xiao Wan, quickly bring her out. Okay. The female ghost standing before Gao Ru Shue removed her Bluetooth earpieces that were hidden under her hair and squatted down to say, "The experience ends here. Please catch your breath. I'll lead you out now." 10 seconds later, the exit to Minghan's scenario was pushed open. Chenga rushed over in a hurry and asked, "There's only one? Where's the other one?" He rushed over in a hurry because he could not locate Hisan on the surveillance cameras. That coward fainted when he ran into the room and saw the two mirrors. I was afraid that he might influence the experience of the next visitor, so I dragged him to hide him under the bed. Fainted? Chenga also did not know how to respond. Safety's first. If this happens again in the future, inform me immediately. Yes, boss. After leaving Su Wan to look after Gao Ru Shue, Chenga went into the room to pull he sent out from behind the bed. The young man was completely unconscious, like he was greatly traumatized. SH*T. I have to bring him to somewhere open air first. Chenga carried Hisan and ran toward the entrance of the haunted house. He peeled back the heavy drapes and kicked the gate open. Clear some space, please. Chun-gu placed Isan at the entrance of the haunted house, and he started to massage the young man and place ice packs over his forehead, trying to rouse him. This development had stunned the visitors that still had not left the park. Jesus Christ, what happened in there? Visit the haunted house until he fainted. This is first time I've seen something like this. He was scared until he fainted, right? So why would the online reviews say this place is not scary? F***, it's okay. I'm starting to have chills. Not long after that, Su-won came out carrying Gao Rushui. The woman was a complete contrast from the person who walked in. The new Gao Rushui's hair was a mess. Her face was blanched, and her gait was weak. There were still tears drying on her face. This is a completely different person. What did she experience in there? But why should they be afraid? Aren't they forensic students? Su-won placed Gao Rushui on the steps and passed her a bottle of water. The woman was still recovering from the experience, as evidenced by her hands that were shaking as she held the bottle. Don't crowd around them. They need air. Chun-gu also felt a headache coming. It was normal for Gao Rushui to be shedding frightened tears. But what about this young man? Why would he suddenly faint? Why didn't he admit that he was easily scared? What was with men and their pride? The commotion caused more and more visitors to gather at the haunted house. This attracted the attention of the park manager, who rushed over on his electronic bike. Xiao Chun, what is going on here? Why is there a fainted visitor on the ground? Asked Uncle Su as he jumped down from his bike and pushed through the crowd. I have no idea. Maybe it's the heat. Even Chun-gu did not feel convinced by his answer. A hot flash in this kind of weather? Uncle Su rushed over to pick up Hisan and place him on his bike. Regardless, we have to send him to the medical room first. Several minutes later, perhaps it was a massage or the noise from crowds, Hisan started to rouse. His eyelashes fluttered and sat up from the bike. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth kept on mumbling, "Mirror, mirror. Son, keep calm." Look, doesn't he look possessed? After a few more minutes in the sun, Hisan finally became more like himself. He scratched the back of his head and blushed with shame when he realized the whole crowd was staring at him. Are you feeling better? Why did you faint inside the haunted house? Uncle Su in the park uniform passed a bottle of water to Hisan. I actually cannot recall for sure what had happened. I was so scared and ran into the first door that I saw. There was a bronze mirror on the wall, and I remembered someone calling my name, but I can't remember what happened after that, Hisan said with a face filled with confusion. Perhaps it's something set up by the haunted house? There's a scenario related to a mirror inside the haunted house? Uncle Su turned toward Chun-gu, who was not looking so good. Chapter 11. How do you sleep at night? When Hisan mentioned that his fainting had to do with mirror, Chun-ji's heart skipped a beat. He was instantly reminded of the game from the previous night, and how the thing inside the mirror had been stopped from escaping by the doll. From the look of it, the creature still had not left, hiding the mirrors of the haunted house. Boss, is this a new thing just added to the haunted house? How come I've not heard of it before? Su-won also wandered over, pulling the gaze of the crowd along with her. Chun-gu was caught in an awkward position. He could not just confess that there was an actual ghost living inside the haunted house, could he? If he did that, the haunted house would be forced into closure, but more than that, he would be dragged to the mental hospital. I guess you can say that. It's related to the short video I uploaded last night, but I don't recommend playing this game without professional guidance. Chun-gu patted Hisan lightly on his shoulder. If you do not take my advice, you might end up in the same state as this young man. All right, who still wishes to visit the haunted house? Don't worry, there are bound to be accidents in a haunted house. That's what makes it interesting, yes? Interesting my backside. A man fainted. It's a haunted house visit. So why should we put our lives on the line? He's right. I'll forget about my broken phone, as long as you don't post any more weird-ass videos in the middle of the night. Thanks, but no thanks. As Chun-gu extended the invitation, the crowd stepped away from him in unison. He laughed awkwardly. Why are you all acting like that? My haunted house is really not that scary. Bro, we have 2 forensic science students who deal with dead bodies every day here. One is in tears and the other fainted. Now, you're telling us your haunted house is not scary? Who are you lying to? How can you lie without batting an eye? That's right, have some morals. The comments from the crowd stumped Chun-gu. Initially, when the haunted house was supposedly not scary, no one wanted to visit because, apparently, it was too boring. Now, when it was finally scary, it seemed to have overshot the effect he wanted. But you came from all over the country just to stand at the entrance and watch? Guts can be trained. An occasional scare here and there will be able to increase your heart rate, thus improving your blood circulation. Even if you give us money, we're not going into that place. And improve blood circulation some more, you might as well say your haunted house can cure cancer. The man who had his phone broken retorted before turning to leave. However, right then, a middle-aged uncle standing beside him suddenly raised his voice to say, "Boss, give me a ticket." His voice was firm, like he had come to this decision after much contemplation. F***, there really are thrill-seekers everywhere. Uncle, don't be rash. Other haunted houses take your money, but his haunted house takes your life. Uncle, you've impressed me with your courage. Go on, don't worry. You can leave your wife and your daughter with me. The uncle looked to be over 40, and his head was balding. He walked out from the crowd and gave Chun-gu $10. "One ticket, please." "You're doing this alone?" Even Chun-gu was impressed by this middle-aged man. He dared to do this after witnessing what had happened earlier. After taking the money, Chun-gu gave the uncle his ticket. He was about to go through his introductions when the uncle took the ticket and walked off in the other direction from the haunted house's gate. "Uncle, the door is right this way." "I know." The uncle did not turn back and continued to walk to a rather photogenic spot. He pulled out his phone to mess with the camera angle until he managed to encapsulate most of the haunted house building in the frame. He snapped 2 pictures before posting them to his Facebook. The weather today is perfect for a day out. I personally recommend this Western Zhejiang City's House of Horrors. It scared the bejesus out of me when I visited the place. Highly recommended. The crowd could not help but roll their eyes. All you did was stay at the entrance for about 20 minutes and purchase a ticket. You call that visiting the place? Before the crowd could say anything, the uncle already got likes and replies from his social circle. Shaoli from Human Resources responded, "Brother Zhang, you're scared of even a common rat, but you dare to visit a haunted house today? My man, nice job. This means that the haunted house isn't that scary, well, Zhang dares to visit it, wicked grin." Replied Wang to you, "Dinner is served. Come home soon." OL ball, and Chain's response was relatively off topic. Precious daughter, Wang Jing, laughed. "Oh, Dad, we're all very familiar with the type of courage you have. So stop at the hapless struggle." The balding uncle didn't mind the comments, but replied with a mischievous smile, "Feel free to visit this place on your own. Since you all claim to be braver than I am, I'm sure none of you will be afraid to take up this challenge, right?" This series of actions had stunned the crowd. "Uncle, how cunning you are. To prove that you're not a scaredy cat, you're entrapping your very own wife and daughter." The man who had broken his phone stood beside the uncle and saw the whole process. Then he rushed toward Chun-gu and demanded, "Give me a ticket as well." Chun-gu had no explanation to this development, but since he was operating a business, he could not say no to his customers. After passing the young man his ticket, he saw the young man operate his broken phone to snap a picture and upload it onto Instagram with the caption, "God, what did I do? I realize I'm easily scared. Who can come and hold my hands as we challenge this haunted house together?" Reading through the many comments that appeared under his photo, the young man had a devilish smile on his face. "Give me 1 ticket too." "Me too." 50% off, you say? Then give me 2. There was no visitor inside the haunted house, but the tickets in Chin-ji's hands quickly disappeared. In just a few minutes, about half the stack was gone. The crowd slowly dispersed, and Chun-gu started to happily count the day's earning. "Boss, the tickets we sold this morning are more than the total tickets we have sold in the whole month." Su-won squatted down beside Chun-gu, and the excitement in her eyes could not be suppressed. "We merely got lucky today. To make sure we have a constant stream of visitors, we have to improve on our content first." Chun-gu placed the cash inside his pocket and turned to head back inside the haunted house. It was then that he realized his victims of the day, Gao Rushui and Isan, still hadn't left the scene. "Are you two feeling any better?" Chun-gu walked toward them with an offering of mineral water. After all, they were crucial to him having such good sales that day. "Yes, thank you, and sorry for the trouble," Seinen, who sat on the steps, uttered awkwardly. Beside him, the color still had not returned to Gao Rushue's face yet. Her gaze wandered between Qinggu and Suwan before she said, "I have 2 questions I want to ask, may I?" "Sure." Chunga nodded readily. Number 1, inside the West House. I swore I saw this girl's face in the mirror. So how could she suddenly appear behind me? Gao Rushue intended to get to the bottom of the truth. She had a hard time coming to terms with that fact, that she had been so scared that she cried. You think that's a normal mirror, but it's actually not. It's actually a triangular pillar with mirrors on each side, but the 2 other sides are normally hidden behind the wall. It can be moved with a slight push. The exit to the Minghun scenario is actually behind the mirror. Regarding the woman you saw in the mirror, it was merely a picture that was pasted at a particular angle. Using lighting effects, the other mirror, and optical illusions, it creates the illusion that you're looking at a real person. Xiao Wan was actually hiding behind the mirror. The sound of footsteps you heard was merely a sound effect. Gao Rushuen nodded after listening to Qinji's explanation. All right, the second question. She pointed at Su Wan. This lady is obviously alive, but how come, looking at her, I have this feeling that I'm looking at a dead body? Chapter 12, Wheel of Misfortune. Due to her field of study, the time Gao Rushue spent in the company of dead bodies was far greater than the time she spent around living human beings. She was not good at social events, but that did not bother her much because she felt more comfortable in the presence of dead bodies after all. Our haunted house employs a special makeup technique, and that, combined with the unique environment of the haunted house, creates nothing more than an illusion in your mind. The mortician's makeup, as well as Black Friday, were something that he could not attempt to explain, even if he tried to. Therefore, he answered the question broadly and quickly moved the conservation away. If there are no more questions, I'll need to get back to work. Thank you for visiting us today. After saying goodbye to the 2 students, Chungu ordered Su Wan to go clear up the props in the Minghun scenario while he returned to the main control room alone. What really happened to Isen was known to Qinggu alone. The creature in the mirror hadn't left and was still hiding inside the haunted house. Letting it stay will only create more problems for me in the future. This was his first time dealing with a nightmare mission, so he had not expected that it would have such complicated repercussions. After turning off the background music, Chungu pulled out the surveillance camera to focus on the few minutes after Isen entered the West House. After flipping through the videos captured from multiple angles, he soon discovered something. It was at 24 minutes and 11 seconds past 9 o'clock that Isen ran into the West House. He was running about like a headless chicken. At 24 minutes and 14 seconds, when his eyes fell on the bronze mirror, a very curious image appeared on screen. The originally frantic, Isen became suspiciously calm after he saw the mirror. He stood before the mirror, completely immobile. Qinggu would have thought the video had stopped if not for the ticking time frame on screen. At 24 minutes and 17 seconds, Isen suddenly raised his left hand and started to walk slowly toward the mirror. It looked like someone or something was dragging him toward the mirror. At 24 minutes and 20 seconds, Su Wan, wearing a wedding dress, ran into the room from the open door. By then, Isen's upper body was almost touching the mirror, and there was a flash of something in the mirror that was captured by the camera. Right after that, Isen fainted to the ground. It was Xiao Wan's arrival that interrupted the creature's plan. Chungu played the video on loop. Plenty of stuff happened in those 10 seconds. He rubbed his temples, but he could not come up with a good solution. Until I can come up with a more permanent solution, it looks like the only thing I can do now is cover up all the mirrors in this haunted house. Qinggu wandered back to the props room to grab several black clothes before returning to Minghun said, "Boss, why are you here? Just leave the cleaning up to me." Su Wan saw Chungu while she was picking up the paper mannequins and paper money to put them back in the coffin. "I came to inform you of something. Temporarily, stop using all the props and scares related to mirrors in the haunted house. Also, when you're working, make sure to stay away from mirrors." Chungu carried the black cloth as he helped Su Wan close the fake coffin. Su Wan was baffled by Qinji's orders, but she didn't ask. After fixing all the props in the main house, Chungu entered the West House alone. The white lantern cast its weak light into the room. He stood at the spot where Isen fainted and stared quietly at the bronze mirror. Someone lives inside the mirror? Could there really be another world inside the mirror? Chungu touched the icy surface of the glass and stared at his own reflection for a long time. He could not pinpoint it, but he felt like something was off. When I handed Seinen the bottle of water earlier, he used his right hand to take it, which means that he's not left-handed. However, in the video, he raised his left hand. Why would he do something that is opposite of his usual habit? Was he taking control about the thing in the mirror? Chungu placed his left hand on the mirror, which aligned perfectly with his mirrored right hand. After all, everything is inverted inside the mirror. After covering the mirror with a black cloth, Chungu pulled out the black phone. This is where it all started. The creature appeared because of this phone. Therefore, it makes sense that if I wish to vanquish it, I'll need the help of this phone. He opened the app with the haunted house icon and soon noticed some changes to the interface. The daily visitor number and monthly visitor number had each increased by 2. Under the window for unlockable scenarios, a trial mission had just become available. After clicking on it, the message said that after finishing the mission, the scenario that it corresponded to would be unlocked. The design of this game seems fair enough. Completing a mission will earn me a reward, and the level of the reward directly corresponds to the difficulty of the mission. If I wish to expand this place further and deal with the thing inside the mirror, I'll need continue finishing these missions. He could only do one daily mission each day, so Chinji's eyes naturally wandered toward the trial mission. Murder by midnight. A dangerous psychotic patient wandered about a fallen apartment. Scissors and mallets in his hands. He is just wandering outside of your room. Mission venue. Western countryside's Ping apartments. Mission requirement. Reach the mission venue before 2300 hours today. Look for the party responsible for the murder and survive until dawn. Mission hints. He hides among the crowd like a wolf among a group of sheep. His kind exterior hides a sickened heart. Do you wish to accept this mission? Warning. Trial missions are only available for 24 hours. If they are not accepted within these 24 hours, the scenario will never be unlocked. Chungu still had some reservations initially, but he decided to accept it after reading the last sentence. Let come what may. Things are finally looking up for the haunted house. I can't give up on any opportunity that will make it better. After accepting the mission, he scrolled down. The haunted wheel of misfortune had been activated without him knowing. Chungu clicked on it out of curiosity, and a line of words appeared on screen. The decree of life and death is never the decision of man. Fortune and misfortune are only 1 inch apart. We have both spirit fruits to increase your lifespan, as well as hatred-filled baleful specters. Activating the wheel after collecting the visitor's scream for the first time. You've been given a free spin for the first activation. A scream will be collected when it is over 70 decibels. After collecting 100 screams, they can be traded for a chance to spin the wheel of misfortune. 100 screams for 1 spin? Chungu frowned reading this detail. This wheel is horrible on so many levels. The condition for activating it is already so difficult, but the result is still randomized. If the result is a baleful specter, then wouldn't it have been a complete waste? Chungu looked at the box that said he had 1 spin left, and he felt like pressing it. This feeling was similar to when one saw a message appear on one's phone. It might just have been an advertisement, but one felt compelled to open it. I mean, what can possibly go wrong? Chungu told himself, and as his finger tapped the screen lightly, the wheel started to turn. As long as it's not a baleful specter, I'm fine with anything. Chapter 13, Blessing or Curse. Chungu looked at the screen with superhuman focus. The wheel gradually slowed until the needle stopped at one of the results. Lucky spin completed. Congratulations on having won a rare special item. Curse love letter, chance of winning. 3/1000. Her eyes exposed, cheeks white as ash, the moment she fell off the building. She became the taboo of the school, in red dancing shoes and a blood-dyed uniform. Even her name became something that was only uttered in frantic whispers. People pretended that she didn't exist, until one day, someone started receiving her love letters again. Getting a baleful spirit on your first lucky spin unlocked rare title, The Spectre's Favored. The Spectre's Favored. When you equip this title, there's a chance you might receive help from the specters. Looking at the information on screen, Chungu felt like his head was spinning. Curse love letter? A 3/1000 chance of winning it? The Spectre's Favored? Before resolving the matter with the creature in the mirror, now I'm blessed with another one. I don't even know whether I should consider myself lucky or unlucky. He regretted cursing himself before activating the lucky spin. Chun-gu, get a grip of yourself. This is not the worst yet. Drawing a baleful specter doesn't mean it'll appear instantly. Perhaps there is still time to salvage this. Maybe I should go light an incense at the nearby temple. He pocketed his phone, and his fingers brushed up against something papery in his pocket. He lowered his head and was shocked to see a yellowed letter poking out his pocket. With a bad feeling settling in his stomach, Chun-gu pulled out the letter carefully, and there was only a single, simple sentence written on it that was braided using hair. I like you. What the F***CK? Please, tell me what you like about me, and I'll change from this moment on. The handwriting on the paper had a nice curve to it. It would look quite nice if not for the fact that it was braided from hair. Chun-gu stood in the West House, holding the letter in his hands. He mumbled to himself, who would have thought the first love letter I've ever received in my life would be something like this? Boss, what are you grumbling to yourself in here? Xiao Wan came in from behind him after she was done fixing all the stuff in the main house. It's nothing, I'm just thinking. If someone knows his life will end soon, is it right for him to give up on materialistic pursuit to focus on leaving some good deeds in this world? Chun-gu raised his head to look at Xiao Wan in dead man's makeup. For example, to do his best to help produce the human race's next generation. Chun-gu was obviously just rambling, but Su-wan looked at him as if in deep thought, and her face turned serious with contemplation. Xiao Wan, don't tell me you're thinking about saying yes? Thanks, but I'm not ready yet. Then again, we've worked with each other for a long time already, and we do make a great team. I guess if you insist, I suppose I wouldn't have said no. For some reason, Chun-gu felt weirdly nervous. No, boss, it's not that. I'm just curious how you managed to have two shadows following you. Su-wan pointed behind Chun-gu. Is this some new thing you've invented? Two shadows. Chun-gu whipped his head around and saw two shadows, one big and one small, encroaching upon him before finally melding into one. What the F***CK? He yanked Su-wan out of the haunted house immediately. Chun-gu finally relaxed when he felt the sun on his skin. He did not give Su-wan any explanation as he collapsed onto the steps. Boss, you've been acting very out of sorts lately. Is it because of the financial pressure? Su-wan sat down beside Chun-gu. Don't worry. I'm sure everything will be fine. By the way, what do you want to have for lunch? I'll go buy something for you. Listening to Su-wan's word of comfort, Chun-gu also did not know how to answer. He forced a smile and said, I'll just have the same as you. But before you go out, remember to remove your makeup, lest you scare the canteen workers. Understood. After Su-wan left, Chun-gu pulled out the love letter again. I saw the two shadows joined together with my own eyes. If this is a sign that I've been haunted by the specter, does it mean that it's hiding in my shadow? Chun-gu looked at his shadow unblinkingly. With the specter's favorite title, I have a chance to earn the aid from the specters. So in a way, winning a baleful specter might not be as bad as I thought. At least that was what Chun-gu told himself on the surface. He knew internally the reason a baleful specter was called a baleful specter was because they died with great anguish. They radiated sin and curses. If he was slightly careless, he might easily end up dead in a ditch somewhere. After lunch, Chun-gu stood in front of the haunted house, handing out flyers. There were quite a number of park visitors, but none wanted to enter the haunted house. Bored out his mind, Chun-gu opened his video sharing app page and realized there had been a few new private messages. Deleting the trolls and advertisement, Chun-gu personally replied the remaining messages. Soon, he came across a message from Isan. The honest-looking young man surreptitiously came to contact Chun-gu, telling him his school's forum had been exploding. After they found out that his haunted house had played such a big prank on the beauty of their course, many students had stated the desire to level the haunted house. Someone had started a thread to form the warring party, and it had more than a handful of volunteers already. It's nice to be young, Chun-gu commented with upturned lips. In his mind, however, there was already a vision of hormonal youths quivering in a group trapped inside his haunted house. After completing the trial mission, I'll have them try it out to see how scary the one-star scenario really is. The thought of the trial mission made Chun-gu turn serious. He only had a one-time chance to complete this mission. If he failed, the chance of unlocking that scenario would forever be lost. He looked through the phone to memorize all the available information. Knowing one's enemy is winning half the battle. Therefore, the first thing Chun-gu did after confirming the mission venue was to look up everything he could about the place on the internet. Zhejiang City Western Countryside's Ping and Apartments. Keying in the name of the location came up with nothing initially. After flipping to the front few pages, Chun-gu finally found something related to this apartment listed on a second-hand house sale website. It was a complaint saying that the seller had the intention of obscuring the truth. In reality, this apartment was a literal haunted house. After peeling off the fresh coat of paint, there were signs of dried blood, and every night the apartment would be filled with a disgusting smell of decay. No one answered the complaint, and it was soon swamped by other more interesting threads. Chun-gu looked at the time of posting, and it was 9 months ago. Staying overnight at a haunted house and having to look for a hidden murderer. Sigh, this is a bit harder than I thought. Chun-gu had studied toy design. He was a complete amateur when it came to investigation and self-defense. The hard part is not staying at the haunted house, but what if the murderer is just living next door to me and jumps at me at night? Chapter 14, Missing Persons Notice. At 4:30 p.m., Chun-gu stood alone in the haunted house's props room. He studied the room full of items, as if deep in thought. What do you need to prepare to spend a night with a murderer? Identity card, phone, charger, lighter, penknife, multi-uses hammer. Right? Mustn't forget this doll as well. Chun-gu shoved the doll that appeared before the mirror the previous night into his bag, and after confirming he had everything he needed, he pulled the zipper of the bag close and left the room. Xiao Wan, you can get off work early today. Remember to lock the door when you leave. I have something to attend to do, so I'll go first. Boss, it's only 5 p.m. Are you going on a trip or something? I've left the key on the table in the props room. See you tomorrow morning. Noticing Chan-ji's attempt at changing the subject, Suwon helplessly replied, Okay. However, as Chun-gu turned around, the girl dropped the haunted house flyers and shot toward the props room in a trail of smoke. This girl, the evening wind ruffled the flyers that were left on the table. Chun-gu shook his head and picked up a pebble to place over them as he sighed. Hopefully she won't be seeing me on the morning news. Underneath his calm surface, Chin-ji's heart was a chaotic mess. The nightmare mission from the night before had opened a whole new world to him and made him realize there was a certain level of danger to the missions dispensed by the Black Phone. Trial mission has to be more difficult than daily mission. I have to be more careful tonight. Before the night fell, Chun-gu rode his bicycle to head toward Ping and Apartments. The mission information only gave the name of the location. To locate the place, Chun-gu used Google Maps and the information from the online complaint released 9 months ago. Even so, he still exhausted 2 hours before he reached his destination. Are there even people who want to live a place that is so barren and isolated? The road leading to the apartment building was winding and overgrown with wild brushes. There was a noticeable lack of street lighting, and through the tree branches, Chun-gu could catch glimpses of a gray-colored building. On the way there, Chun-gu asked as many people as he could, but most of them hadn't heard of Ping and Apartments. In the end, it was a senior who was about 60 years old that pointed him down the correct road and added a little friendly advice. He told Chun-gu that the place was haunted and cursed, so most would give a wide berth even in daylight. Chun-gu did not know how to answer. If not for the sake of the Black Phone's mission, who would voluntarily go spend a night at a place like that? It's now 6:50 p.m., and the mission states that I have to be there by 11 p.m. This means that I still have time to have a quick look around. Following the winding road, Chun-gu entered deep into the forest. After traveling for quite some time, he finally saw the legendary cursed house. The yard was surrounded by a tall gray wall, and there was only one exit. Even though the gate that opened on both sides was rusty with age, there was a brand new lock on it. Weird, the lock is so new, but the gate looks old. But wait, what's this? There was a piece of white paper stuck to the iron bars of the gate. Chun-gu assumed it was a flyer, but when he pointed his flashlight at it, he realized it was a missing persons notice. Zhang Qing, female, 27 years old, 157 centimeters tall, on the thin side. There is a beauty mark beneath her right eye. She likes to wear red clothes. If you have any information, please contact Mr. Wang. Monetary rewards will be provided. The notice came with this Mr. Wang's contact number and address. The thing that caught Chin-ji's attention was that the address listed on the notice was the address of this cursed apartment. This sure is weird. Chun-Ji's ghost sense was tingling. He pulled out his phone to snap a picture of the notice before entering the compound. The place was bigger than he had expected. The main building had 3 floors, and there were 2 buildings that looked like a storeroom and a water pump room next to it. Based on the peeling of its paint, I believe this place is at least 20 to 30 years old already. However, the place was not as unkempt as one might have assumed it to be. The place was clean, there was no litter, and even the lawn was carefully mown. After he placed his bicycle in the lawn, Chun-Go walked into the main building with his backpack. "Hello, is anyone there?" The long corridor was shadowy. About 10 seconds later, the door closest to the stairs opened up a sliver. "Good afternoon." Chun-Go walked toward the door, but the person behind it did not seem particularly hospitable since the door stopped after opening just a sliver. The lights in the room were not on, and Chun-Go could just about make out the shape of a woman behind the door. Her eyes were bloodshot, like she was fond of sleeping late. It made her look extremely tired. "I wish to ask how much it will cost me to spend a night here," Chun-Go said in a tone that was as kind and soft as he could. However, to his bafflement, the only answer he got was a giggle, and the door slammed in his face. Before he understood what just happened, he heard footsteps coming from the 2nd floor. The only voice-activated light that was installed at the corner of the corridor lit up, and a limping middle-aged man was coming down. He seemed to have overheard Chun-Go, because the first thing he said was, "You want to stay at my place? How long do you plan to stay?" "You're the landlord?" Chun-Go walked over. "I just wish to stay for one night." "Just one night?" The limping man gave Chun-Go a once-over like he was trying to read his mind. "Fine. Give me your ID, and the payment is made at the 2nd floor." Chun-Go was about to follow the man upstairs when a loud sound came from outside. It sounded like someone had swung the iron gate open. Hearing this, the limping man frowned, and his features twisted with displeasure. He stopped moving, and Chun-Go had no choice but to wait as well. Not long after that, in walked another middle-aged man who looked awfully tired. He was wearing old, tattered clothes and was holding a stack of papers in his hand. "Wang Chi, how many times I've told you, your girlfriend is not here. If you insist on being this stubborn, I'll have to call the police." The limping man stood in the middle of the stairs to block the path. The other man ignored him and continued upstairs with his head lowered. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The limping man kicked, causing the unprepared middle-aged man to knock into the wall. The stack of papers slipped from his hands and fluttered all over the staircase. One of them happened to land beside Chun-Ji's feet. "It's the same as the missing persons notice that I saw outside," Chun-Go thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes. He silently picked it up before continuing to follow the drama that was happening before him. The middle-aged man did not retaliate against the limping man's attack. He crawled up slowly from the ground and carried on to wordlessly pick up the notices that littered the ground. He reminded Chun-Go of a lumbering, lifeless zombie. "Don't mind him, the man's crazy." The limping man waved at Chun-Go, ushering him to come upstairs. It seemed like he had given up on the middle-aged man. Crazy? When Chun-Go passed the middle-aged man, he surreptitiously glanced at him. The mission information did mention a psycho, so could this be him? Chapter 15, Landlord. Chun-Ji's first impression of Wang Chi was weary, torpid, and weak as they brushed past each other. Chun-Go handed the other man back the notice he had picked up earlier, and Wang Chi thanked him with a wavering voice. This was the first time Chun-Go had heard the man speak. It sounded gravelly, which gave Chun-Go some trouble in understanding him. "You're welcome," Chun-Go responded with a smile before he turned to follow the limping man up the stairs. The 2nd floor was even more dilapidated than the 1st floor. The place was dark and humid. The corners were filled with unclean spider webs, and the walls looked like they had been slashed with knives. The limping man led Chun-Go to the very end of the long corridor. He opened the last room before coming out with a long chain of keys. "One night is $50. Take a pick of any room you like on this floor." $50? That's too expensive. "My apartment is the only place to stay within several kilometers. You should be thankful I only charge you $50. When the man was talking, his eyes kept unconsciously moving to look behind him like he was checking out something. "Fine, but why must I stay on the 2nd floor? Is the room on 1st or 3rd floor not available? Why do you have no many damn questions? They're off the limits, that's why." The limping man grabbed the $50 away from Chun-Go and shoved a random key in his hand. The The room number is written on the key. Go look for it yourself. Then, he rushed back into the room. The moment the door closed, Chun-gu could hear the muffled croak of an old man coming from inside the room, like the sound one would make when one had food stuck in one's throat. Frowning with suspicion, Chun-gu placed his palm on the door, saying, "Wait a minute." "What now?" the limping man asked with annoyance. Chun-gu glanced through the slight opening of the door. The space within looked small. Other than the limping man that stood at the door, there was an old man reclining in a wheelchair that was facing away from the door. He was probably the source of the noise Chun-gu heard earlier. "I'm rather thirsty. Does your establishment provide a vending machine or things like that?" "No." "Man, is this how you treat your customer?" The door slammed in his face, leaving Chun-gu in the corridor with a heavier suspicion brewing in his heart. For a normal apartment building, the reception is normally at the front door, but for this building, the reception is not only on the second floor, but at the very end of the second floor corridor. Looking at the key in his hand, many questions appeared in his mind. Why are the first and third floors off limits? And who is the old man living with the landlord? The number 208 was written on the key, and coincidentally enough, the room was just next to the landlord's. Regardless, let me go put down my stuff first. After 2 hours of traveling, Chun-gu was indeed more than a bit tired. As he opened the door, the smell of mildew hit him in the nose. The room had probably been vacant for a long time, because the place was covered with dust, and the bed was overgrown with some mysterious-looking fungus. It felt strange under Chun-ji's touch. Is this bed even usable? Before Chun-gu even placed his backpack down, he heard a loud crash coming from next door. It sounded like a plate had fallen and shattered. Chun-gu closed the door and stuck his ear to the wall, trying to eavesdrop. Soon enough, the sound of the limping man cursing came. In his anger, he let out several foreign curses, and based on his accent, the man sounded like he was not a local. The old man mumbled weakly in reply. The limping man continued scolding for several minutes before he stopped, but what happened next confused Chun-gu. The volume of the television was increased. What's going on? What is he doing? Why did he increase the television's volume? Chun-gu tried to listen for more clues, but all he could hear was the television. He soon gave up. So be it. In any case, I should be more worried about myself. I doubt I'll be able to get any sleep tonight. Chun-gu placed his backpack on the table and took out the penknife, placing it in his pocket. The online complaint mentioned the existence of blood stains behind the paint and the presence of a horrible smell at night. However, I've searched all the information available on Pingin Apartments online, and there was no mention of any murders that happened here. Then again, there had to be some kind of secret hidden at Pingin Apartments for it to have been selected as the mission venue by the Black Phone. He pulled out the multi-purpose hammer to knock and inspect every corner of the room. He came up with nothing. This was a very normal guest room. Other than the sorry state it was in, there was nothing out of ordinary about it. Since the landlord only allowed me to pick a room on the second floor, this means that the rooms on the second floor are mostly fine, or else he wouldn't have opened up for rent. Therefore, to get to the bottom of this, I have to go take a look on the first or third floor. The trial mission was supposed to start at 11 p.m. There were still 3 hours until then. Chun-gu did not want to waste time. He put the hammer away and slunk toward the door. With his hand on the doorknob, he pushed it open. However, he stopped halfway. His palms started to sweat, and a chill ran down his spine. The limping man was standing just outside his door. God only knew how long for. The man also did not expect that Chun-gu would suddenly open the door. Both parties on either side of the door were equally shocked. "Landlord, why are you standing at my door?" Chun-gu narrowed his eyes at the man. The more time he spent with the limping man, the uneasier he felt. "Didn't you say you were thirsty? I came to give you this." The limping man placed a warm water bottle in his hands by Chun-ji's door, and his expression was as unnatural as it could be. "Thank you." Chun-gu did not point out how weird he was acting and pulled the bottle into the room. "Is there anything else?" "No, that's all." "Do rest early." The limping man glanced inside the room and added as if to himself, "The corridors are not fitted with lights, so they're very dark at night. You better stay in your room after the sun sets." He turned to leave. Chun-gu sighed in relief when the door next to him closed. This landlord is easily angered and socially inept. Even though he has a limp, that doesn't mean that he's physically weak. He managed to shove the man earlier to ground with just one kick. If anything, he should be quite powerful. Chun-gu wasn't a particularly good sleuth. The only thing he could do was try to fit the situation at the apartments into the plot of all the past murder mysteries he had seen. Born with a disability might have caused him to be bullied from a young age, and that corrupted his innocence. That could easily evolve into a mental sickness. F***CK. It sounds like he's a perfect candidate for a crazed murderer. Chun-gu put the bottle away, and a pressing question came into his mind. If the landlord is the murderer, then doesn't this mean I'm going to have to spend a whole night next to a murderer? This thought made Chin-ji's skin crawl. Who knew? The man might spend the whole night standing outside his door, waiting to entrap him. To make matters worse, since he was a landlord, he had access to the space keys, which enabled him to enter any room as he wished. Chapter 16. Don't spend your night here. I shouldn't get ahead of myself. The landlord is suspicious, but that doesn't mean he's really the murderer. Chun-gu scratched his head and said to himself, perhaps I should talk to some of the tenants for more details. Since Chun-gu arrived at the apartment, he had seen 4 different individuals. The woman hiding behind the door, Wang Chi, the person who pasted those missing person notices all over the place, the recalcitrant landlord, and the old man in the wheelchair. The old man stays with the landlord, so speaking to him is out of the question. The lady on the first floor weirds me out, so the only remaining candidate is Wang Chi. He should know some things about this apartment. Chun-gu placed the bottle in the room, locked the door behind him, and went downstairs. The voice-activated light came on, giving Chun-gu enough light to see Wang Chi hugging the stack of notices, walking down the corridor. He slipped a notice under each door, regardless of whether they were occupied or not. This naturally attracted Chun-ji's attention. Normally, missing person notices were posted at places with high traffic, but this man personally focused on these apartments, which seemed quite deserted. Chun-gu followed behind Wang Chi quietly. It was not until Wang Chi finished slipping the last notice under the door that he said, "Brother, I can understand your feeling of having a loved one vanish, but you should stay strong and not do this kind of meaningless action to torture yourself." Wang Chi slowly turned around up hearing Chun-ji's voice. His clouded pupils seemed unable to find a point to focus on. Understand? None of you will ever understand how I feel, nor have I asked for your understanding. Chun-gu did not waste time going down this rabbit hole with him. He grabbed his phone and searched for the police report he made when his parents disappeared several months ago. I'm not lying to you. My parents suddenly disappeared half a year ago, and at the beginning, I was feeling down in the dumps too. Looking at the picture saved in the phone, Wang Chi was silent for a long time before he said, I empathize with your situation, but our circumstances are different. My fiancée will return. I can feel that she hasn't gone far. Do you mind telling me your story? Considering we're somewhat in the same boat, perhaps I can help you, Chun-gu said. Weirdly enough, he found himself meaning what he said. Wang Chi hesitated, perhaps recalling that Chun-gu had helped him pick up his notice earlier. His gaze that fell on Chun-gu softened. Thank you, but you won't be able to help me. You're a nice young man, so listen to my advice. Run away while you still can. Don't try to spend a night here. I've already paid. You'll have to give me a more convincing reason if you wanted to pack up and leave. Chun-ji's purpose there was to complete the trial mission. If he surrendered, he would lose the opportunity to unlock the murder by midnight scenario forever. Is your life more important or your money? Wang Chi looked about them, and after making sure there was no peeping eyes, he lowered his voice to say, Everyone here knows there have been murders in this building before. I've heard a thing or two about that, but I failed to find any information on it on the internet. I suspect that's merely a rumor, Chun-gu replied. Previously, this building was called Fuin Apartments. It was after the incident that the name changed to Ping Apartments. The murders were big news at the time, and until now, they haven't been solved. The will of the dead hasn't been appeased, so they appear at their place of death every day at midnight, Wang Chi said. It sounded like he really believed it. You still believe ghost stories like that at an age like ours? Chun-gu smiled awkwardly. Internally, he was incredibly nervous because he knew better than anyone how real the other world was. If possible, he really did not want to have any more encounters with these spirits. Initially, I did not believe it either. That is until the day my fiancée disappeared around this area. Wang Chi pulled on his hair out of frustration, his fatigue plain as day. Why would your fiancé come to a place like this in the first place? Chen-gu was intrigued. The thing that happened to this Wang Chi's fiancé was curiously similar to what happened to his parents. To be honest, I don't really know. In fact, I had not even heard of this apartment before her disappearance. I got the place's name from the police. They told me it was at this place that all clues were lost. Wang Chi's hands relaxed, and several strands of hair hung listlessly between his fingers. I've run out of ideas, and that's why I moved in here. Then, have you discovered anything? Wang Chi's lips fell open, but before he could say anything, he suddenly stopped himself. Instead, he reached into his pocket to pull out his phone to type something on it. My fiancé has been kidnapped by the people who live here. Chen-gu was dumbfounded reading the typed message. He had not expected this development. Brother, a kidnapping and a disappearance are two very different things. Wang Chi shushed Chen-gu, telling him to be quiet. He turned his back toward the corridor and flipped his phone over to show Chen-gu. Chen-gu saw the messages in the phone inbox, and his eyes slowly widened with shock. There was a message from Wang Chi's fiancé in his phone. The content was simple. It only had 2 words: save me. However, the most spine-chilling discovery was a message was sent at 2 a.m. last night. Someone who should have disappeared sent you a SOS message in the middle of the night. After the initial shock, Chen-gu quickly calmed down. Then, why didn't you go to the police with this message? Obviously, your fiancé is still alive. You might not believe me when I tell you this, but I receive this message from my fiancé every night after midnight. The content is always the same, but the key point is every time after I wake up, the message will have miraculously disappeared like it never really happened. Wang Chi pointed at his bloodshot eyes. To preserve this message, I haven't closed my eyes for 24 hours already. The message will disappear once you fall asleep. This was the first time Chen-gu had heard something as curious as that. I know you think I'm crazy, but everything I've said is the truth. Wang Chi leaned against the wall for support as he pocketed his phone. More inexplicable things have happened to me. For example, my fiancé's stuff curiously appears in my room without warning. It's like she's reminding me to go look for her. When Wang Chi said the last sentence, Chen-ji's eyelids twitched. Based on his experience in the past few days, Wang Chi's fiancée had not disappeared but befallen an accident and transformed into a ghost. She was haunting Wang Chi. That was the only logical explanation, provided the man had not been lying to him. My fiancé disappeared around this apartment building, and my life has been changed by this apartment building. Listen to me. This place is cursed. It's the home of many evil ghosts and specters. Misfortune befalls those who get too close. So leave when you still can. It seemed that Wang Chi had not uttered so many words at one go in a very long time, for his face was stark white as if the conversation had taken a great toll out on him. Chapter 17. Fuin Apartments. From a stranger's perspective, Wang Chi might have appeared to be too insistent in chasing the newcomer away. Therefore, Chen-gu did not promise the man anything. If anything, after listening to Wang Chi's story, he had a sneaking suspicion that the man was hiding something. I've told you everything I know, and there's still time to leave. When the clock strikes 12, the apartment will turn into something else. After saying that, Wang Chi brushed the dust away from his clothes and turned to leave. It was not until Wang Chi's shadow disappeared among the darkness of the night that Chen-gu came to. His original intention was to obtain more information from the tenants about the building. But now, he ended up with more questions than answers. That man sure is a curious character, but I can't tell whether he's crazy or not. Recalling Wang Chi's pair of cloudy eyes that had not focused once throughout their conversation, Chen-gu felt uncomfortable. The pain and tiredness in the man's eyes could not be faked. But it does seem like he loves his fiancée dearly. As Chen-gu went back to his room, he paused when he passed a woman's room on the first floor. He hesitated before knocking on the room. Hey, fresh blood. The woman's room door remained unmoved. But to Chen-ji's surprise, the door to the room directly opposite from hers fell open. A lanky man was leaning against the open door. He looked to be in his 30s, and the man's appearance was very unkempt. His beard was almost joined to his hair, and the back of his hand had a tattoo of a peony. And you are... Chen-gu turned around with alarm. The man who was spreading the missing person notice around is not even a tenant of this building. There's something wrong about him up here. The thin man pointed at his temple. Don't believe a word out that comes out of his mouth, and try not to get too close to him. It was the first time Chen-gu had seen this man, and even though the man's appearance left much to be desired, the man's mannerisms were the most normal of all the characters he had met at the apartment. The man's actions sure are weird, but perhaps that is because he was too devastated from the loss of his fiancée. Did he tell you his fiancée disappeared around this apartment? Yes. Did he tell you he received that information from the police, and that's why he has been searching for her here? Yes. The man chuckled mirthlessly before saying, I've lived here for 9 months already, and I've seen no trace of the police coming here. The madman is lying to you. I'm sure you don't believe his talk of ghosts, right? He pulled out a cigarette to dangle on his lips. There are no ghosts in this world. At most, it's someone pretending to be a ghost. In any case, it's getting late, so you'd better return to your room. Chen-gu thanked the man and turned to leave. As he wandered up the steps, he thought to himself, obviously, one of them is lying, but which is it? Lost in his thoughts, Chen-gu did not realize he had walked up to the 3rd floor. The faded number was printed on the corner of the wall, and the voice-activated light above his head flickered on and off. Chen-gu looked down the long corridor and realized this whole floor was in a state of complete disrepair. The floor was thick with grime, and there were signs of burning everywhere. The coating of the wall was peeling off like skin, and underneath it were lines that looked like thick cuts. Why have they left the 3rd floor unfixed? Not enough budget. Or is there a more sinister reason? The voice-activated light soon went off, and Chen-gu was submerged in a world of darkness. Due to his work at the haunted house, Chen-gu was used to working in the darkness. The sudden blindness did not unhinge him. He pulled out his phone and was about to turn the flashlight on when he spotted a shadow dash past the darkened corridor. Who's there? The flashlight on the phone lit up the 3rd floor, but the shadow was nowhere to be seen. Chen-gu was about to investigate further when he heard footsteps coming up from further down the stairs. It's the landlord? If he was spotted by the easily irked landlord loitering on 3rd floor, he might get chased off the premises. Chen-gu thought about it, pocketed his phone, and stealthily retreated down to the 2nd floor. When he turned the corner on the stairwell, Chen-gu saw a rotund and short man coming out of a room on the 2nd floor, holding a basin. The man was humming a happy tune. But when he saw Chen-gu, his face fell, and he immediately ran away from the scene. What is the meaning of that? Do I look that scary? After returning to his room, Chen-gu lay in bed, hugging his backpack. It feels like there's no normal individual in this apartment. Every single one of them could be the party responsible for the murders. When those words rolled off his tongue, Chen-gu suddenly sat up in bed. Wait a minute. The mission told me to find the party responsible for the murders, but the term party can be both singular and plural. In that case, could there be more than one murderer? After all, if there's more than one murder, the chances of multiple murders will drastically increase. I need to get more information on that case from years ago. Chen-gu pulled out his phone. His conversation with Wang Chi was not for nothing. He now had the important information that before it was called Ping'an Apartments, this place was called Fu'an Apartments. He keyed in Zhejiang Fu'an Apartments in the search box, and several pages later, numerous spine-chilling headlines jumped out at him. A family of 4 brutally murdered. The murderer has disappeared into thin air. Accident or homicide. The truth of the fire that razed Fu'an Apartments. Case within a case. Bodies hidden inside the building unearthed. Reading through the information on Fu'an Apartments, Chen-gu felt his skin chilled. This was not fiction. They happened in real life, and he was currently living at the crime scene. 5 years ago, a neighbor saw the smog rising from Fu'an Apartments, so he called the fire brigade. The firefighters soon put out the fire and started to investigate the source of fire, as well as gauge the extent of damage. Initially, they thought this was going to be another accidental fire case, but as the investigation continued, more curious evidence started to surface. The cement walls were cracked. The surface of cracked window was small and the smog blackened the ceiling. These were all signs that the temperature of the fire was high, and it spread very fast. There were several possible initial locations found at the building, and they were all far apart from each other, quintessential of an arson case. Therefore, the nature of the investigation changed. After the police stepped in, they soon discovered 4 burnt bodies among the ruin of the fire. They believed these were the bodies of the family of 4 who operated the rental apartment. This case created quite a buzz at the time. The police tried their best to solve the case, but the fire had destroyed most of the evidence. They combed the place but could not locate the evidence of a fifth person, much less catch the culprit. The apartment was sealed for a whole year, after which ownership of the estate was passed on to the owner's father, and it was then that Fu and Apartments changed to Ping Apartments. The family of Fu was burned to the death, and the culprit still hasn't been caught. No wonder people say this place is haunted. After knowing more about the case, Chunga felt slightly more grounded because at least he knew what he was dealing with. A curious detail on the report stuck out at him. The articles all confirmed that at the time of passing, the owner was already 41 years old. The apartment was later passed on to his father, and theoretically and logically speaking, the real current owner of this place should be in his 60s or 70s already. Chapter 18, Livestream. There was only one person who fit the criteria, the old man sharing a room with the landlord. This is weird. According to news articles, the owner should be an old man, but the landlord who received me is at most middle-aged. Chunga stood up to press his ear to the wall. The television on the other side of the wall was still blaring. Currently, it was playing some random commercial. Normally, wouldn't the viewer switch the channel during commercials? But they've been watching commercials for several minutes already. Chunga tried to lean closer into the wall. Perhaps I've missed something. He cleared his mind and tried to rearrange all the clues he had so far. After I entered the room, I heard the sound of a plate shattering next door. Then, the landlord started to curse and scold the old man. It continued until the volume of the television was raised. Since the old man was incapacitated, it had to be the landlord who increased the television volume. But the question is, why? Chunga narrowed his eyes as a speculation appeared in his mind. Is the landlord ill-treating the old man? The television noise is to cover up the sound of assault? The more he thought about it, the more possible it sounded in his mind. The shattering plate occurred the moment I moved in. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Could that have been an SOS signal from the old man? After all, it was merely a broken plate. There's no reason for the landlord to get so angered. Perhaps he was afraid that the sound might have attracted my unwanted attention. But why should he be afraid? And why would the old man call for help? Suddenly, another detail that seemed unimportant to Chingu earlier entered in his mind. When the landlord was scolding the old man, he let slip several foreign curses. The family that passed away were all locals, but this landlord is not from Zhejiang. He shouldn't be blood related to the old man or his family. Normally speaking, the man wouldn't leave his assets to be taken care of by a stranger unless the limping man has taken over this place and is holding the old man captive. If that's really the case, either he's a caretaker who got too greedy or he's the actual murderer. Either way, it did not bode well for Chingu. Chinji's fist tightened. That also explains why he was eavesdropping at my door earlier. He wanted to find out how much I've learned. Chinji's forehead was sweaty from all the thinking. After all, he wasn't a real detective. All he had were references to plots that he'd seen on television before. What should I do now? Rush directly into the room next door to whack the landlord until he faints? No, that's too rash. If my speculation is wrong, that'll land me in hot water, with the mallet in his hand and the penknife stuck in his pocket. Changu paced around the room. Give the landlord a test to confirm his identity? No, that's too risky. What if I tip my hand too soon? After all, he might have other accomplices, and I'm here all alone. If I'm targeted, my life will be in danger. Furthermore, I don't really have any real proof. Everything is just speculation. Also, I'm pretty sure the main purpose I'm here is to find the murderer from 4 years ago, so maybe I should focus on that instead. Chun-gu was caught in a conundrum. Suddenly, the television next door was switched off, and the place became eerily quiet. What's going on? He opened the door slightly and lowered himself to the ground. He peeked out at the door next to him. There was no light coming out from underneath the door. Sleeping at 8 p.m., Chingu crawled to the landlord's room door, holding the mallet. In an out-of-body moment, he realized how suspicious he must have looked then. He turned around to make sure no one was watching him before pocketing the mallet and crawling back to his room. Then again, my speculation might not be 100% accurate. If only I had a professional to help me with the analysis. Chingu lay in bed and pulled out his phone. In his contact list, other than Su Wan, he had not spoken to many of the others before. Jesus Christ, I sure am loyal. Chunga thought about it. Among the people that he knew, the only person who was slightly related to investigation was a young man who had fainted inside his haunted house. Seinen. In any case, a medical student should be better at logic and analysis than I am. He entered the video sharing app and realized he had about 20 private messages. He clicked open a random one and saw it was a personal message from a studio that was based on the website. The person expressed interest in having him join the team. Is this person some kind of talent scout? Chun-gu did not have time to deal with that right then. He scrolled through the many messages to look for Senen's ID and tossed the invitation out of his mind. However, several minutes later, the studio sent him another message. You there? We've seen your video. It has plenty of potential. We were wondering if you would like to cooperate with us. We can contact the top streamers of our platform on your behalf to help increase your popularity and exposure. Doing this alone is going to be very difficult. After all, most streamers on the net rely on teams and networking. This is a very good offer, so do consider it. You there? The endless pop-ups annoyed Chun-gu. He was busy trying to survive a night in the apartment that housed a murderer who had killed 4 individuals in cold blood 4 years ago, and these people were busy trying to sell him their service. He finally replied, AFK? Young man, you sure are funny. Give our studio serious consideration. You don't need to do anything beyond adding our studio's logo to your videos. In return, we'll provide you with better exposure to help you gain viewership. I'm sorry, but I'm currently not interested in something like that. Chun-gu felt his reply was polite already. If this was someone else, they probably would have cursed the person out before blacklisting the studio. Your short video has the possibility to go viral, but you have to understand that it is just a possibility. A platform like this has an average of 1 million uploads each day, and you're just one of the more lucky ones. Nowadays, people are in for fast food entertainment. They don't have the patience to wait. Every moment, there are fresh and more exciting things to pull their attention away. If you don't carefully manage your business, your video will soon be submerged by a sea of fresh attractions. Talk about it later. I'm currently busy with something important. Chun-gu finally found Senen's ID. What is more important than earning money? If you are still hesitating, perhaps we can have some other form of cooperation. For example, we're more than willing to offer good money to buy your content and video shooting technique. Chun-gu was irked, so he blacklisted the individual and messaged Senen. To his surprise, Senen replied within a few seconds. Boss, I've been waiting for you to release a new video. Wait a minute. I have a more important question to ask you. After getting Senen's phone number, he called the young man and explained the whole situation to him in a whispered tone. Chapter 19, Rising Popularity. Afraid that the landlord next door might overhear him, Chun-gu lowered his voice to a whisper, which created an unintended tense atmosphere. After he was done, on the other end of the phone, Senen was stunned. This honest young man who just came to the city from the countryside to attend medical school did not expect his first conversation with an online friend to be so freaking exciting. You're currently at that cursed apartment? Yes. And the landlord next door might be the killer from several years ago? Yes. Wait a minute. This is too much for me to process at once. Let me think about it first. This created an interesting contrast between the situations on both sides of the phone. One was wrapped in his warm blanket, chewing on KFC, watching some online videos, while the other was caught in a haunted apartment, heavy with gloom and anguish. Boss, I still think you should report this to the police. Granted, you don't have any actual proof, but compared to the offense of making a fake report, your life is more important. Senen was merely looking out for him, but Chun-gu had his own consideration. This murder by midnight was a mission given to him by the Black Phone. He had to stay there overnight for the mission to be a success. Interference from the police would most likely ruin his mission. Since it involved the unlocking of a new scenario, surrendering just like that felt like a great waste. It's still not yet time to involve the police. Mainly, it's your safety that you should be concerned about. Boss, how about this? Senen paused before adding, turn on your phone's GPS triangulation and try to keep your phone on throughout the night. I'll pay attention to the sound from your side, and if there's anything weird, I'll call the police immediately. That was not a bad idea. Chun-gu looked at his phone. He still had not exited the video sharing app, and there was an advertisement for a mukbang stream going on. Suddenly an idea came into Chun-ji's mind. Why don't I open a live stream at the haunted apartment? If anything dangerous happens to me, The viewers will be able to help me alert the police, and the recording of the live stream will be the best evidence. Of course, I hope for everything to go well, and with this method, I'll be able to attract more viewers to my page and thus advertise my haunted house. The short video from last night had brought Chungu about 1,000 new followers, and consequently, the number of visitors at his haunted house the next day had doubled. This was a workable method. Furthermore, the ultimate goal of him entering the haunted apartment was to earn the mission reward to improve his haunted house. If starting a live stream was able to ensure his safety while he was conducting his mission, as well as increase his popularity and viewership, then why not? Even though I don't have the budget to advertise my stuff all over the place, I can rely on live streams and short videos to attract people's attention. What Chungu was lacking were platform, channels, and experience. In terms of content, he was not at all worried. Even though the personnel from the studio earlier was annoying, they were right. Modern entertainment was about instant gratification. What could be more exciting and intense than an overnight stay at a haunted apartment and a possible tussle with a crazed murderer? Viewership followed content, and compared to other streamers, Chungu had a unique leg up. All of his content and the stuff that he experienced was all real. There was no plot or script, and even he had no idea what might happen next. In a way, the live stream was merely a recording of him completing the mission dispensed by the black phone. He said, "I'm ending the call. Come directly to my live stream. The stream's ID will be similar to the ID on my personal page." After hanging up, Chungu turned on his phone's triangulation system and set 991 as his quick dial. After everything was done, he selected the live stream option on the video sharing app. Videos nowadays were normally only several 10 seconds long, meaning they were hard to monetize. Therefore, to improve fan loyalty and more directly monetize follower numbers, most streams would live stream when they were not preparing to release a new video. Since short videos were easily shared, they could be used to attract the attention of random viewers. Then, with live streams, those viewers could be turned into followers if the streamer's content was interesting enough. Incidentally, Chungu had stumbled across the most correct way of establishing one's online brand. Overnight at a haunted house, your host, an intrepid explorer, exposing the parts of the world that are normally hidden from sight, Chungu used several exclamation marks in his title to separate his live stream from others. To be honest, though, he need not have done that. The live stream function attached to the video sharing app was ultimately different from a streaming website. The categorization was limited and mostly involved talking to scantily dressed girls. Chunji's live stream was like a pile of cow dung amid a bed of roses. It was incredibly hard for him to not get noticed. After opening the live stream, his fans that followed him would be notified, and similarly, there would be an announcement at his profile page. In less than a few seconds, the first batch of viewers arrived. He-san was the first to message. "Boss, you're serious? You're really going to live stream this?" "Death to all men" posted. "You're the creep who uploaded that video yesterday night? Good, because I'm here to claim your life. F***CK. Sis, what happened to you? Calm down. Maybe we can talk this out. Creep host sub posted I'm a little green worm. Any subs know what the content of this stream is? Do you not know how to read? The title is right there." The moment Chungu began the live stream, those who were waiting for his video showed themselves, and the viewership of his room slowly climbed. "Guys, I think there's a misunderstanding." Chungu put his mallet away and turned the camera seriously. "The video from last night wasn't a joke. I experienced it myself. You can go look for the full video on supernatural forums if you do not believe me. The footage has not been tempered. The thing in the mirror is real. I know that is hard to believe, but if you follow me, I'll unveil the hidden side of this world to you little by little. Hello, 001. I'm sorry, but what is the number for mental hospital? I believe I found a runaway patient. I do love the way you bullish *T. Li Ming, I know you're watching live stream. Go buy some supper for me. Fried noodles, no chili, thanks. Fu San Mental Hospital Room 31, subbing to the host, in support of our friend finding a new job. Several notices appeared on screen, and all of them showed disbelief at Shinji's promise. The man wasn't fazed. "I don't mind if you think I'm crazy, because you'll soon see how wrong you all are." The viewership continued to climb. Chungu turned to look at the night sky that was darkening. He lit a cigarette and started explaining the bloody history of Fu apartments to his viewers. Chapter 20, Crime Scene. A mysterious fire. A disappeared killer. Chung-gu realized he had a talent for storytelling. He managed to summarize the many news articles he had read and combine them with his own hypotheses, creating a believable and intriguing tale for his viewers. That is what has happened. To search for inspiration for my haunted house, I decided to stay overnight at this cursed apartment. But I came across a startling discovery. Every single tenant of this apartment has something off about them, and I suspect that the murder from years ago is masquerading as one of them. Chung-gu snuffed the cigarette off and turned to address the camera. Interesting. So a real-life murder mystery. Anyone have a brilliant idea as to who the real killer is? I'm a little green worm mocked. Host, you sure know how to bullish asterisk tea. But we're not that gullible. Zhejiang City's Fu apartments. I just looked it up on the internet. The host doesn't seem like he's lying. Heesun showed some support. I believe the host. However, I'm a little green worm was not easily convinced. Even if the host isn't lying about the case, how do we know that he is currently at the cursed apartment? As he said earlier, the place was burned down. But take a good look at the room. The wall is clean and painted, and all the furniture looks usable, albeit a little bit old. Does this look like a cursed apartment to any of you? I won't lie to you guys about that. You want proof? Easy. Chung-gu moved the makeup counter away and pulled his penknife. He scratched away a small corner of the paint on the wall. The name of a building can be changed and the place can be refurnished and repainted, but certain things cannot be removed or hidden. He removed the freshest layer of wall paint to reveal the brickwork underneath, which was charred black. This is evidence that this place was the crime scene of the fire. No, I'm interested in why you would bring a mallet and a knife to stay at a hostel for self-defense. Death to all man raised an obvious concern. Host is ruining the wall for no reason. 1 minute of silence for the poor landlord. How much did you pay for a room like this? It doesn't even have a television. Looking at the chat log, Chung-gu could not help but sigh. Guys, can you not focus on irrelevant points? How about some respect? I'm putting my life on the line to do this live stream for you. Death to all man donated $1. $1 donation as sign of respect. Chung-gu was helpless dealing with the online trolls, but at least they didn't leave him. Fine, let's get back to business. I've met 6 different individuals since I arrived at this apartment. The first person I met was a woman who might have a little mental problem. When I arrived, she smiled wickedly at me unprompted. This unhinged me slightly. But since I've had no further interaction with this woman, there's nothing else I can say. Chung-gu introduced all the tenants to his viewers, and when he was done, he added his own analysis. In terms of motive, the landlord is definitely the most suspicious, but his movement speed is hindered due to his limp. So, viewed from this perspective, the tattoo guy on first floor and the fat man on second floor have the greatest possibility of being the killer. Of course, one can't ignore the woman and the seemingly weak Wang Qi. Basically, you've come up with nothing. Death to all man surmised. Based on your analysis, I've further suspicion that the real killer is the old man in the wheelchair. After all, he stood to gain the most from the fire. That might not be that implausible. After all, the old man might be incapacitated now, but that doesn't mean that he was the same 4 years ago. Furthermore, the crime we're talking about is a fire. That doesn't require physical prowess, so the old man is a valid suspect. Also, have you considered the possibility of the old man faking his disability? Oftentimes, the most unlikely one is the killer. Actually, I have more suspicion toward the woman on the first floor. She smiled at the host, meaning she wanted to communicate something to the host. Host, can you still remember the curve of the woman's lips and the degree to which her mouth was open when she smiled at you? I'll help you analyze it from the perspective of psychology. I can't. As the interest of the viewers rose, so did the popularity of his live stream. Chung-gu looked at the busy chat log and sighed internally. He thought to himself, these people are hopeless. Looks like I'll have to go out to look for more clues before I can come to any conclusion. He placed his phone before him, adding, I did try to look around the building before starting the live stream. I discovered while most of the apartment's first and second floors have been fixed up, parts of the third floor have been left as they were 4 years ago. In a little bit, I will go up to conduct a closer examination. Hopefully, we'll be able to come up with some useful clues. The place is kept like it was 4 years ago. That's kinda sick. The ghosts of the families have been lingering because the case hasn't been solved? Investigating a haunted apartment at night? The host sure is insane. Of course, the host is the operator of a haunted house after all. Let me tell you, last time a bunch of us visited his haunted house to demand reparation for his scary video, but we got our backsides handed to us instead. Two of the bravest among our group went in. One came out crying consolably, and the other fainted on the spot. Wait, what happened to them? And what about those who are not as brave? Have you lost your mind? Do you think the rest of us entered his haunted house after we saw what happened? You're right. LOL, commented Isan. The chat had completely derailed. But Chunga didn't mind it that much. He pocketed his penknife, and with one hand holding the phone, the other holding the mallet, he walked to his room door, learning from his previous lesson. Chunga squatted down to look at the shadows underneath the door and confirmed that there was no one standing on the other side, before lightly pushing the door open. After he closed and locked the door, Chunga yanked one of his hairs out to stick it into the keyhole. This way, if someone entered his room when he was not there, he would know, because the hair would have been pushed further into the keyhole. After everything was prepared, Chunga walked to the stairwell. His steps were light to not activate the light on his phone guiding his every step. As he climbed up the stairs, the walls on each side became noticeably darker in color, and there was an indescribable smell in the air. When he reached the third floor, Chunga turned on the flashlight function on his phone. He leaned against the wall and focused. When he first accidentally walked up to the third floor, he had noticed a dark shadow flash before him. The shape of the shadow had looked like a human. Be it a ghost or a man, I have to be careful. The flashlight revealed to Chunga the crime scene from 4 years ago. Looking at the scratch marks that seemed to embed themselves into the wall, Chun-Ji's grip around the mallet tightened. Ping'an Apartments had a unique architectural style. It only had one staircase, and it was on the right side of the building, giving the impression that the corridor leading to the left side was suspiciously long. As he walked down the corridor, he felt a chilliness tingle his spine. Even with his back to the wall, Chunga felt weirdly exposed. If the starting point of the fire was the third floor, then all this wouldn't have been preserved. So the killer probably didn't come up to the third floor at the time. Chunga continued down the darkened corridor. The doors on either side had been warped by fire, exposing singed and ruined rooms. Navigating the trash that littered the floor, Chunga scurried into the closest room that he could get into. Chapter 21, Party of More Than One? The small room had a leak in the ceiling, and the windows were barred, causing damp to seep into the walls and a festering smell from the heavy moldy to fill the room. It was uncomfortable. Chunga walked into the room to take a closer look at the wooden planks that barred the windows. They looked surprisingly unworn, suggesting they were a recent addition. This is just a common guest room. The ruined furniture had been removed, and the room was barren. There was basically nothing in sight. Then again, years have passed. Even if there was evidence, it wouldn't have been preserved for so long. Chunga exited the room and continued down the darkened corridor. Most of the rooms were empty. The corridor was choked full of trash and abandoned paraphernalia, making it difficult for him to navigate. A person's trash can often reflect their lifestyle and attitude. Perhaps this litter will provide the clues that I need. After setting a new goal, Chunga trudged through the rubbish in spite of the disgusting smell. About 1 hour later, he did come up with some interesting findings. Why are there toy dolls? There are no children among the people I have seen. So who do these belong to? Chunga spent another hour sifting through the trash, and he ended up with 4 rag dolls. Submerged underneath the sea of trash, the 4 rag dolls would not have captured Chun-Ji's attention, if not for the fact he was a toy design major. The 4 dolls had probably been left there for quite some time already, because they were covered with dirty stains, and mold had infested certain parts. The toys were so fragile that if Chunga was not careful, he could easily pull out clumps of dirty wool. Chunga studied them closely and realized even though the dolls were all of different types, they came from the same manufacturer. Could be that the toys were left behind by the ex-tenants of Ping'an Apartments. However, Chunga very soon vetoed this possibility. The low possibility of a family with children moving into a rundown apartment like this aside, even if there was one, it was unlikely for one family to own 4 dolls at the same time. After all, they came from the same manufacturer. Furthermore, based on the design and stylings, these were manufactured several years ago. The toy market updated constantly. Before he took over the haunted house, Chun-gu had worked at a toy company, so he did know a thing or two about the toy market. If these weren't left behind by the new tenants, then it's possible they belonged to the original tenants of Fuin Apartments. Chun-gu speculated. The original owner of the apartment had 2 daughters, so if I'm not mistaken, these should belong to them. However, if that was true, another question needed answering. This place was almost completely ruined by the fire, so how did these 4 dolls survive? Is it a coincidence, or did someone purposely keep them at a place that would be safe from the fire? Chun-gu felt like he was on the right track. The only person who could that is the killer themselves. But why would the killer risk their life to protect these 4 dolls? Are these items of importance to them? The zipper on the back of the doll was all rusted, so Chun-gu tore open the fabric directly. Among the cotton, he discovered a card. It fit perfectly inside his palm. It was a love letter. The action was so cheesy that Chun-gu cringed on the person's behalf. Sticking love letter inside a doll? Goodness, that sure is cheesy. If this was a murderer, then he was definitely a shy and reserved man. He did not have the courage to confess in person. So he gifted the girl the doll, hoping that she would discover the secret that was hidden within. Compelled by curiosity, Chun-gu tore open another 2 dolls. Each of them contained a card, and the content was almost similar to the first one. However, when he tore open the last doll, a chill ran down his spine. Instead of a love ladder, the cotton was filled with shredded pieces of paper, and placed together, they all read, "Go to hell." Confession of love for some reason turned into curses. What happened in between, Chun-gu had no way of telling. These should all have been left behind by the killer, so they are crucial evidence. He picked out several paper pieces and shoved them in his pocket. As he was about to walk deeper into the house, the voice-activated light at the staircase suddenly came on. *T. Someone's coming. Desperate to escape, Chun-gu turned off the flashlight on his phone, grabbed the dolls, and ran into the guest room that was closest to him. Holding his breath, Chun-gu hid behind the door and looked out at what was happening to the crack between the door and its frame. The sound of footsteps became clearer, and a conversation between a male and a female floated up the stairs. "We have to move that thing out soon. We can't delay anymore. The new tenant has been up to the 3rd floor already. Thankfully, he turned back at the staircase, or else he would have spotted me. I know. There have been more and more new people coming here recently. We have to deal with that thing as soon as we can." "Agreed. Inform everyone and tell them to be prepared. We'll dig it out tonight and bury it up the hills." The person was carrying an old-fashioned oil lamp, and with the light's help, Chun-gu managed to see that the 2 people talking were the landlord and the woman from the 1st floor. Why would they come up to the 3rd floor in the middle of the night? Chun-gu pushed himself against the wall to ensure they would not see him. Not long after that, the tattoo guy and the fat man whom he had seen earlier all came up the stairs. They were all wrapped up in black clothes and carried equipment like wires, a gunny sack, and cleavers. What are they up to? The small group stood in the corridor, and it felt like they were in the middle of an argument. The fat man, who was walking at the back, had his head drooped while he groused. "Do we really have to do this? If we dig it out, our fingerprints will easily get left behind. Things will be incredibly hard to explain then." "And you think it's easy to explain now?" The landlord glared at the fat man. "Stop complaining and start moving. I think we should call the cops." The fat man stood where he was. The tattoo guy walked over to grip the man's collar, hissing into his face, "Have you lost your mind? Do you want to die so badly? If we involve the police, we'll be their prime suspects. During the investigation, your hit and run and our illegal occupation of the old man's property will all be exposed." "Honey, calm down." The woman walked over to place her hand on the tattoo guy's arm. "We're all in the same boat, so instead of turning on each other, we'd better get moving. None of us have a clean record. It was not easy for us to finally find ourselves a comfortable lair. If any of you dare get any other ideas, you'd better watch out." The landlord tossed the iron hammer in his hands to the fat man. "You go and take the first crack." "Me?" Sweat covered the fat man's forehead immediately. His face blanched as he dragged the mallet across the floor. As he continued to observe, the more Chun-gu felt something was wrong. What are they planning to dig up? The fat man walked to the deepest part of the staircase. He moved the trash to the side and, under the other tenant's careful scrutiny, parted the curtain that was originally hidden behind the mountain of trash. It was a fortified cement wall, and embedded inside the wall was a female body that was facing away from the group. Chapter 22, Murder by Midnight. Chun-Gu clamped his mouth to prevent himself from making a noise. When he saw the body, he immediately messaged Seinen, "Call the police now." There was no light in the staircase, and a door stood between them and Chun-Gu, so the viewers had no idea what was happening. Then again, Chun-Gu had no time for them at a moment like that. He leaned closer to the crack, with nary the courage to even blink. The body is hidden inside the wall, and that's what they're trying to dig up, Chun-Gu thought to himself. He did not dare make any sudden movement. He was in a very vulnerable position. The few tenants were only several steps away from him. They would have spotted him if they turned around to walk into the room he was hiding in. Are you playing with sand at the beach? Put some muscle into it. The landlord cursed as he walked over to the body. He laid the gunny sack open on the ground and squatted down to clear away the cement around the body. Probably afraid that they might wake up the other tenants, their movements were light and didn't make any sound. The wall was pried open, and the cement dust fell all over the place. Everyone was sweating profusely, but it was unclear whether it was a nervous sweat or sweat from a manual labor. They shared the work, but since this was the first time they had done something like this, everyone was still feeling a bit weirded out, which slowed down their progress considerably. 10 minutes later, they finally managed to extricate the body from the wall and place it inside the gunny sack. "Fatty, you stay back to clean up the mess. The rest of us will take her up the hill to bury her." The landlord passed the hammer over as he gave the orders. "I'm coming with you," the rotund man said immediately. This whole exercise had drained him both physically and mentally. He didn't have the guts to be left all alone in the dark. "Would you man up a little?" the landlord turned to say to the only woman of the group. Then, "Juanaire, you stay back to accompany him. We'll meet up at the same place later up on the hill." Then he went down the stairs carrying the gunny sack with the tattooed man. His footsteps were alternatively heavy and light on account of his limp. When he passed the room Chun-Gu was hiding in, he suddenly stopped. Why is there so much cotton on the floor? Chun-Ji's heart was at his throat when he heard that question from the landlord. When he tore the dolls open, some shredded cotton and paper pieces had inadvertently fallen on the floor. At the time, it had been too dark for him to notice them, and now it was too late for him to retrieve it. It's probably just rubbish. We'll deal with it later. This thing is heavy. Let's deal with the more important matter first. The tattooed guy who was behind him urged. The landlord nodded, and the two continued on down the corridor and the stairs. "Fatty, don't just stand there. Start working." The woman and the fat man worked together to pick up all the trash and wiped away the blood stains that were left on the tools. Several minutes later, they also went down the stairs hauling a hug sack. Their footsteps gradually disappeared. It was not until the third floor became totally quiet that Chun-Gu dared to breathe. He was cautious as he leaned to look through the crack. The corridor was dark and empty. Everyone had left. F***CK. That scared the crap out of me. He waited for another 3 minutes. When he was sure they were not coming back, Chun-Gu inched out from behind the door and walked out on tiptoes. To prevent discovery, he did not use his phone. He placed his hand on the wall and slowly found his way forward. Based on their conversation, yes, those people aren't totally innocent, but the female body in the wall doesn't seem like it has anything to do with them. If anything, they were a certain kind of unlucky. After seizing the old man's property, they were left with a body in the wall to be dealt with. The first reaction for any normal individual under such circumstances would have been to call the police, but since they each had a crime they were hiding from, they could not do that. In the end, they had no choice but to help the Real murderer keep this a secret, and now they even had to help the murderer bury the evidence. No wonder the landlord reminded me multiple times to not wander around the building after dark. After Chun-Ji's eyes got used to the darkness, his speed increased. He could not wait to get out of the building. Chun-Gu decided to give up on his backpack and directly went down to the first floor. F***CK. The front door was locked, meaning he was trapped inside the building. These people still remembered to lock the door, even when they were going out to bury a body. A twinge of fear curled up within Chun-Ji's heart. The windows on the first floor are all fixed with anti-theft netting, and the ones on the third floor are all barred with wooden planks. So my only route of escape is through the windows on the second floor. The longer he stayed inside the apartment, the more anxious he felt. Chun-gu clutched a mallet in his hand as he returned to the second floor. The corridor looked ominous in the dark, like the gaping maw of a monster. This is too quiet. Chun-ji's room was next to the landlord's, which was at the deepest end of the corridor. He was tense, afraid that any of the room door would suddenly open. Holding his breath, Chun-gu slid silently down the corridor to his room. Thankfully, there were no surprises. If I tie the bedspread together, it should be long enough for me to jump out the window and reach the first floor. Chun-gu found his key and used his phone's torch to locate the keyhole. As he was about to stick the key in, his hand froze. Where's the hair that I stuck in the keyhole? His hair stood on end and fear swamped Chun-gu on all sides. His limbs were frozen solid. Someone has gone inside my room. They know I'm not in my room. Chun-ji's breathing turned rapid. He felt like there was a piece of ice stuck in his lung. When did they get in? After digging up the body? Or when they saw the cotton on the floor? In reality, the answer was not that important. Chun-gu took several steps back, and he gradually calmed down, staring at the closed door of his room. I can't go into the room. They're probably waiting inside to ambush me. Chun-gu got used to the situation fast enough thanks to his powerful heart. He had to get out of that place as fast as he could, or else he would be in mortal danger. Chun-gu did not make any noise as he took further steps back. He knew clearly, other than the windows on the second floor, there was no other exit out of the apartment. Making as little noise as he could, Chun-gu retreated to the rightmost corner of the corridor. This was the place was the farthest from his room. These tenants are far more dangerous than I expected. Whether I'll be able to survive tonight or not all depends on this gamble. Chun-gu gritted his teeth and raised his mallet to knock heavily on the door lock of the most right-hand side room. The curious silence of Ping and apartments was shattered. Chun-gu slammed on the lock like he was crazy. Following the loud bangs, the individuals that he had no interest of seeing at all appeared. The door to room 208, the room that Chun-gu had rented, was shoved open. The tattooed guy and the landlord rushed out of it brandishing an iron hammer and a cleaver. They dashed at Chun-gu with scary expressions. Please open. The lock finally snapped under pressure, and without hesitation, Chun-gu kicked the room door open. Chapter 23, Real Killer. The door slammed heavily on the wall as Chun-gu dashed into the room and yanked the window open. F***CK. It's so high. Standing at the window, the drop was at least 3 to 4 meters. Hasty footsteps echoed louder and louder, meaning the landlord and the tattooed guy were closing in on him. Chun-gu did not have the luxury of time. He jumped out of the window, grabbing the sill by the ledge as one of his legs found purchase on the first-floor window's anti-theft steel netting. He must have seen us move the body. We mustn't let him get away. The landlord's ugly mug appeared at the door. Flashing the cleaver in the air, he hissed, "You think you can escape?" Chun-gu did not dare hesitate and let go instantly. His arms were scratched, and his clothes was torn by the netting as he slid down the wall. Chun-gu rolled as he landed to reduce the impact. As he straightened himself, he grabbed the mallet off the floor and ran toward the gate. "Quick! Grab him!" The landlord roared as he lobbed the cleaver at Chun-gu. Chun-gu felt something fly past him. Looking at the cleaver that was stuck deep into the grass, he shivered in fear. If I fall into the hands of these people, they'll definitely kill me. The apartment's front door swung open then, and the fat man and the woman who had been waiting on the first floor gave chase after him, each holding hedge clippers in their hands. Bunch of crazies. Chun-gu ran as fast as he could. He shot like an arrow to the gate. Stepping on the newly changed lock, he climbed up the rusted gate. The apartment building was surrounded by a rather dense forest. In the dark, with no light, he could not even see where he was going. However, with a bunch of homicidal crazies chasing after him, Chun-gu had no choice but to brave the possibility of getting lost and head into the forest. As he ran through the brush, the ray of flashlights occasionally cut to the darkness, and the cursing of the landlord and the tattooed guy came from behind him. Chun-gu did not even dare turn around. He only had one thought on his mind: escape. His clothes were torn by the twigs and branches. His body was covered in mud and leaves. After 15 minutes of full speed running, Chun-gu believed he had finally managed to outrun the landlord's group. He half-squatted inside a bush and saw the dim light that lit up someplace far away. His fingers snuck into the fresh soil, and he gasped greedily for air. That was way too close. When he was trapped inside the apartment, if he had made one wrong move, he would have died. Jesus, the difficulty of this trial mission is too damn high. The mission dispensed by the black phone like to toy with his life. And the worst thing was, this was happening to him in real life. Temporarily shaking off the landlord's group did not mean that he was safe. Chun-Ge shrank into the bush, and he was still afraid that when he turned, he would suddenly see the landlord's group behind him with clippers and cleavers. When his heart rate returned to normal, Chun-Ge slowly extricated himself from the bush. The sign of the flashlights had completely disappeared. The forest was quiet. Even the birds were not singing. Which direction is out? Chun-Ge had to admit he was completely lost. Should I hide in here until dawn? Chun-Ge pulled out his phone and realized a live stream was still going on. The screen had been black for more than 1 hour already. The chat log was filled with question marks. Even the more experienced viewers had no idea what was going on inside this curious live stream. He did not waste time to explain himself. He glanced at the time and was about to click open the message that had come from Seinen when he suddenly heard the sound of leaves crunching coming from behind him. Chun-Ge immediately stuck his phone back into his pocket, lest the light from the screen expose him, clutching the mallet tightly. He was so nervous that even his palms were sweating, and he stared in the direction where the sound had come from. Not long after that, a ray of dim light cut through the darkness. Just as Chun-Ge was about to use his mallet, a familiar voice asked, "Is someone there?" "Who is it?" "Wang Chi. Didn't he leave the apartment long ago? Why is he here at the middle of the night?" Chun-Ge thought to himself. Even though Chun-Ge was curious, he understood curiosity killed a cat. So he stayed where he was. Was I mistaken? Impossible. Wang Chi waved his flashlight around and paced around the area. I mustn't let him see me. This person's problem is even bigger than the tenants of Ping Apartments. Chun-Ge did not show himself. Instead, he retreated further away from Wang Chi. After moving for a while, Chun-Ge realized the hill was becoming steeper. He seemed to have gone the wrong direction and wandered around to the other side of the hill. After exiting a thick bush, a secluded estate appeared before him. Surrounded by trees sat a very simple-looking wooden house. There was a wooden sign tacked to the door, and as he wandered closer, he saw it read, "Fire is a very dangerous thing in the forest, so be careful when using flames. Saving the environment starts with you. Do not litter." This looks like a resting house for the forest rangers. He tried pushing the door, and it was not locked. As it creaked open, a weird smell drifted out from within. What is it? He did not dare turn on the flashlight on his phone, only using the brightness of his screen. The wooden house was small, but was filled with various everyday items. It looked more like a landfill site. Chun-Ge sniffed the air and walked toward the source of the weird smell. It was a bed. He flipped the wooden mattress up, and underneath, he saw clothes that had gone moldy. A hoarder? The discovery was even weirder than he had predicted. All the clothes were for a female, and they appeared worn and unwashed. Chun-Ge pulled several articles of clothing out and realized they were the same size. This meant that they probably all belonged to the same person. The mud stuck to the clothes hasn't even dried yet, meaning they've been worn recently? With a mortician's makeup skill, Chun-Ge had gained a thorough understanding of human anatomy. As he used his fingers to measure the size of the clothes, the image of the female body that was embedded in the wall appeared in his mind. The size matches perfectly. These clothes probably belong to the woman inside the wall. But why would a dead woman's clothes be hidden inside this wooden house? And why had they been worn several days ago? Chun-Ji's heart started to race. He placed the clothes on the floor and realized there were some paper notes stuck to some of them. He picked them up for a closer look and realized they were all filled with proclamations like, "I love you." This handwriting. Chun-Ge pulled out the notes from the dolls. Under close examination, the two looked 90% similar. The dolls were from 5 years ago, and these female clothes were obviously dumped here only several weeks ago. There are years apart between them. So why do they share so many similarities? Same handwriting, same love notes. Could the culprit for both cases have been the same person? Chun-Ge picked up the clothes to throw them back under the bed. It was then that a phone with pink case fell from one of the pockets. A phone? Chun-Ge picked it up. He realized that the phone was on the messages page. Whoever was using the phone had been writing a message. "Save me?" A chill ran down Chun-Ji's spine. He exited the page and looked through the message history. All of them were the same, and they only had 2 words. Save me. Chapter 24. I caught the killer. Chunga looked through the sent dates of all the messages, and they were all 1 day apart and sent at midnight. This matched perfectly with what Wang Chi said, but it was also the detail that made Chunga shiver in terror. How could a body frozen inside a wall send a message punctually every night? Supernatural activity? If this was truly the work of a powerful specter, how was that group of tenants who had disturbed the body still alive? Something is wrong. Chingo lined up all the clues, and a thought dawned upon him. The person who has been sending Wang Chi messages every night is the killer of his fiancée, as well as the real killer responsible for the arson years ago. And I think I know that person is. Chingo thought, standing inside the wooden house. Wang Chi is thought a mad person by every tenant in the apartment, and the landlord chases him out every time he sees him. But more than that, he is the only person I saw tonight who isn't a tenant at the apartment. In spite of that, he appears often enough within the vicinity of the apartment. This means that his actual place of accommodation must be very close to the apartment. But the question is, when I was arguing with the landlord about the rental, he told me confidently that there is no other place to live within several thousand meters. In other words, Wang Chi couldn't be living at another nearby apartment or hotel. In that case, this wooden house is probably where he lives when he's not out spreading those notices. If he's a resident of this wooden house, then many things can be explained. The pitiable man who wanders about every day, asking about his missing fiancée, is probably his own fiancée's killer. Chungu had a hard time believing that he had chatted so amiably with a cold-blooded murderer, and even attempted to share his sad history with the man. He swallowed deeply, and it was then that he felt fear. This madman must have been through some trauma to have the need to collect the dead woman's clothes, and even use the woman's phone to message himself every night. Perhaps there's another personality that lives inside his body that comes out to take over his body after he falls asleep. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Chingu became. He looked through the phone to try to come up with more clues. This phone should be covered with his fingerprints, so it is an important piece of evidence. I have to take good care of it. As Chungu looked at the screen, perhaps it was a nervousness or perhaps it was something else, he saw a girl's figure appear on screen. She looked to be 18 or 19 and was wearing a blood-dyed school uniform. He rubbed his eyes to attempt to take a closer look when he felt a chill run up the back of his neck, like something was brushing his hand along it. This made Chingu jump and turn back to look. The air in the wooden house froze, and Chinji's heart almost jumped out of its cage when he saw what was behind him. The door of the wooden house had been opened silently, and standing about 2 meters behind him was Wang Chi with his eyes bloodshot, raising an axe slowly up in the air. Time seemed to have stopped as the 2 men looked at each other, neither daring to move. So close. Wang Chi's voice was completely different from before. It seemed like the madness that was suppressed earlier had been unleashed. Chungu did not say anything in return, but his grip on the mallet tightened. He was feeling rather grateful toward the specter. If she had not shown up to warn him, his head would have been rolling on the floor. Such a waste. Wang Chi took a step forward, and Chungu immediately held his mallet up in a guarded manner. Relax, you've seen the stuff inside the phone. Chungu did not know what the madman was up to, so he did not dare let his guard down. Actually, if you think about it, I haven't really lied to you. The lethargy that Chungu saw earlier had completely disappeared. If anything, Wang Chi seemed to be in a very excited state. It felt like Chungu was dealing with a different person compared to the one he talked to that afternoon. When you first talked to me when you entered the apartment, I already told you my fiancée was hidden inside the apartment, did I not? See, I haven't lied to you, have I? He used the blunt end of the axe to pick up the clothes his fiancée once wore. After all, it was me who personally sealed her up inside the wall. Then Wang Chi's tone turned. His emotions raged like he was reminded of a traumatic event. He used the axe to split the clothes in 2. I did nothing wrong. She's the one who made the mistake. She wanted to leave, so what could I do but try my best to make her stay? Wang Chi blocked the door with the axe, swaying in his hand. As he stared at the chopped fabric, he said, I didn't want to do it. You understand, right? I didn't mean it. Regardless of what Wang Chi said, it was an undeniable fact that he had murdered more than one victim. So Chungu paid no heed to his explanation. With the mallet in his hand, Chungu slipped the dead woman's phone into his pocket. He zeroed in on the door, trying to find an opening to escape. I'm a hated individual, Everyone around me says so. No, even if they don't vocalize it, I know that's what they think. I can feel it. Wang Chi seemed to have totally lost his mind. His mental state was fractured, and he seemed to have a habit of talking to himself. It was as if he had walked into a mental maze and could not find a way out. As Wang Chi was talking, Chunga slowly adjusted the angle that he was standing. He simulated different escape scenarios in his mind, like using something else to distract the madman's attention. But those ideas were removed from his mind because the wooden house was ultimately too small for something like that. Wang Chi's voice became shriller as he continued, a veritable sign that he was breaking down. The longer he stayed there, the greater the danger it was for Chunga. He decided to make a move soon and stop focusing on running simulations. Every muscle in his body tensed. Wang Chi sounded like he was on the verge of lose control as the axe flailed dangerously in the air. Chunga caught an opening. He sprinted and knocked into Wang Chi with great momentum. One should not underestimate a cornered rabbit. This was probably the bravest decision Chunga had ever made in the past 20 years. When facing off against a serial killer, he acted even more rashly than the killer. In the dark, Wang Chi's reaction was one beat slower than Chun-Ji's. He was unable to avoid Chun-Ji's mallet, which was flying at his head. Bang! The mallet connected with skin and skull. Chunga felt something sticky on his hand, but he did not relax and launched another kick at Wang Chi's stomach. When the man doubled over, Chunga blasted out the door. Chunga immediately raced into the forest. This time, he did manage to catch the direction he was running in. The trees became sparser and the ground smoother. However, he still had not escaped from danger. He knew someone was chasing after him. The wavering light and the sound of the branches being snapped was the best proof. Chunga did not dare to even stop to take a breather. It was not until he saw the cement road that the sound behind him slowly disappeared. Those people should have left already. Chunga ran several hundred meters down the cement road before he heard the sound of police siren. He looked down the horizon and saw car lights coming down the road. I'm saved. He jumped up and down in the middle of the road. It was me who called the police. I caught the killer from 4 years ago. Chapter 25, Unlocking a New Scenario. Sitting on the wooden table were several used cotton swabs, a bottle of mineral water, and an unopened bun. The young officer, sitting across the table, put down his recorder and took out his phone to show Chunga a picture on it. Is it the man you saw? Chunga took a look at the picture of several men walking out of a building together. The tallest among them had a tattoo of a peony on the back of his hand. Yes, that's him. Peony represents wealth in Chinese culture and is a common tattoo among gamblers. This man's name is Zhang Peng. He's a gambler who is currently running from a debt of several 100,000 RMB. He's involved in crimes like robbery and mugging. The officer continued flipping through the pictures. Now, take a look at this. This time, it was a picture that looked like it was taken from a traffic camera. After multiple zoom-ins, Chunga finally got a clear view of the driver. Sitting in the driver's seat was a frantic-looking fat man. He looked around 90% similar to the fat man Chunga saw in the apartment. Looks familiar. With your description, we matched it to our traffic records database. The name of the driver in the picture is Feng Chunlei, an out-of-city man. He was responsible for a hit-and-run and driving under influence. The young officer put aside his phone and rearranged the information laid before him. I believe I've taken all the information I need from you, Mr. Chun, but temporarily, you cannot leave. In a minute, the people from the main city's investigation team will need to get a more thorough statement from you. Hopefully, you'll be willing to cooperate with the investigation. After all, you're our only witness. Of course. Chunga leaned down in bed, and his emotions began to calm down. Several hours ago, Western Jiujiang City's police station had received a call saying there was a murder going on at Ping'an Apartments. The police mobilized immediately. They ran into Chunga on their way to Ping'an Apartments. After some initial questions, the police separated into 2 teams. One went to follow Chunga back to the wooden house to detain Wang Chi, and the other went into the forest to capture Ping'an Apartments' tenants. When Chunga returned to the wooden house, there was only a pool of blood on the floor. Wang Chi had already disappeared. After seeing the fresh blood and the large amount of clothing in the wooden house, they finally believed Chunga. They immediately called for the station's help to send more people to seal the mountain. Chunga, as the key witness, was given airtight protection. Initially, the police wanted to send him to the station, but to complete the mission given by the black phone, Chun-gu insisted on staying. He told the police there was more evidence inside Ping-an Apartments and insisted on having a statement taken at Ping-an Apartments. So, with 4 officers, 2 inside and 2 outside the door protecting him, Chun-gu lay down in bed, waiting for the mission time to pass. The door was pushed open at 3 a.m. A middle-aged officer in his 40s walked in. He removed his police cap and grabbed the bottle off the table to take several big gulps. "Uncle Sambao, that's mine." Chun-gu sat up in bed when he saw the man. The officer's full name was Lee Sambao, the deputy head of Western Zhejiang City's police station. Coincidentally, he was also the officer responsible for Chun-ji's parents' disappearance case. At the time, it was this Uncle Sambao who had helped Chun-gu walk out from his depression. "You cheeky little thing. Haven't I told you to not refer to me as your Uncle Sambao? It's Superintendent Lee or Inspector Lee." Lee Sambao put down the water bottle and scolded him with an irrepressible smile on his face. "I'll let it slide this time since you've done a wonderful good deed this time." Chun-gu stood up to ask, "They've caught the man?" "Of course. Don't underestimate the people from the investigation team. They have not only captured Wang Qi, but also the other people from the apartment. The only one missing is Zhang Peng. That's great news. They've even found Wang Qi's fiancée's body. It's being looked over by our forensic expert as we speak. In any case, if you have any questions, you'd better ask them now, because I'll need to leave to deal with other things soon." The only reason Inspector Lee was there was to give Chun-gu the good news. Both Zhang Peng and Feng Chunlei are escaped criminals. But what about the other 2? Chun-gu did not hesitate and posed a question on his mind. The woman is Zhang Peng's wife. At most, she'll be guilty of harboring a fugitive. The landlord, though, is a bit more complicated. He was originally a caretaker but got too greedy and cooperated with the rest to seize the senior's property. However, he did not torture the senior. At least, we couldn't see any obvious wounds on the senior. Inspector Lee answered as he put his cap back on. "Why would you ask about that?" "Just curious." Chun-gu listened to Yi-san and flashed an honest smile. "Although, I hear that aiding the police in capturing fugitives entitles one to some rewards, yes? The banner and badge will be sent to you through mail when the case is closed. Goodbye." CK, wait. The young officer who saw this laughed and said, "Inspector Lee is just playing with you. If Wang Qi is confirmed to be the arsonist from 4 years ago, then the reward money that you could get is about 30,000 renminbi. However, the reward will be given by the local government's treasury and not the law enforcement. Furthermore, the senior once offered 5,000 renminbi as reward for any information relating to his family's death. So, there's really a monetary reward?" Chun-ji's lips curved into a smile when money was mentioned. "Asked only for fun. Of course, the reason I did this was not for the money. To be able to contribute to the preservation of peace within this wonderful city of ours is the absolute honor." The young officer smiled and did not comment. He went back to his post of guarding the door. Later, after Chun-gu was questioned by the investigation team, the officers volunteered to send him home. However, to complete the mission, Chun-gu gave multiple excuses. He refused to budge from the apartment building. Either he needed to get his stuff from room 408, or he wanted to follow the officer up to the 3rd floor to see the crime scene for himself. In any case, he stayed there until 6 a.m. It was not until the mission completed notice appeared on the black phone that he was willing to leave in the police car. Looking at the scenery that flew past him, Chun-gu did not feel at all tired. He snuck out the black phone quietly and started to look through the mission reward. Player managed to reach the mission location on time, successfully found the party responsible for the murder, and survived until dawn. Trial mission Murder by Midnight successful. A new scenario has been unlocked. Player can manipulate the props inside the set freely using the interface available on the phone. Trial mission completion rate more than 90%. Congratulations for unlocking this mission's hidden item, Wang Qi's missing person notice. Wang Qi's missing person notice. 11 malice points. Every day I search for the love that I killed. I killed her again and again, but she always manages to find me. Every morning when I open my eyes, her stuff will appear in bed with me. I've already sealed her inside the wall, but she seemed to have snuck inside my heart. Chapter 26. Boss, you're on TV. Finishing the mission with a completion rate more than 90% will get me an additional reward. When Chun-Gu realized he had managed to unlock the hidden item, he was admittedly quite excited, but that excitement soon dissipated when he read the item description. Wang Chi's missing person notice? Is the black phone mistaken or something? This feels more like a curse than a reward. After he finished reading the description, a new question popped up in his mind. Although, what are these malice points? Based on the wording, it seemed to refer to the quantification of Wang Chi's malice. A living human being has no use for something like this. So does it mean that it's not meant to be used by a living individual? Chun-Gu turned to look at the shadow trailing behind him and shook his head to loosen the thought from his mind. The police car arrived at New Century Park at around 7 a.m. Chun-Gu asked the guard for the spare key to the haunted house. He was so exhausted after such an eventful night. When he reached the staff break room, he felt like his whole skeleton was about to shatter. He pulled out his phone and realized it had already died. The live stream, naturally, had already ended. He connected it to the charger and switched it on. The pedometer that came with his phone stated that he had ran for upwards of 10,000 steps that night. He was currently at the top of his friend list, and Xiaowon even liked this particular achievement of his. Looks like I need to find some time to go training. As long as I can run faster than others, everything should be fine. Chun-Gu tapped through his phone to look for He-san's number. He sent a message in case his call woke up He-san, who might have been sleeping. However, the young man called less than 3 seconds after the message was sent. My word, boss, you're still alive. He-san's voice was so loud that Chun-Gu felt a headache coming. Did you wish for me to die so badly? Also, be a little bit quieter or you're going to wake your roommates. Who's sleeping? We were all watching your live stream, and we've been waiting to hear from you. Honestly, Chun-Gu was quite touched when he heard this. He was about to ask He-san to thank his friends for support when he heard He-san say, after the live stream cut off, they all said you're definitely dead and insisted on betting on it. Thank you, boss. You've helped pay for my meals for the rest of the week. So, my life is just worth several meals. Actually, you don't need to share this joy with me, really. Chun-Gu was speechless facing this overly honest young man. In any case, boss, thank God you're still alive. I was so afraid to see you end up in our labs. Did you know on our course the lecturer will snap the picture of the victim at his time of death, so that we'll have a better idea of what a fresh corpse looks like? That's more than enough information. Chun-Gu rubbed his temple and could feel his brain throbbing. One of the major reasons I managed to survive is thanks to you. So if there's a chance, I'll also treat you to a meal. After hanging up, Chun-Gu clicked open his personal page on the video sharing app and was surprised to discover his follower number had increased by more than 3,000 people. Damn, even a black screen can give me followers? He turned to look at his private message inbox. It was bursting with messages, but the majority of them were asking, "Host, are you still alive?" These people, it seems like they couldn't wait for me to die. When Chun-Gu realized the advertisement for his haunted house was still there, and his live stream room and personal account page had not been blocked, he sighed in relief. He tossed the phone to the side, buried his face in the pillow, and stretched lazily in bed. It's time to power down. I believe I deserve a day off. Time for bed. After removing his clothes and closing his eyes, Chun-Gu soon fell asleep. The sun rose, announcing the arrival of a new day. Sunlight filtered into the room, gilding the edge of the bed in gold. Bang! The gate of the haunted house was thrown open, and rushed footsteps came up the stairs. A key was pushed into the lock, and the staff break room was rudely pushed open. The bed shook violently like there was an earthquake. Chun-Gu was so spooked that he sprung up in bed. Before he could say anything, he saw something wave before his eyes, and then a shrill and excited voice entered his ears. "Boss, you're on television." 2 seconds later, Chun-Gu finally returned to reality. Looking at Xiaowon, who sat beside his pillow, and smelling the fresh scent that drifted from her hair, Chun-Gu silently picked up the comforter to cover his exposed upper body before saying, "Slow down. What about me? This is the first time someone I know in real life has been on television. Even though your face has been mosaicked, I could still recognize that it was you easily." Mosaic? Chun-Gu still had not caught up to what Suwon was saying. "Look." Suwon passed her phone to Chun-Gu. This is a snippet of the video I took from the internet. During the Zhejiang morning news segment, there was a last-minute story. Chun-gu clicked play, and the image on the screen showed Ping Apartments. Justice always prevails. There has been a recent development to the arson that killed a family of 4 at Fuin Apartments 4 years ago. Thanks to the aid of a kind citizen, law enforcement has managed to detain the real culprit to answer for his crimes. Following that was a simple interview attached with a picture of Chun-gu leaving the scene with a police officer. However, Chun-ji's face was heavily pixelated. There was a caption explaining that because one of the fugitives was still on the run, the identity of the kind citizen temporarily would not be revealed to protect said citizen's safety. Boss, that person is you, right? The clothes are the same as the ones you were wearing yesterday. Do you mind letting me put on some clothes first? Chun-gu shook his head slightly. After getting into his clothes, Chun-gu quickly explained everything that had happened at Ping Apartments last night to Soo-won. However, he did not reveal the real reason he was there. Instead, he said that he was there to seek new inspiration to add to the haunted house. After listening to his story, Soo-won's expression had a huge change. Boss, I'm sure you're tired then. Please take your much-needed rest. Leave the visitors to me. She said that out of kindness, but the moment Chun-gu heard that there were visitors, he felt instantly energized. How many are there? More than yesterday. Then, what are we waiting for? Help me get up. Chun-gu had Soo-won go wait at the entrance, and he rushed to the toilet to wash his face. Then, he pulled out the black phone to click Open the Murder by Midnight scenario. Murder by Midnight, Scream Factor 1 star of the scenario has been completed. Feel free to go up to the 3rd floor to take a look. Warning, the haunted house is running out of internal space. New scenarios shall not be unlockable until further expansion. Chun-gu initially thought he had prepared many things, but he realized he had underestimated the black phone. When was the scenario set up? After putting on his shoes, Chun-gu raced up to the 3rd floor and pushed the door open. The world beyond the door had completely changed. The space stuffed with unwanted props had disappeared, and what awaited him was a long corridor that was dripping with an eerie air. The newly unlocked scenario was huge. It took up more than half of the 3rd floor, as well as parts of space from the 2nd floor's Minghun and the 1st floor's Night of the Living Dead. So, there are now 3 floors in total, 1st and 2nd being the appetizer, and the scariest on the 3rd. How come it became so similar to Ping Apartments? Chapter 27, New Item. Chun-gu went in to familiarize himself with the new set. The structure and layout were similar to Ping Apartments. The place was living and breathing anxiety and pain. There were more than 10 traps, and many rooms were connected to each other through hidden doors. Other than that, there were a few nasty hidden gems. This place feels authentic, and it's perfect for an escape the room type of game. I'll have the visitors try it out in a minute. Standing there, the memories from last night reappeared in Chun-ji's mind, and he shivered. He had the most authentic of experience. Due to the limitation of time, Chun-gu only took a cursory look around before walking downstairs. After all, the customers were waiting. Before he even reached the front door, Chun-gu could hear Soo-won. Please be patient. I'm sure boss is coming. In the meantime, you can give the other attractions at the park a try. Gal, is your boss really inside the haunted house? We saw his live stream last night. He was being chased by more than 10 people through the woods. Did he really manage to escape such a dreadful situation? You're kidding. I was also one of the viewers. The host was trapped inside the apartment by a bunch of crazies, and they were closing in on him. I really find it hard to believe that he would be able to escape a trap like that. Are you sure we were watching the same live stream? Last night, other than sounds, there was only a black screen. How the hell did all of you manage to come up with so much information? Regardless, we're here to see him. If not his living self, his dead body will suffice. The sound of discussion had gotten so loud that it attracted the attention of Uncle Sue. Looking at the size of the crowd, he was feeling both glad and worried. Since a particular point in time, this haunted house that felt like it was crumbling suddenly became New Century Park's main attraction. Many people would start lining up early in the morning. Normally, that was definitely good news. But whenever he listened to the words that came out of the visitor's lips, his heart crunched with worry. This cannot be allowed to continue. When I see Xiao Chen next, I'll need to have a talk with him. The young man is definitely hard-working, but I must not let him stray down the dark path. The gate swung open, and Chun-gu walked out from the haunted house. Sorry for making all of you wait. The haunted house is now open. Ticket price is 20 renminbi. Children are not allowed. The crowd became silent instantly. A few of his viewers rushed over to his side to bombard him with questions about last night. Chun Ge got his 5 minutes of fame. After that, order returned to the crowd, and they entered the haunted house one after another. After the lesson from the previous time, Chun Ge did not dare put Black Friday on loop. Instead, he shuffled it into a long list of sound effects, allowing it to play at random. Chun Ge helped Xiao Wan with her makeup and had her stalk the people in the Minghan scenario while he stayed at the entrance to sell tickets. The number of visitors is slowly climbing, and the reputation has increased a lot. If this continues, I'll reach the criteria to expand the haunted house in a few days. Chun Ge took out the black phone to see how far he was from the target number of visitors he needed to unlock the expansion, as well as to take a look at the refreshed daily mission. Easy mission. If you want to provide the visitors a scary experience, then first you have to pay notice to the rhythm and tempo of their experience in the haunted house. Setting off the scare too early might cause the visitors to lose their interest, so it is suggested that you install some sound detectors or surveillance cameras in the haunted house to keep track of your visitors' progress. Normal mission. The key to a good scare is the element of surprise. For example, put up the scary source opposite from the spot that normally captures the visitor's eyes. Inspect the haunted house to see whether all the props fit this criterion. Nightmare mission. There are weird sounds coming from the bathroom every midnight. If you want to know why, follow my directions. Daily missions will refresh every day at midnight. User can only apply for one mission each day, and the reward corresponds to the difficulty of the mission. Beware, the more difficult the mission, the more dangerous it'll be. So please choose carefully. After taking a quick glance at the daily missions, Chun Ge first rejected the nightmare mission. After 2 sleepless nights, what he needed more than anything was rest. Furthermore, he already had 1 mirror monster to deal with. He really did not think he could deal with 2 monsters at the same time. The rewards from nightmare missions are most applicable directly to myself, giving me some kind of skill, but the reward is proportional to the risk. So temporarily, that's ruled out. The easy mission requires a certain amount of money, at least until monetary reward from capturing Wang Qi arrives. Completing that sounds impossible. Chun Ge considered the options and came to the conclusion that the normal mission was the one best available. Setting up the scares opposite from the focal point. This is not such a bad idea. Applying it into my haunted house will definitely bring more surprises to the visitors. After accepting the normal mission, Chun Ge leaned against the entrance as he kept up the channel of communication with Su Wan. Noon arrived soon after, and the crowd gradually dissipated. Chun Ge called for Su Wan to come out and told her to go for her lunch break as he went back to the Minghan set alone. He had personally designed the scenario and had put much thought into each scare. Since he had accepted the normal mission, he spent the whole afternoon while Su Wan was away on updating and improving the set. Normally, when the visitors entered the haunted house, they would be mentally prepared, so it would not be easy to scare them then. Therefore, he needed something to distract their attention, to make them think that something was about to jump out at them from that direction. While their attention was fully occupied by the fake scare, the real scare would assault them from a completely unexpected direction. This normal mission was far easier than Chun Ge expected. In just a few hours, he received the alert on the black phone that he had finished the mission. You completed the normal mission. There is more than one way to scare a person. The element of surprise is the key to a good scare. Congratulations, you have gained a mission reward. Dr. Skullcracker's uniform. Dr. Skullcracker's uniform. Item. A Tyre Clark has worked at the mental hospital for over 20 years. Constant exposure to mental patients slowly distorted his view on life. One day, he decided to end everything once and for all. He believed the source of madness had seeped into his patients' brains. So the only solution was to crack their skulls open to remove the source directly, all in the name of saving his patients. After Black Friday, Chun Ge had received another item. He clicked on the app, and the black phone told him the item had been placed inside the props room. The timing is just perfect. If I combine this with a murder by midnight scenario, it should create a wonderful arrangement. Several ideas cropped up in Chinji's mind. He grabbed a pen and paper to write them down when his phone rang. He sang. Chun Ge answered the call. "What's up?" "Boss, Do you still remember what I told you last time? Seinen kept his voice lowered, as if afraid that someone might hear him. About how the seniors in our faculty have formed a warring party to take revenge for Senior Gao Rushue after you scared her to her tears last time. They're already on their way. Boss, you'd better be prepared. Chapter 28. Different from what you told us. They're coming right now? Chungu actually did not mind Seinen seniors at all. I'm risking my life by giving you this information. The seniors are planning to shoot a funny video inside your haunted house and put it on the internet to make Senior Gao laugh. I hope you won't be angry. After all, our course only has 5 classes, and in total, only 7 girls. The one you made cry was the prettiest of them all. So, boss, take care. Seinen heard coming footsteps. So he quickly hung up. Want to shoot a funny video at my haunted house? Chungu put his phone away, and a wicked grin appeared on his face. They say medical students have bigger guts than most. They'll be the perfect guinea pigs to try out my new scenario, and we'll see who's laughing then. After lunch break, Chungu went downstairs to open the gate. The visitors who missed a chance to visit the haunted house in the morning all rushed over. Some of them purposely came to pay the place a visit after watching Chinji's videos and live stream online. Some of them were dragged there by families or friends, while the rest were merely curious. Since the line for this attraction was so long, it had to be for something fun, right? Ticket price is 20 renminbi. For the best effect, we suggest going in with a group of 3. Chungu maintained the order as he communicated with Su Wan. Both of them were busy beyond belief. Time flew, and when it was 3 p.m., 7 fashionable youths entered the new Century Park. They made a beeline for the haunted house like they were on a mission. Each of them had different personality, and they did not talk much among themselves. They stood in the line for the haunted house quietly, making the atmosphere become weirdly serious. Several minutes later, when the earlier group of visitors came out holding each other for support, the tallest among them walked toward Chungu. Boss, 6 tickets. His voice was deep and gravelly. Chungu raised his head to look at the young man and glanced at the group behind him. But there are 7 of you. This one is just responsible for bringing us here. The tall youth yanked Seinen to front. Boss, I won't be going in. Seinen was traumatized by his earlier experience in the haunted house. After smiling at Chungu, he hurriedly squirreled back to the crowd. Since you're already here, how can I leave you all alone standing outside? Here, this is on the house. Chungu passed the tall youth 7 tickets. All of you are from Zhejiang Medical University, right? Nice to make your acquaintance. Chunji's kindness and enthusiasm made the few medical students feel rather embarrassed. Seinen, since the boss has gifted you the ticket, it'll be wrong if you refuse his kindness. The tall youth passed everyone their ticket, but what they did next confused the other visitors. They did not enter the haunted house directly and seemed to congregate outside it for some kind of tactical meeting. Seinen and myself will be a group. Monkey and Lao Zhao will be a group. Lao Song, Xiao Hui, and Shiling, you 3 will be the last group. Everyone has memorized the tactics that were posted on the forum before we departed, right? Yes, it's all memorized. The layout of the set has been drawn out by Seinen already, and we're familiar with every trick the place has to offer. Be prepared and show no trace of fear. We mustn't bring shame to Zhejiang Medical University. Understood. All right, from now on, put yourself into the correct mental state and bring that adrenaline up. Increase the breathing rate. Imagine that you're going skydiving or bungee jumping, and make your every cell come alive. Indeed, be fierce, be tough. You're fiercer than the fiercest of ghosts. You're not afraid of anything. Do you still remember the oath we made when we joined the university? A straight heart leads a right path. Zhejiang Medical University, speaker of the living and the dead. All right, let's go. The speech was so inspiring that even the other visitors could not help but clap and cheer. Even Chungu was internally impressed. Seinen and the tall youth departed from the group and said, "The 2 of us will lead the way. Wait for our good news." The 2 stepped toward Chungu with fire and spirit. Just the 2 of you? Your rules only allow a maximum of 3 people in one group, don't they? Oh, that's the rule for the Minghan scenario. Don't mind that little detail. All 7 of you can come in all at once. I wouldn't want the rest of you to waste your time waiting for others. Chungu led the group into the haunted house that felt like it was colder than the temperature outside. First, all of you need to sign the disclaimer agreement on the table. waiving away your right to sue the haunted house for any and all injuries, supposed or otherwise, before I can allow you to continue. Wait, this wasn't here last time. Seinen wandered over to the table. That's because you were my first customer to feign inside the attraction. Chunga smiled kindly at the group of students. I believe Seinen will have already briefed all of you on the history of this place, so I won't go into the details. All I want to give you is just a reminder and warning. Chunga slowly pulled a smile away. He pulled out his phone to search for the morning news. The case at Ping Apartments 4 years ago was finally solved, but there is still a killer on the loose. Of course, this has nothing to do with us, but when I came to work this morning, the door of the haunted house was left open like someone had wandered in. Ping Apartments and New Century Park are both on the western side of town. Hopefully, it's just me overthinking. In a few words, Chunga managed to plant the seed of doubt. He did not need to convince Senen's group that was the truth. He merely needed to implant the suggestion in their mind. After all, one's imagination could always conjure up things that were scarier than reality. After signing the agreement, Chunga led them up to the 3rd floor and slowly pushed the door to the murder by midnight scenario open. A cold draft picked up from somewhere, along the dark corridors. It felt like eyes were peeping at them from the half-open doors. The corridor led down to an endless staircase and maze-like turns and corners. The ceiling was charred, and everywhere they turned, they could see scratches, like someone had desperately tried clawing their way out. The fire of the group was half-stifled the moment they saw this. Every single one of them froze on the spot, and they turned to look at Seinen in unison. Where's the Sahiyuan? This is different from what you told us. I was training with weights the whole night to lift the coffin lid. The eyes on Seinen almost made him cry. The honest young man could only turn to Chunga for help, but the latter ignored him. The theme of this scenario is called Murder by Midnight. Please do not take any pictures, and violators will be personally responsible for the possible consequences. The exit is hidden within the set, and the time limit is 20 minutes. If you wish to surrender, just yell at the camera, and I will come get you. After all of them entered the corridor, Chunga smiled at them and said in parting, Enjoy. Chapter 29, Xiao Wan, Dr. Skullcracker. The door to the Murder by Midnight scenario closed with a click, and the crisp sound was like a shackle that tightened itself around a group of medical students' hearts. Seinen, based on your previous experience, what do you think our best course of action is? Find the exit as soon as possible. After locking the door, Chunga immediately gave Xiao Wan a call to tell her to meet him in the props room. Boss, what's the hurry? The visitors are already inside the building, aren't they? Su Wan, with her dead person makeup and the ghost bride's attire from the Minghan setting, was quite scary running about the building. I've built a new scenario on the 3rd floor. It's called Murder by Midnight. The group of medical students should be the perfect test subjects for the new scenario. Chunga pushed open the door and used the black phone to search for the things that he needed. But shouldn't the new scenario be inspected by the park management first before it can be used? Su Wan followed after him, holding the traditional skirt above her ankles lest she tripped on it. Boss, what are you looking for anyway? The uniform that I personally made for you. Uniform? At the deepest corner of the room, Chunga spotted a familiar wooden box. He did not expect this box that had once housed a doll, and the black phone would suddenly materialize in the room. Chunga walked to the box and peered in. Sitting at the bottom were a weird-looking hammer, a blood-soaked robe, and a yellowed missing person notice. Found it. Chunga pulled the robe up. Surprisingly, the robe that looked like a normal doctor's garb was incredibly heavy. That was probably due to the iron chains that were sewn into the fabric. The chains were carved with human faces in various degrees of torment. Boss, this is a uniform you made for me? Su Wan involuntarily took several steps back because she could smell the blood that seemed to radiate from the outfit. Can I not wear it? Extras at Haunted House are actors, Xiao Wan. Think of the lessons your teachers at drama school once taught you. An actor has to be able to familiarize himself with any and all roles. Chunga spread the robe out, and a faux human skin mask fell out from between the folds. Chunga also did not know such a thing came with the outfit. He bent over to pick it up, and with just a quick glance, he shivered with chills. The mask was made from parts of male faces sewn together. It was rough-looking, but that only added to its scare factor. Boss, don't tell me I have to wear that as well. Su Wan had already retreated to the door. Just try it on, please. I want to see how it looks as a whole. I'll be the ghost next time, okay? Pretty please, Chinga begged, but his tone sounded like the devil in fairy tales luring common man to sin. Fine, I'll try it on. Suwon finally relented. After accepting the skin mask and the garb, she took off the ghost bride attire in front of Chun-gu and changed into her new uniform. She did not seem to mind that Chun-gu was standing right there. Boss, honestly, your definition of uniform might need to be updated. The moment Suwon curled the chains around her body and put on the blood-soaked garb and the skin mask, a subtle change seemed to occur to her entire personality. A sense of cruelty, madness, and wickedness seemed to come over her. Not bad. Chun-gu did not dare let Suwon near the mirror, afraid that she might scare herself. Come, carry this with you. Chun-gu grabbed a weird-looking hammer from a box. The hammer was about 40 centimeters long. Its handle looked like a human spine. At the end, there was a hook that could connect it to the chain inside the robe, and on both sides of the hammerhead, there were needles used for bloodletting. It's hollow, so not heavy, but if you feel it's too troublesome to run with it, you can drag it across the floor. Suwon had already surrendered to Chin-ji's weird ideas. All she did was nod and accepted the hammer. Place your phone inside your outer pocket and make sure your earpiece is working. Keep the channel open, and if there are no questions, it's time for us to start. Us? Boss, you're entering the scenario as well. Suwon turned a glance at Chun-gu. Her mellifluous voice coming out of the skin mask had a particularly chilling effect. Of course. Come on, let's get a move on. The visitors are probably bored waiting for us. Chun-gu had Suwon enter the murder by midnight scenario while he returned to the main control room. In just several minutes, he found the shadows of the 7 students on screen. Those 7 were bigger cowards than Gao Rushue. Judging from the expressions on their faces, it was clear that they were nervous. After so long, they're still wandering around the entrance? Looks like I'll need to give them a little push. Chun-gu first switched the music to Black Friday before calling Suwon. Xiao-won, this new scenario is huge. It not only involves the 3rd floor, but also parts of 1st and 2nd floor. There are staircases at the left and right end of the scenario, so don't wonder about aimlessly or you'll get lost. Now listen to my orders carefully. Understood. After ending communication with Suwon, Chun-gu applied some makeup to himself before entering the murder by midnight scenario through the workers' passageway. With the black phone, he could control the more than 10 props and traps around the set freely. With this little convenience alone, the playability of Murder by Midnight was far greater than Minghan and Night of the Living Dead. In the darkened floor, the bathtub in one of the rooms was pushed aside. After Chun-gu crawled out from it, he returned everything back to its original state. Xiao-won, they're probably around room 207. You go stand by at the left staircase and await my next order. After that, Chun-gu let his eyes get used to the darkness before he used the right staircase to get up to the 3rd floor. The group of medical students still had no idea that danger was approaching. They were still looking to the random props carefully, hoping to discover some useful clues. Other than the general dimness and low temperature, this haunted house doesn't seem that scary. Are we acting a bit too cautiously? Monkey was the smallest and chattiest of the group. Brother Phone, I think we should split into 2 groups. That way, the search will go much faster. The progress will be too slow if we continue to stick together like this. The tall youth was the Brother Phone whom Monkey referred to. After realizing all of their preparation had been nothing but a waste after entering the Murder by Midnight scenario, he was admittedly a bit unsettled. However, as time passed, he slowly realized the place was not as scary as he imagined. That's not a bad idea. All right then, Monkey and Lao Song, the 2 of you take the 2 girls with you as you look through the rooms on the left. The 3 of us will search the rooms on the right. We should have done that a long time ago. I don't understand, what are you guys acting so scared for? This place is like a park compared to our school's morgue. The one who spoke up was a girl, one of the few who had her hair dyed among the group. Different from Gao Rushue. She had a little makeup on her face, and she looked more like an adult than a student. Sister Hui, Brother Foam, we mustn't let our guard down. I still think we should stick together. He-san hid among the crowd with a perpetual pout. The boss of this haunted house cannot be understood with normal logic. None of you have seen his live stream, but he's a madman with absolutely no regard for his life. Chapter 30. The 8th Person. Seinen tried his best to convince them, but his seniors were unfazed. They all believed that Seinen was exaggerating to hide his cowardice. After all, seeing is believing. They had been inside the haunted house for a few minutes already, and there was nothing particularly scary about the place. Yet, Xiao said, if you're that afraid, you can hide behind your big sister. The girl called Sister Hui took the front line and walked into the room next to them alone. All the decor is the same. Staying in bed watching crime drama would have been more interesting. Then, we'll separate according to the grouping mentioned earlier. Monkey chased after Sister Hui, adding, let's find that exit soon, I'm getting bored. Lao Song and a quiet girl by the name of Shiling also made a follow, leaving Seinen, Brother Feng, and Lao Zhao in the corridor. Honestly, I'm quite disappointed. Lao Zhao was a rotund fellow with skin that was fairer than most girls. He was physically unhealthy to the point where he would start to sweat after taking a few steps. Save your breath, and let's start moving. With a wave, Brother Feng moved forward with Lao Zhao following behind. Seinen was soon left all alone in the corridor. He was the only one who maintained a state of high alert. Something bad is bound to happen. After taking 2 steps, he stopped. Wait, the background music seems to have changed, but why does it sound so familiar? Before he could focus on the sound, a crisp sound entered his ears. He tried to focus on it, but it quickly disappeared. The source of the sound seemed to come from further down the corridor. Someone is chasing after us? Seinen did not dare stay to find out, and hurried to catch up to his seniors. Black Friday marked the real beginning of the murder by midnight scenario. The light in the space dimmed. The stuff that littered the corridor started to move on its own, and the sound of clinking chains came up from the staircases. I've found something. Sister Hui, who was in front, walked out of a room with a rag doll in her hand. Look at this. This doll was sitting right in the middle of the room. Senior, please don't randomly move the stuff in the haunted house. Last time, the trap was activated after we moved the coffin. Seinen was relaying his experience, but no one paid him any attention. Ignored by all, he could only stand quietly at the outermost circle of the group, watching his senior walk down a figurative and literal dark path. There has to be something important about this doll. Could it be some kind of clue that it was sitting in the middle of the room? Monkey held the doll up to the dim light. The doll looked like a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. She had no eyes and her body was burnt. No eyes should represent darkness, and the burnt body represents the fire of hell? Or could it be murder by arson? Brother Feng pressed the doll with his hand. There's something other than cotton inside. It's something solid. Open it and see. Monkey pulled down the zipper that was on the back of the doll. The doll was filled with shredded paper. He took out a random piece, and the handwriting was scrawled and difficult to read, not unlike the handwriting of a child. What does it say? Monkey, who was the only one who had read the paper, had his face overcast with gloom. He placed the paper in his palm and showed it to the group. There were only 6 words on it. All of you have to die. All the pieces say the same thing. How deep is the hatred to do something like this? Quickly put it back. It's making me uncomfortable. Shiling, who had been quiet, seemed to be creeped out by the doll. She merely glanced at it before retreating several steps back. It's just a doll. Nothing to be afraid of. Probably just a decoration used by the haunted house. Monkey pushed the paper back into the doll's body and flung the doll to the side, allowing it to fall to a random corner of the corridor. Let's move on to the next room. However, the quiver in his voice betrayed the anxiety that he was feeling within. Wait a minute. Xiao Hui raised her left hand, which was holding a crumpled piece of paper. Other than the doll, I also found this in a room earlier. Take a look. I believe it's a diary entry of some sort. Let me see. Lao Zhao grabbed the piece of paper and started to read. I feel like there's another person hiding in the house. I wonder if he is hiding on the bed or inside the cupboard. I've told this to Mommy, Daddy, and my big sister, but they were too concerned with some other thing to pay me any attention. When the night fell, Daddy inspected all the doors and windows to make sure they were all locked before going to bed. I don't know why they're so afraid of things outside when there's a person hiding inside the house. F*CK. What is this? Lao Zhao stopped reading halfway and shoved the paper back to Xiao Hui. This is all designed to disturb us. We mustn't fall for the trap. I'm impressed by the attention to detail. But alas, that won't be enough to scare me. Xiao Hui placed the paper back where she found it before the group moved on to the next room. None of them realized at all that they dropped on the floor, suddenly twitched. Let's stop wasting time and find the exit. After searching 5 rooms, they came up with nothing and ended at the rightmost end of the corridor. This floor is huge. There wouldn't be enough time for us to finish searching it within the time limit, so I feel like the chances of the exit being on the 3rd floor are slim. If I were the haunted house proprietor, I wouldn't have set up the entrance and the exit on the same floor. Brother Phone analyzed logically. Are we going to split into groups again? No. If we're not on the same floor, it'll just make it easier for us to be divided and conquered. He then added, but the group decided in unison to ignore him. We've been in here for more than 10 minutes already, but nothing has happened. Yes, the atmosphere is not bad, but it's still far from being scary. I agree to separate into groups. Lao Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead before continuing. Don't forget our real purpose here. We have to leave the exit within the designated time to gain back the face that our university has lost. You're right. We'll split up according to the original plan. Just as the discussion was about to be concluded, he finally stepped forth to say, "Will you guys please listen to me?" He walked to the middle of the group and pointed down the corridor. Starting from a few minutes ago, I've been hearing some weird sound coming from the staircase. Something is following behind us. With this reminder from Seinen, the group did start to notice the sound of chains that was getting clearer and clearer. The boss already said the scenario is called Murder by Midnight, so in that case, there has to be a murderer. Lao Zhao patted Seinen on his shoulder, saying, "Don't overthink it. The murderer has to be a character portrayed by the haunted house worker, and since it's only an actor, what is there to be afraid of? Am I right?" The group laughed, thinking Seinen was being overly sensitive. "Don't worry. Your seniors are here to protect you. Don't be afraid." Lao Zhao pulled out his phone, adding, "By the way, did we decide to shoot a short video inside the haunted house and post it on the boss account page to make fun of him? I feel like this location is not bad. Everyone, remember to look at the camera." He tilted the camera around to look for an angle that could capture everyone. His eyes glanced at the screen, and when he was about to say something, an indescribable chill crawled up from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. His fat body shook, and he threw his phone away with a trembling hand. "Fatty, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? You scared me." Lao Zhao did not speak. His eyes scanned everyone there, and with scattering teeth, he said, "Count it yourself, including me. Why are there 8 of us?" Chapter 31. Who is he? 8. Stop kidding. Lao Zhao's words made everyone's heart skip a beat. The light in the Murder by Midnight scenario was exceptionally weak. The group looked at each other, their bodies frozen. Where's the 8th person? Stop panicking. Brother Phone ordered as he pulled out his phone. As he was about to turn it on, the sound of chains from the other end of the corridor suddenly turned rapid. Someone is coming. As Brother Phone unlocked his phone, a bloodied monster turned the corner. The timing was perfect, as if the monster already knew where they were. What is that? Underneath the blood-soaked doctor's coat were chains that dragged themselves across the floor. The monster's head was lowered, and a hammer in his hand was dripping with blood. Everyone started to worry, and only Brother Phone managed to keep his cool. Ignoring Chun-Ji's earlier warning, he turned on the flashlight inside the haunted house. A ray of light shot through the long corridor, shining on the monster. The light attracted the monster's attention, who turned his head and glared at them through the curtain of long hair. At that moment, the group of medical students had their hair stand on end. The monster had a face that was sewn together with the features of several males. The stitches on the mask observable even through the distance. The monster seemed to be ultra-sensitive to light because when the light hit him, he went berserk and started to charge down the corridor, waving the hammer crazily in the air. The chains knocked into the walls as the heavy footsteps echoed across the thin corridor. As the madman approached, it was unknown who was the first to move, but it created a domino effect, and the group of students scattered to run for their lives. Some hid inside the nearest room. Others rushed down the stairs to hide on the 2nd floor, while some shot down directly to the 1st floor. Everyone was spooked by the sudden appearance of the monster, and the approaching footsteps and clinking chains deeply unsettled them. Fight or flight was a natural human response to threats, and when the brain sensed this was a fight that they could not win, They naturally chose to escape and run. Xiao Hui was the one closest to stairs. When the monster rushed at them, she was a bit at a loss, and the man beside her suddenly turned and ran down the stairs. Her brain frizzled by fear, she did not think twice and ran after the man. At the time, her instinct was merely to run away from the monster. The phone was left in a forsaken corner. The calmness of the group of students was completely shattered, and screams tore through the corridor. The group dispersed like a flock of spooked chickens. When Xiao Hui followed the man before her to the first floor, the screaming from the third floor had not ceased. Then came a halting tempo to the sound of the chains, which sounded like the monster was coming down the stairs. Xiao Hui increased her pace and did not dare turn back. She kept close to the man in front of her, afraid that she might be left stranded. The creepy music and endless screams caused fear to breed within Xiao Hui's heart. The bigger the fear, the greater the need for company. She chased after the shadow before her like her life depended on it. The shadow had become a rock for her to rely on inside the darkened haunted house. No matter what happens, at least we'll be able to look after each other. Xiao Hui did not dare imagine what would happen if she was abandoned all alone inside the haunted house. To prevent that from happening, she picked up pace again and reached out to grab the shirt of the person in front of her. The sound of chains drew closer. Xiao Hui was led by the person to the first floor, where he ran into one of the rooms to hide. A dead end? Xiao Hui paused at the door while she saw the man jumped into the only furniture in the room, a cupboard to hide. At this juncture, Xiao Hui only had two options left: run on her own or hide inside the cupboard alongside the man. The sound of the chains dragging on the floor came closer, and she decided on the latter option. Once the cupboard door was closed, it seemed like she had entered a different world, one that was filled with darkness and silence. The only thing that made her feel safe was at least she had a companion with her. The makeup on her face had already been ruined. Holding her breath, Xiao Hui leaned toward the crack to try to take a look outside. She saw the chains glint in the dark. The doctor stopped at the door. He used a hammer to knock on the door before walking into the room. Xiao Hui's heart was racing at an impossible pace. She bit on her finger and shrank deeper into the cupboard, her heart praying softly, "Please don't come any closer. Please don't come any closer." Her prayers were answered because the doctor only took a look around before he left. Xiao Hui sighed in relief and lightly shook the arm of the person beside her. "The monster doesn't seem to have spotted us. We'll wait for a little longer, and then we'll go meet up with the rest." Only Xiao Hui's voice could be heard echoing inside the cramped cupboard. She waited for a response, but there was no answer. She frowned, feeling something was wrong as she turned to look at the man. The man hiding inside the cupboard with her had an average frame, neither thin nor fat. Definitely not Monkey or Lao Zhao. Brother Feng is taller than this, and San is smaller. Xiao Hui called out cautiously, "Lao Song." There was still no answer. Xiao Hui's heart cracked with tension. Wait a minute. Lao Zhao did say there was an eighth member among us. Xiao Hui's blood started to chill, and her breath caught in her throat. Xiao Hui slowly pulled out the phone in her pocket. She turned her phone to the side, its cold light flashing. In the sealed compartment, a deathly white and completely unfamiliar face was staring right back at her. The phone slipped from her fingers, and after 2 seconds of absolute silence, an ear-splitting scream escaped from within the cupboard. Xiao Hui scooted back in an attempt to escape, but the cupboard was only so big. In her desperation, the back of her head knocked against the cupboard wall, and perhaps from the pain or perhaps due to the shock, this fashionable girl collapsed to the floor of the cupboard with her head lolling to the side, appearing as if she was about to die in a few minutes. "Didn't I already warn you guys not to use your phones inside my haunted house?" Chun-gu pushed the cupboard door open, picked up the phone from inside the cupboard, and shoved it inside Xiao Hui's pocket. Then he used his own to contact Su Wan. Xiao Wan temporarily made them stay away from the first floor. After giving the order, he carried Xiao Hui into the bathroom. He opened the trap door in the bathtub and carried Xiao Hui out of scenario using the workers' passageway. We're definitely lacking in physical help. After placing a piece of warm towel on Xiao Hui's forehead, Chen-gu returned to the scenario. 1 down, 6 to go. Chen-gu closed the passageway and called Su-wan on her phone. "Xiao Wan, where are you now?" "There's someone hiding on the second floor in the first room on the left from the staircase. I'll go to force him out, and you'll be able to ambush him with a surprise from the right exit." Xiao Wan, you've been corrupted. Boss, you have no right to say that. This is all thanks to you. Chapter 32. Dolls, dolls, dolls. Monkey was stranded alone on the second floor, his eyes and ears staying alert to his surroundings. He had himself cooped up in the corner, where he could get a good view of the staircase. So no matter which direction the murder came from, he would be able to escape as fast as possible. The lights in the scenario seemed to have gotten dimmer, and the eerie music toyed with his heart. Monkey pinched himself to focus and took a deep breath. As a medical student, he knew pain and oxygen were the best elements to make one calm down rapidly. Monkey went through what happened earlier in his mind. The timing of the monster's appearance is just too weird. He rushed at us right after Lao Zhao pointed out there was an 8th character hidden among us. That is too much of a coincidence. Everyone lost their cool when Lao Zhao made that stupid discovery. If Brother Phone was allowed to use his phone and looked through us carefully, the 8th person would have been readily exposed. That was our first mistake. After the monster rushed at us, if we stood our ground and didn't rush off like a bunch of headless chicken, we would have been fine. That was our second mistake. Monkey sighed slightly. Yes, the monster rushing at us was scary, but it should not have been enough to make us all run off like that. It all started when that first person ran. His action ruined our thoughts, so if I'm not mistaken, that first runner was the 8th person. Earlier, I heard Xiao Hui scream. She was the second to run and was closest to the mystery man. So this supports my hypothesis. Monkey laughed self-deprecatingly. Then again, guessing it right and not being scared were two different things. After all, being stranded all alone in this creepy haunted house did still cause chills to rise up his spine. The monster and the 8th person were working together, using psychological pressure to instill fear in us. If I'm not mistaken, their plan has always been to split us apart and then take us down one by one. Does a proprietor need to rely on such wicked psychological techniques just to scare someone? Monkey was a brilliant student, but he was as big a coward as he sang. In school, he did not dare enter the morgue unless accompanied. I need to relay this information to Brother Phone and the others as soon as possible. He took out his phone to call Brother Phone, and when he saw the stuff that was reflected in the shining surface of his phone, he trembled all over. Why is this rag doll sitting on the stairs? Didn't I leave on the 3rd floor earlier? Monkey did not dare utilize the flashlight function, lest he attracted the unwanted attention of the monster. He turned his phone display toward the wall, and he saw a tattered rag doll was lying against it. Did someone accidentally kick it downstairs in the earlier commotion? This was the only valid explanation Monkey could come up with. The rag doll was filled with paper pieces and not mechanical parts, so it could not have been remote-controlled. It's quite scary lying there like that. Other than its slightly worn state, there was not anything particularly scary about the doll. But as Monkey stared at it, he had the suspicious feeling that it was alive. Monkey could not understand it either, but for some reason, he saw a young girl looking pleadingly at him when he looked at the doll. I must be hallucinating. Either way, I have to leave this haunted house as soon as possible if I want to keep my sanity. Monkey called Brother Phone, and a ringing sound came from the 3rd floor. He's still up on the 3rd floor? Or did he lose his phone like Lao Zhao did? The ringing sound of the phone, weirdly enough, made the haunted house feel creepier. Monkey did not hang up, but shoved his phone into his pocket and slowly climbed up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Hiding on the staircase, he looked down the corridor, and as he expected, Brother Feng's phone was left ringing on the floor. Both Brother Feng and Lao Zhao have left their phones. I'll have to try someone else. Standing alone at the 3rd floor staircase, watching the doors on either side of the corridor swing open and shut due to the draft, Monkey was feeling weak in his knees. He scrolled down his contact list rapidly to look for other people's contact number when his phone vibrated and rang. F***CK. What now? It was a call from one of the group members. Shirling? Why did she call me? Or is she also stranded alone like I am? Like most young men, Monkey puffed his chest up with courage when he was interacting with a member of the opposite sex. Shirling, did you get lost from everyone else? Where are you now? I'll come get you. I'm trapped inside a room on the 3rd floor. I didn't catch the room number, but please come and get me. This haunted house is all sorts wrong. Shirling was normally a quiet and reserved girl. To be able to make her talk in such a drastic and hurried tone, something traumatic must have happened to her. She sounded like she was on the brink of tears. Slow down. How did you get trapped? None of the rooms have locks. Monkey explained as he walked down the corridor. Try to locate the room Ling was in through the sound of her voice. I also don't know. After I ran in to hide, I was unable to open it anymore. And this room is different from others. There are 2 dolls sitting right in the middle of the room, side by side. Sitting. The mention of dolls made Monkey's hair rise. If he did not see another doll in his life ever again, he would be satisfied. Please come and get me. Ling's voice turned shrill. From the sound of it, her sanity was fraying. I'll be there in a moment. Just get as far away from the dolls as you can for now, and listen to what he said earlier. Do not touch anything in the room. I suspect those dolls. Monkey halted mid-sentence because he suddenly realized that there was a rag doll blocking his path, lying on the floor about half a meter away from his feet. Resisting the urge to scream and toss the phone at the doll, Monkey took cautious steps toward it. Long hair with an expression of guilt and self-reparation, different from the doll on the staircase. This one looks much mature in age. After he thought that, Monkey's eyes widened. What on earth? How did I manage to read so many emotions from a mere doll? Is this fear talking? Or are the dolls too authentic? For some reason, I feel like they're like human beings with real emotions. In any case, now is not the time to think about that. As long as the doll before me is not the one I saw on the stairs, then everything is fine. At least this proves that the dolls don't know how to move on their own. Things aren't as bad as I imagine. Focus. The most crucial mission now is to rescue Ling. Monkey shook his head violently, trying to steady his mind. He cheered himself on. I'm merely scaring myself. If the doll from the staircase was indeed following me, she would not have appeared in front of me, right? She should be behind me. This is merely a trick by the boss. There's no need to be afraid. To convince himself, Monkey turned to look behind him. See, there's nothing. Monkey's eyes zeroed in on a spot about 1 meter behind him, and the rest of his sentence was forcefully cut off. There was a rag doll lying quietly on the floor. Chapter 33. Correct usage of the missing person notice. If not for the fact he could barely control his limbs anymore, Monkey would probably have smacked himself on his lips. He swore to never curse himself inside a haunted house anymore. Separated from his group, stranded with no help, standing in the middle of a darkened corridor, chased by a crazed murderer that could appear at any moment, and haunted by dolls that would be there wherever he turned to look. This kind of hellish haunted house experience made Monkey's breathing unsteady. Why did it appear here? When did it follow me? How can it move? His brain was swamped with endless questions. His composure was brutally shattered, and his hands that held the phone were shaking violently. Monkey, where are you? Please come save me. I feel like the dolls in the room are looking at me. I swear to God, they are. A maddened voice screamed through the phone. Ling's situation was not looking so good either. Sister, I'll save you, but who is going to save me? Monkey instinctively took a step back from the source of danger. He felt like something was tugging at his ankle. He turned to look at the doll that was originally a distance away from him was lying beside his shoe. The black hair felt weirdly authentic, and the burned face was turned upwards. The facial features were completely ruined, but it gave a peculiar feeling. It's smiling. Monkey could not explain why this thought would appear in his mind, and honestly, he did not understand why. The things that he had experienced in the past 10 minutes were about to break his sanity. He bit on his lips and nudged his feet, trying to leave. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps he had been standing for far too long, but the muscles on his calves shrank, and a shot of pain tore through his heart. F***CK. Cramps. Monkey toppled to the ground. He had given up on his dignity. Clutching his legs, he screamed, "Is someone there? I quit! I quit! Help me, please!" Chungu and Suwon were stuck on the first floor at the time, hauling Lao Song, who was scared them, out of the scenario to the workers' passageway when they heard the blood-curdling scream from the third floor. Safety was their first priority, so neither of them dared dawdle and ran up to the third floor. After they entered the corridor, Chungu saw a monkey rolling on the floor. He had Xiao Wan retreat, and he walked over to the young man with his flashlight on. "Are you all right?" "I quit. I quit forever. Please let me go." One could say that monkey was a changed man. Chungu did not promise anything, but squatted down to press on Monkey's knees. "Exert force and try to straighten your knees." As he helped Monkey ease his pain, Chungu glanced around the area. He was confused. Neither Xiao Wan nor myself were even close to this place. So why did this fella get so scared? Other than the two rag dolls on the floor, there was nothing out of place. Thus, Chingu asked, "Brother, what spooked you so? Do you even need to ask?" Monkey's eyes were red, and like a scorned woman, he grumbled, "These two rag dolls were chasing after me. You're controlling them, weren't you? You sick bastard." "These two rag dolls were chasing after you." Chingu paused. He did not tell Monkey the truth, lest he scarred the young man's mind forever. "In any case, let me get you out first. Wait, there's another person trapped on this floor. She's gone almost mad. Please save her as well." Monkey took out his phone to contact Shirling. When Monkey was not paying attention, Chingu picked up both of the dolls and held them in his palm. The dolls were small and could not be called exquisite. They were more like handmade dolls produced in children's arts and craft classes. These two managed to scare an adult until his leg cramped up. Chingu used his finger to poke one of the doll's faces. For some reason, he managed to feel a sense of reluctance from the doll at having her cheek poked but being powerless to stop it. Interesting. Following Shirling's scream for help, Chingu and Monkey managed to locate the room she was trapped in and open the door from the outside. "Don't be scared, we'll get you out now." The girl paid Chingu no heed. She was quivering at the corner of the room, her lips quivering as she stammered senselessly. "The dolls are looking at me. No matter where I hide, their eyes keep following me." More dolls. Chingu looked toward the center of the room, where two slightly larger dolls lay side by side. They were sitting up earlier, I swear. Shirling's teary eyes were filled with fear. "I know, they're all parts of the haunted house's tricks." Chingu tried consoling the girl before walking to the dolls. One of them had a sewn beard while the other was wearing an apron over her normal clothes. Based on these details, these two should be the father and mother. He placed the dolls he had picked up earlier on the floor, and the four did look like a family. This matches the number of victims at Ping and Apartments' arson perfectly, and this murder by midnight scenario is inspired by Ping and Apartments. So could these four dolls actually represent the actual victims? As that thought entered Chun-Ji's mind, he felt the black phone in his pocket vibrate. He pulled it out to take a look. There was new message. Spectres favored. Congratulations for triggering the sole hidden mission inside the murder by midnight scenario. The spirits still have some unfinished business in the mortal world. Help them fulfill their wish, and they will become helpful allies. Sole hidden mission? The scenario unlocked by the black phone comes with hidden missions? This was a huge discovery for Chungu. The unfinished business of the spirits from Ping and Apartments had to do with Wang Qi. Detaining him so that he would be punished by the law should resolve that business already. No? Chungu held Shirling and Monkey as he led them downstairs, but his mind was contemplating the hidden mission. After they exited the workers' passageway, Chungu did not return to the scenario immediately, but rushed to the props room alone. He picked out Wang Qi's missing person notice from the bottom of the box. This thing could be useful to the victims. With an idea in his mind, Chungu returned to a room on the third floor, where Shirling had been trapped in earlier. As he crossed the threshold, Chungu spotted something weird. The three dolls that represented the parents and elder sister were lying flatly on the floor, but the smallest doll was lying with her face down near the door like she was in the middle of escaping. Chungu picked the doll up, and upon closer inspection, he had this curious sensation that the doll was playing dead, afraid of being discovered. For some reason, instead of feeling scared, he found it quite cute and charming. The victim's spirits are probably inside these dolls. Closing the door behind him, Chungu sat down at the middle of the room. In that case, perhaps we can have a little talk. Chapter 34, Goodwill. Chungu sat alone in the dark room, talking to himself, while the four dolls sat before him. The scene was weird to say the least. Thankfully, there was no one else there to observe. I don't know how or why you've appeared inside my haunted house, and I'm not sure how to refer to any of you, but there's one thing I can guarantee. I mean none of you any harm. Chun-Ji's voice echoed in the room. Looking at the four dolls before him, a contradictory feeling rose in his heart. On one hand, he wished there was a response to confirm his suspicion, but on the other, he was afraid that the dolls would suddenly move to do something dangerous. Several seconds later, Chungu felt like he was overthinking and decided to switch his way of thinking. The murder by midnight scenario is based off of the arson 4 years ago at Fuan Apartments, and the four of you should be the victims of that case. Probably hitting a sore spot, Chungu could feel the temperature in the room dropping. The door was suddenly locked behind him, and the furniture around him rattled slightly. But the case has been solved. The madman who ruined your lives and hurt you has been captured and is awaiting the law's judgment. Chun-go was slightly unhinged by this sudden development. He pulled out his phone to find the morning news on the internet. Look, see, it's on the news, and the person who caught him is me. Chun-go knew the 4 dolls' unfinished business had plenty to do with Wang Chi, so he wanted to use the video as proof that he was the one who had captured him to placate the dolls. But it was not working as well as he planned. The atmosphere in the room turned increasingly chilly. Chun-go was panicking, but he had no better idea. The inability to communicate between the two parties was his biggest hurdle. The lack of results unsettled Chun-go, but he did not plan to give up so easily. This haunted house was everything he had. If he allowed the dolls free reign of the place, there would be too many unknown elements. If some huge accident happened in the future, he would lose everything. Calm down. I'm here to help. The dolls were not paying Chun-go any attention. No matter how loud he screamed, it was pointless. I guess this is my final option. Chun-go pulled out Wang Chi's missing person notice from his pocket. The yellowed piece of paper was dirted with some blood stains, but beyond that, there was nothing particularly special about it. However, weirdly enough, when Chun-go pulled out the notice, the noisiness in the room settled, and the atmosphere was not as intense as before. It was as if the hands that were strangling his neck were slowly relaxing. All you wanted was this. The effect of the notice was better than Chun-go expected. He placed the paper in the middle of the 4 dolls, and when the dolls' bodies touched the yellow paper, the missing person notice started to struggle like it was fluttering in a raging wind. The scene that happened before his eyes were definitely inexplicable. The room did not have any draft, but the notice and the 4 dolls were swaying like crazy. Chun-go studied this closely. Several minutes later, a human face seemed to appear on the missing person notice. It looked suspiciously like Wang Chi. Before Chun-go could take a closer look, the notice was torn apart. The pieces snuck into all 4 of the dolls' bodies, and the room returned to its usual quietness. That's all. The black phone in his pocket vibrated. Chun-go took it out to find a new message. You've completed the hidden mission inside the murder by midnight scenario. Increase the affection of specters by 1. Obtain the goodwill of the victim's lingering spirits from paying an apartment. They will help you clean up all the trash every day to keep the murder by midnight scenario at its peak. Looking at the message on the phone, Chun-go stood where he was for a long time before he said to no one in particular, and that completes the sole hidden mission? His mind tried to collate all the information he had gathered so far. Finishing a trial mission with a completion rate higher than 90% will reward me a hidden item, and the hidden item will be the key to completing the scenario's hidden mission. In other words, if I want to have complete mastery of the unlocked scenarios of the haunted house in future, I'll need to finish the respective trial mission with a more than 90% completion rate. Thinking back, if he had just survived the night at Ping an apartment without being a busybody, he would have completed the trial mission as well, but he wouldn't have gotten the hidden item. This thing is evil. This kind of setup is just asking the player to walk into as many traps as he can. Chun-go searched through the black phone, attempting to figure out more information. The first thing he clicked was the My Team of Ghosts and Ghouls tab, and to his disappointment, it was still empty. The mission notice states that I've gained the goodwill of the victim's lingering spirit from Ping an apartment, but there's no update to the window. Is it because they haven't agreed to help me completely, or can lingering spirits not be counted as ghosts nor ghouls, so they don't show up on the list? Chun-go had no clue. He clicked into my item storage and realized Wang Chi's missing person notice was still there, but the malice points attached to it were now 0. What are these malice points? And why did the lingering spirits tear it up to feed on it? The door to the hidden world was slowly opening. Chun-go had no clue whether this information was useful or not, but he committed it all to memory. He rubbed the sweat on his forehead and stood up from the floor. Even though I couldn't communicate with the lingering spirits, they'll help clean up the scenario. Conclusively speaking, it's still more advantages than disadvantages. Maintaining the scenario was a troublesome and tiring thing, and the appearance of the lingering spirits saved Chun-go plenty of time, money, and effort. Looking at the 4 dolls on the floor, the last vestige of fear in Chun-ji's heart slowly disappeared. Hiring the ghost to help out at my haunted house isn't such a ridiculous idea after all. He walked to the door and turned around with concern. The dolls that represented the parents and the sister were sitting where they were, but the smallest doll was collapsed on the floor, leaning on her side. She was acting secretively, like she was preparing to sneak out again. Chunga sighed, looking at this, and he realized not all ghosts in the world were evil and cruel. For example, this smallest doll was like a kitten that was curious about the world, easily intrigued but a coward at her core. Little girl, stop running about. Be careful or you'll get stepped on. Chunga left after that. After helping the lingering spirits from pinging apartments with their wish, he had a deeper understanding of the black phone. The unlockable scenarios on the phone probably aren't just to help me scare people. Each scenario has its own story and plot with its own reason and development. In a way, unlocking the scenarios is helping these homeless souls find a place to call home. After turning off the flashlight, Chungo walked down the darkened corridor alone. After he was far enough gone, ensuring no human or ghost to hear him anymore, his lips curved involuntarily upwards to reveal a fox-like grin. These are natural experts at scaring people, and they don't need salary, won't complain about tiredness, or act out of emotions. They are the perfect employees. With a bright future awaiting him, Chungo felt re-energized and was ready to scare the shit out of his hapless victims. It has dragged on for too long already. It's time to end this. There are 3 people left inside the haunted house. Let me think, who shall be my first victim? Chapter 35, Shattered Mirror. Why is it suddenly so quiet? Seinen turned to look at Lao Zhao. Shall we go take a look? If our enemies don't move, we don't move. We'll go out when we hear screams and start the investigation in the opposite direction. This way we'll avoid the scary traps. Lao Zhao said shamelessly. Isn't that selling out our classmates? No, that is appreciating their noble sacrifice. We'll be using the time they give us to find the exit and achieve victory. Lao Zhao was as round as a ball. He stood behind Seinen, but the young man's small figure could barely cover up half of Lao Zhao's body. Then, how long should we hide in here? What if we're the only 2 left in the haunted house? Seinen turned to look at his senior behind him. For some reason, he felt his senior was merely using him as a human shield. We've checked all the rooms on the 2nd floor and most of the rooms on the 3rd floor, so the exit has to be on the 1st floor. In other words, we're inches away from victory. Lao Zhao patted Seinen encouragingly on his shoulder. Chin up. Don't give up now when we're at the gate of victory. Even at a time like this, you're still calm enough to feed me such crap? Seinen pouted. He had many grievances to voice, but he did not know how to. He was supposed to only lead his seniors to New Century Park. So why was he there inside the haunted house? Don't be so pessimistic. Lao Zhao counted on his fingers. We heard Monkey and Xiao Hui's screams earlier, so both of them have probably been let out of this place already. Minus the 8th person, we still have 5 students from our school inside this haunted house. The probability of the murderer hunting us is 2 in 5, which is smaller than 3 in 5. So don't worry. We'll only need to wait. All right, we'll do it your way. Squatting at the door, Seinen leaned to peer out the crack. He felt like there was an additional something in the darkened corridor. He rubbed his eyes and took a closer look in the same direction. There was a worn rag doll lying on the floor. What's wrong with my eyes? Was there a doll on the floor to begin with? But that's impossible. During the 10 minutes I've hiding here, I've kept my eyes on the corridor outside. Seinen slapped himself lightly on the cheeks before turning to look out of the crack again. The doll was still there, but it had moved closer to the door. It can move on its own? Am I imagining things from nervousness? Seinen shook his head before peering out the crack again. This time, the doll had disappeared. This is weird. At the 1st floor's workers' passageway, Chungu put on the Dr. Skullcracker's garb after he had Sue on leave to take care of the few students outside. He was going to catch the rest personally, wearing the blood-soaked doctor's coat, curling the iron chains that were carved with human faces on a body, gripping the hammer, and putting on the human skin mask, be it from height or presence. Chin-Ji's Dr. Skullcracker was more intimidating than Xiao Wan's. These youths want to fight an extended battle with me? The chains clinked viciously with his every step. It might have sounded eerie, but the greatest weakness was that it would give his location away. Chingu roamed the scenario for about 5 minutes, but could not find anyone. Boss, I can't spot them on the cameras. They should be hiding inside the many rooms. You'll need to check them one by one. Su Wan's voice came into his ear. Speaking of which, I suggest we install surveillance camera in every corner of the haunted house. Now, with only cameras on the intersecting corridors, there are too many blind spots. We'll think about that when we have the money. Chunga used his mallet to push the door of each room open. When he reached the corner on the second floor, he spotted a doll leaning against one of the doors. Little girl, why are you here, leaning against this room door for no reason? Chunga scratched his chin with a mallet, and the truth soon dawned on him. I know. You're telling me there's someone hiding inside this room, right? Pretending like he did not notice anything, Chunga walked away from the door. When he was about 10 meters away, Chunga picked up the chains that dragged along the floor and leaned against wall to silently move toward the door. Utilizing the blind spot, he half-squatted and peered into the crack of the door. Inside the room, Seinen and Lao Zhao were squeezed behind the door with their palms over their mouths. The sound of chains had disappeared. The murderer should have wandered off already. Lao Zhao's face was pale beyond belief, but he made sure his tone sounded calm to maintain his dignity as a senior. Actually, I'm not one bit scared. Based on my analysis, since the murderer just came up from the first floor, he won't be returning to it anytime soon. This is our chance. He used plenty of energy to push himself off the floor. Now is the perfect time for us to go to first floor. We'll be able to avoid the killer and achieve victory. Xiao Sen, you take a look out the door. If the murderer has wandered off already, we'll move out instantly. Heisen felt like Lao Zhao was making some sense. He did not argue and leaned against the door to look out the crack. He felt something like warm breath blowing on his face. What Seinen saw this time was different from before. There was no darkened corridor or creepy doll, but bloodshot eyes staring back at him from the other side of the crack. What the F***CK? Seinen felt like his soul almost left his body. He collapsed to the floor dramatically and shuffled away from the door. This spooked Lao Zhao as well. What did you see? The answer that Lao Zhao got was the door knob being twisted open. The old door was slowly pushed open, and a bloodied shadow radiating evil and resentment hovered at the door. Seeing this, Lao Zhao kept retreating even though his back was already firmly pressed to the wall. You shouldn't lean so hard against the wall. What if there's someone inside it? Chunga silently poked his hand into the pocket and pressed the prop option that was available on the black phone. Lao Zhao was so scared that his fatty body was shaking all over. Before he understood what Chunga meant by that sentence, something suddenly poked into his back. He turned to look back over his shoulder instinctively, and the wallpaper behind him had opened on both sides to reveal an expressionless woman who was embedded inside the wall. His brain went blank, and something akin to his breath left Lao Zhao's body. He fell to the floor butt first, and his eyes rolled back in his head. Your experience is now officially over. Let me get you out. As Chunga said so, there was suddenly the sound of a mirror shattering coming from the third floor, which was closely followed by Brother Feng's scream. *T. Chunga called for Xiao Wan to come get Seinen, and Lao Zhao while he raced upstairs. Following the voice, Chunga found Brother Feng inside one of the rooms, waving a wooden chair before him like he was in the middle of fighting some unknown force. He pulled down his mask and waited until Brother Feng tired himself out and slid to the floor before he walked into the room. What happened? Chunga gingerly pulled the wooden chair away from Brother Feng and tossed it to the side. Brother Feng was in a highly unstable state. His eyes were filled with such fear that Chunga worried the young man was going into shock. Did you come across some weird things? Chapter 36. Danger. Several seconds later, after Brother Feng caught his breath, he raised his finger and pointed toward the toilet weakly. Mirror? The word, which could not have been more common, caused Chunji's expression to shift. After placing Brother Feng on the bed, he walked into the toilet. The mirror on the wall had been shattered, and the glass pieces littered the floor. Earlier, after Sen's fainting incident, Chunga had used black cloth to cover up all the mirrors in the haunted house. There had been no accident since then, and with the unlocking of a new scenario, he should have been more alert, but he had not been. He was partly responsible for this accident. For any entertainment establishment, once it was labeled with a rumor of being a safety hazard, business would definitely be difficult, and Chunga was acutely aware of that scary fact. He picked up one of the pieces of the floor, and looking at his reflection inside it, he promised, I need to deal with this thing as soon as possible. Like human beings, ghosts also had the separation of good and evil. The monster in the mirror was definitely evil. Chunga was sure of that. It was naturally aggressive, and was probably hiding some horrible secret. Sen's fainting spell and Brother Feng's incident raised the alarm within Chunga, making him feel pressured. Covering the mirrors with black cloth was not a permanent solution. The thing inside the mirror was fast becoming a blockage to the haunted house's expansion. Other than the broken mirror, there was nothing else out of place inside the toilet. Chun-ge took a cursory look at the room before leaving. With the hammer in his grip, he sat down beside Brother Feng. "Do you mind telling what happened earlier?" After a few minutes of rest, Brother Feng's breathing finally stabilized. However, his face was still startlingly pale. "I don't think I'll be able to explain it." "No worries. Just tell me whatever you remember." Chun-ge studied Brother Feng quietly. This young man was different from Seinen, who fainted directly. His mental tolerance was obviously higher than Seinen's, an observation supported by the fact that at least he showed resistance. Brother Feng tried to sit up in bed, the fear still circling in his eyes. "At the time, I was chased by one of your workers, so I ran into this room to hide. Initially, everything was fine, but later, I started to hear someone calling my name." "Someone was calling your actual name?" "It's not that. It's more like I felt like I was being summoned." Brother Feng scratched his head. The source of the sound was inside this room, and it took me a long time before I was able to find the source. At this point, the fear in his eyes deepened. The voice came from the mirror inside the toilet. It was saying something, but I couldn't really understand it. All I know is it had something to do with me. And then Chun-ge memorized every word that came out of Brother Feng's lips. This would be valuable information when he dealt with a mirror monster. And then I stood in front of the mirror, trying to understand what was really happening. I tried to remove the mirror from the wall, but when my hands touched it, the voice beside my ears suddenly picked up. My consciousness started to waver, and for some reason, the reflection of myself in the mirror started to shift. Brother Feng's eyes kept glancing at the toilet, afraid that some monster might jump out of it at any moment. I stood in front of the mirror, but the reflection in the mirror wasn't me. Normally, I would be afraid, but what happened next still sends shivers down my spine when I think of it. "What happened?" Brother Feng said seriously. "At the time, I didn't feel any fear or apprehension. It was like everything couldn't have been more normal." I started to lean toward the mirror, and when my face was close to the surface, I could see the face of the other me also leaning close. The face that stared at me was mine, but for some reason, it felt very unfamiliar. If you want to point out why, I can't really tell you, but it's just a feeling that the face that stared back at me wasn't mine. Out of the corner of my eyes, I could see my hands rising even though my brain didn't register such a command. My hands pressed against the surface of the mirror, like I was trying to crawl into it, or... That's not right. It felt more like I was trapped inside the mirror, and I was trying to crawl out of it. During the nightmare mission, Chun-ge had gone through the same thing, looking through the recording on his video. His body was indeed slowly leaning against the mirror. Then, how did you remove yourself from this situation? It's also thanks to the mirror. This answer surprised Chun-ge. At the time, it really felt like my body was no longer under my control until I saw a rag doll lying behind me through the reflection inside the mirror. A rag doll? Yes. Similar to the dolls I saw lying around the other rooms. It's the size of an open palm and had a sewn beard on its face. Brother Feng used his hands to measure out the size for Chun-ge. The sudden appearance of the doll caused my brain to scream alarm, and fear spread through my body like wildfire. There was only one thought on my mind then: escape. However, the body refused to listen to my command. The mind and the body started fighting. Brother Feng described it in a placid tone, but Chun-ge could imagine how dangerous it was. After that, I heard Hisan scream coming up from the second floor. That seemed to do the trick and break the spell. The fear in Brother Feng's eyes had dissipated slightly. I was so scared that my first instinct was to grab the nearest wooden chair to swing at the mirror. Your haunted house is so scary and atmospheric that I completely forgot I was inside a park attraction. At this point, Brother Feng suddenly remembered something and smiled apologetically at Chun-ge. "Everything I told you is the truth. There's no exaggeration or anything. I will pay the replacement fee for the mirror in full." "That won't be necessary. I'm just glad that you're safe." Chun-ge stood up, and his eyes wandered about the room. "By the way, where's the doll that you saw now?" Brother Feng hesitated before answering. "I seem to remember kicking it under the bed. That's also part of your props, right?" "I'm sorry." Chun-ge squatted down and pulled out the doll, with a dusty footprint on it out from under the bed. He patted the dust off its body and said, "You should thank this doll. It was he who saved you." "The doll saved me? If you say so, thank you. So can I go now?" Brother Fong inched subconsciously backward, and his face paled considerably. He could feel the odd presence surrounding this haunted house's proprietor, but since Chun Good had come to save him, he forced out a polite thank you. "If I told you that everything that you experienced earlier wasn't part of the haunted house's props or special effects and was all real, would you believe me?" Wearing the blood-soaked outfit, cradling the tattered doll, Chun-gu tilted his head to the side as he posed his question to the young man. The poor Brother Fong, who was about 190 centimeters tall, was curled up like a little girl at the corner of the bed and answered with a tone laced with helplessness. "I don't know. You tell me. Should I believe it or not?" Chapter 37. Expansion. Brother Fong curled up even more, looking at Chun-gu, who stood in the middle of the room. He could envision the man killing people and cutting up body parts just to add to the authenticity of his haunted house. He started to fear for his life. "Look at you, all serious." "I'm just kidding." Chun-gu was quite disappointed. He asked that question because he spotted something unique in Brother Fong. With a little push from the doll, Brother Fong managed to break free from a mirror monster's control and even fought back. His constitution was stronger than most and could have been a valuable ally. This was what Chun-gu admired about the young man. If possible, Chun-gu wished to befriend him and asked for his help to deal with supernatural events like the spirit inside the mirror. That was Chun-ji's intention. Alas, Brother Fong was far too distraught to catch the hidden meaning. "Looks like I can only depend on myself," Chun-gu thought to himself as he locked the door to the murder by midnight scenario. When he helped Brother Fong go down the stairs, the black phone in his pocket vibrated. Chun-gu jumped from shock. He quickly pulled out the phone, afraid that it might be some bad news. Number of monthly visitors surpassed 100. Reputation is now 60% positive. Congratulations for fulfilling the rules for expansion. Warning: each expansion of the haunted house will award you a mysterious reward. After 3 expansions, the haunted house will upgrade to a maze of terror. I can expand so soon? Expansion was a good thing, but temporarily. That was not part of Chun-ji's plan. The most crucial thing was still removing the stuff inside the mirror. After exiting the haunted house, the sun shone gloriously on the steps. The students from Zhejiang Medical University were collectively collapsed in front of the haunted house. They were either holding their heads in their palms or hugging their legs. Some had tears staining their makeup, while others looked aimlessly up at the sky. The occasional twitching on their faces was the only sign that they were still alive for some. Chun-gu felt a sense of déjà vu. However, the devastation this time was much greater than before. In just a mere 40 minutes, the group of spirited youths had experienced such a drastic change. It was near miraculous. The surrounding visitors were mumbling and pointing among themselves, but Chun-gu did not think too much of it. After all, if it wasn't exciting, how could it be called a house of horrors? He dropped Brother Fong to the ground, completing the collection. The whole happy family was finally together again. "Xiao Chun, come here." The gathering crowd once again attracted Uncle Su's attention. The middle-aged man had on an expression that said, "What am I going to do with you?" when he saw Chun-gu. "Explain yourself. What is it this time? You already scared someone until he fainted last time, and this time you toppled 7 in one go. Are you that insistent on getting our park on the headlines?" Chun-ji's eyes darted around, and he coughed drily. They came to experience the haunted house, and what I did was present to them the best service. So how is this my fault? Furthermore, I can promise I had 0 physical contact with them, which you can check on the security footage. Everything is all within the required rules of operating a haunted house. Stop acting dumb. If that's the case, how do you explain the bump on the back of her head? Uncle Su surreptitiously pointed at the back of Xiao Huey's head, afraid that he might accidentally scare the poor girl, and he kept his voice to a whisper. "Uncle Su, I swear, I'm completely innocent on that count. I was running ahead, and she pulled on my shirt as she ran behind me. I crawled into the cupboard to hide, and she wanted to follow me. All I did was lie there quietly. It was she who turned on a flashlight to shine on me. It almost blinded my eyes, but before I could say anything, she knocked herself on the wall of the cupboard. See, I'm also a victim here." Chun-gu described the truth, with only a slight variation. In other words, you're the one who has suffered? Isn't that obvious? Stop treating this like such a joke. Be more careful and attentive in future, and make sure this doesn't happen again. Uncle Sue advised him with a sigh. What if you cause an accident? Or your client happens to be someone unreasonable? It'll greatly influence your haunted house's future. I know. Is there any more kind advice? Chun didn't directly retort, but he grumbled internally. If there is really someone unreasonable, I'll just give them the love letter. We'll see who's more unreasonable then. Uncle Sue stared at Chin-gu and knew perfectly well that his words would not be heeded. He sighed to himself and continued several seconds later. Xiao Chun, I know it's not required for you to listen to me, but certain things have to be said now that your parents are no longer here. I'm listening. This morning, Su Wan said you were on television, claiming that the key witness who helped solve the arson case 4 years ago is you. Uncle Sue did not look one bit happy. Yes. Why would you go to a haunted house late at night? Do you know how dangerous that is? Those are murderers. Uncle Sue did not leave Chin-gu any openings to counter. If you're in need of money, there are many other methods rather than going for this reward money. I can help you cover the utility bills you owe the park management for now. You're still young. Be careful not to stray from the righteous path. Don't worry, Uncle Sue. I know what I'm doing. I hope so. In that case, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Quickly get those people off the floor. It reflects badly on the park, letting them lie like that on the floor. As Uncle Sue turned to leave, Chin-gu stopped him. What's wrong? Uncle Sue, I really do have a favor to ask, Chin-gu said shyly. Can you please lend me 5,000 renminbi? I plan to install cameras in every corner of the haunted house. I'll pay you back when the reward money arrives. After Yisan and Brother Feng's accidents, Chin-gu was indeed worried. There were too many blind spots inside the haunted house. You still want to invest in the haunted house. Uncle Sue stopped moving. Xiao Chun, I can lend you the money, but I'll be honest with you, this park of ours is on its last legs. Investing here is no different from throwing money into the sea. He led Chin-gu to a shaded area before explaining. This park has been around for 11 years already. Its main attractions are all outdated. Nowadays, people want virtual reality, fashion, and creativity. We're none of those things. To put it simply, we're at the edge of being filtered out. Other than haunted house, the number of visitors for every single attraction in the park is on a steady decline. I know that. Chun-gu had already planned to work on his haunted house, and increasing security was a definite first step. What do you know? Uncle Sue turned off the walkie-talkie. Eastern Zhejiang's virtual reality futuristic carnival is close to its completion date. It will be one of the few fourth-gen amusement parks we have in this country. When it's open, it'll naturally become the go-to attraction of the city. Tell me, how are we going to compete with that? Now, every member of the park, from the highest management to the lowest cleaners, are slowing down as they figure out a way out for themselves. You're the only one left dumb enough to keep charging ahead. Chapter 38, Underground Parking Lot. Uncle Sue was sincerely looking out for Chin-gu, so he did not hide anything. He laid out everything on the table. Now, do you still want to invest in the haunted house? I'm still willing to give it a try. After all, that new park isn't completed yet, so we still have a chance. Chun-ji's secret weapon was the black phone, but of course, he could not tell anyone that. You're such a bright kid normally, so why are you so stubborn when it comes to crucial matters? Do you not see the eroding flow of time? I've worked here for 10 years already, so I also wish for this place to stay, but we have to surrender to reality. Uncle Sue pointed at the few attractions that were already foreclosed around them. Do you know why they're all closed? Not because they did not pass the safety inspection, as the rumors say, but because once they're turned on, they start to burn money. Having 1 or 2 visitors is not enough to break even. Imagine, when New Century Park was open, the place was crowded. Our parking lot was not enough to support the crowd, so we had to rent a parking space from the nearby shops. The situation only got better after the new underground parking lot was built. But in the last 3 years, even during the height of holiday fever, the underground parking lot has never been needed. In fact, the number of visitors has been constantly dropping, and we've reached a new low this year. Uncle Sue, wait a minute. You said the underground parking lot hasn't been needed since 3 years ago, meaning the parking lot hasn't been used since then? Does this mean it's currently abandoned? Chun-gu had a glow in his eyes that made Uncle Sue uncomfortable. Yes, when New Century Park was first opened, there were cars and people everywhere. You would need to line up for at least 2 hours for any attraction. That was the time of our prime. Alas, we're now slowly being forgotten by the city. Thinking about the past, Uncle Sue could not help but sigh. However, that's nothing to be sad about. After all, we were lucky enough to once enjoy a time of glory, right? Uncle Sue, if one wished to rent the park's underground parking lot, how much would it cost? Huh? Uncle Sue was confused by Chun-Ji's sudden question. Why would you ask that? A plan was forming in Chun-Ji's mind. Now he had found the ideal space to expand his haunted house. I want to reuse the parking lot. According to what you said, it's currently in a half-abandoned state. So why not let me use it? Have you lost your mind? Why do you want to rent that place? To rear bats. Uncle Sue really feared that this young man had lost his mind. Since the park management would eventually catch on to what he was doing, Ching-gu did not consider lying about it. I want to expand the haunted house. With my current financial situation, the underground parking lot is perfect. The rent won't be that high, and the underground environment is a perfect match for a haunted house. Kid, what's wrong with you today? A 3-story haunted house is not enough for you to worry about. Do you know how large the underground parking lot is? Even if the management is willing to rent it to you, when you finish setting up the place, the park will already be closed. Uncle Sue shrugged. Don't be stupid. You had better focus on your work. Uncle Sue, I'm serious. Do you think I'm joking with you? After switching the walkie-talkie back on, Uncle Sue wandered back to the crowd. When he was several steps away, he turned back to tell Ching-gu, I'll give you the 5,000 tomorrow morning, but make sure you keep your feet firmly on solid ground. Stop imagining the impossible. I know. Ching-gu followed behind Uncle Sue. Looking at the crowd that had gathered in front of his haunted house, he pouted. In any case, I don't feel like the number of visitors has decreased. After all, my haunted house has always enjoyed a 0 visitor rate before this. After squeezing through the crowd, Ching-gu stood beside the group of students and said, Rest enough already? If you don't get up soon, these people are going to think I did some immoral things to all of you. Give me a few more minutes. Your haunted house needs some time to digest. What are you looking at? I'm not afraid. I merely sprained my ankle when I was in there, so that's why I can't get up now. Everyone looks like a killer to me now. What am I to do? Stop being so stubborn. We lost his haunted house this time, Monkey said as he climbed down the steps. He waved the 5 stars review he just submitted on the haunted house on his phone before Ching-gu and stood before the man saying, But don't think that's the end of this. We're not going to surrender so easily. Meaning you all plan to come back tomorrow? If not for the fact we have exams tomorrow, do you think we'd really be afraid of the challenge? Monkey sounded rather brave. If only his pale lips could stop quivering and his legs could stop shaking. Either way, my doors are always open for business should any of you want to come again. Chun-gu was close to treating the students from Zhejiang Medical University as his lucky charm. I will not be coming back again. You'll have to drag my dead body here if you want to come back here. Heesun looked gloomily at Chun-gu. It looked like the young man was truly scarred by the bloodshot eye in the crack of the door. Junior, be careful what you wish for. Xiao Hui stood up with help from Heesan. She glared at Chun-gu. You're the first man who has made me cry to the point that my makeup is all ruined. I'll definitely remember you. Noticing the bump on the back of Xiao Hui's head, he did not have the heart to fight back, so he merely smiled. The group of medical students headed toward the entrance of the park, holding each other for support. When Chun-gu thought they had left, Brother Foam came running back to him alone. With a complicated expression, he told Chun-gu, I've been thinking about your question. I am still unable to believe that they're real. If anything, it's probably explainable using theories related to psychological trauma and stimulus. Chun-gu knew what he was referring to. Perhaps, by the way, I haven't gotten your full name. It's Ifong. I'm older than most of them and will be starting my residency in a few days. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Hopefully we'll meet again soon. After they exchanged phone numbers, Chun-gu returned to the haunted house. He closed the gates and placed a sign saying, temporarily closed for maintenance on it. Boss, there are still many visitors waiting outside. Why are we closing? There's a little problem, so we'll call it a day. Do you mind explaining it to the customers? Chun-gu took off the Dr. Skullcracker outfit and went back to the props room to cut up some black clothes before he headed back at the murder by midnight scenario. He started covering all the mirrors, but there were too many rooms, and he soon ran out of cloth. The scenario is too big. Before the cameras are ready, I cannot risk the visitors' lives by having them up here. It's too dangerous. After locking up the door to murder by midnight scenario, Chungu returned downstairs. The visitors outside the haunted house had mostly left. Only 1 or 2 visitors still remained. Xiao Wan, you can remove your makeup. It's time to go home. After saying goodbye to Xiao Wan, Chungu returned to the staff break room. He hadn't had a real rest since the day before, so he fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Chapter 39, The Sound from the Third Floor. With the arrival of night, silence fell over the haunted house like a blanket. Suddenly, a weird sound like someone was sawing something shattered the peaceful quiet. In the staff break room, Chunji's eyes slowly peeled open. He glanced at the phone. It was 1:10 a.m. He turned to bury his head under the pillow, but the weird sound kept drilling itself into his ears. Am I dreaming? Who is making all that noise? Every single prop in the haunted house was handmade or upgraded by Chungu, so he knew that no prop in the building would make a sawing sound. After only 6 hours of sleep, Chungu was still feeling a bit blurry. He'd pinched the inside of his leg hard to wake himself up before putting on his clothes and grabbing an iron hammer out of the nearby toolbox. He switched on the flashlight and pushed the door of the break room open. The haunted house at midnight was many times scarier than it was during daytime. Chungu leaned against the door, not in a hurry to go out. Can't be a burglar. Would any sane person choose to rob a haunted house near midnight? Can't be the rats either. The sound of their chewing wouldn't be so loud and clear. After vetoing these 2 normal possibilities, Chunji's mind wandered toward the not-so-normal possibility. Could it be that the monster has escaped from the mirror? Due to a lack of cloth. Not all the mirrors on the third floor's murder by midnight scenario were covered up. He stared down the darkened hallway and retreated back into the break room. He only dared wander out after grabbing the doll his parents left behind for him. The sound came from above, so Chungu followed the sound up the stairs before stopping at the door to the murder by midnight scenario. As I expected, it's coming from here, but now it's unclear whether the source is the lingering spirits from Ping Apartments or the mirror monster. Chungu hesitated at the door. Honestly, he too was not that willing to enter a scary scenario so late at night. However, allowing himself to be tortured by the sawing sound was not a valid solution either. Chungu gripped the hammer in his hand and said in his heart, I have the Spectre's favored title, and have received the goodwill from the residents of Ping Apartments' lingering spirits. Therefore, even if it is the thing from inside the mirror, it won't be able to do me much harm. He was reminded of what happened to Isan. It was Xiao Wan's sudden appearance that ruined the thing's plan. So in a way, the monster probably was not as powerful as he made out to be. I have to go in. After all, I'll need to deal with it eventually. The more I know about it, the greater the confidence I'll have in dealing with it. Chungu calmed himself down. He told himself he was not afraid of the monster itself, but rather the unknown it represented. After pushing open the door, a faded smell of mold drifted into Chunji's nose. This place was getting closer to the actual environment of Ping Apartments by the hour. The room doors on both sides of the corridor were half closed. Chungu held the phone in one day while the other grabbed hold of the hammer. The sound of sawing intensified, a sign that Chungu was getting close to the truth. He walked through the entire third floor before stopping at the door that he was sure the sawing sound was coming from. The room door was closed, and as Chungu placed his palm over the doorknob, the icy feeling of steel jolted him awake. His muscles tensed as he shoved the door open. Who's in here? Chungu yelled as he dashed into the room with the iron hammer raised high. He saw a well-built dark shadow half squatting inside the toilet. It looked suspiciously like Yifeng. The black shadow did not expect the interruption. It dropped what it was holding and jumped inside the mirror and disappeared. Stop right there. Chungu screamed as he waved the hammer. It only made contact with air. The toilet was now empty, like everything that he had just seen was illusion. That shadow can't be Yifeng. Why would it have a similar build to Yifeng? Standing before the mirror, Chungu looked at his reflection, and he felt weirdly uncomfortable. This monster is mimicking Yifeng. But why would it do that? The appearance of the black shadow brought many questions, but also answered 2 for Chungu. 1. The mirror monster had now gained the ability to leave the mirror. 2. It could morph into the person who once looked inside the mirror. This thing is more dangerous than I thought. The sawing sound that echoed through the building had finally stopped. Chunga squatted down to examine what the black shadow had dropped earlier. 4 rag dolls and several sharp mirror pieces were littered on the rough-hewn cement floor. Chunga held the dolls in his palms. The dolls that represented the mother and 2 sisters were fine, other than the normal dust and mud that covered their bodies. However, the doll that represented the father had its neck almost sawn off, and there were cuts all over its body. Why is the father doll the only one that's injured? However, Chunga soon realized why. The father doll helped Ifong escape from the monster's clutches, so this was an act of vengeance. It seems like the 4 lingering spirits aren't strong enough to stop the monster inside the mirror, so they could only allow themselves to be bullied by it. Chunga had no idea about the situation of the other world, so he could only come up with the explanation from all his previous observations. The victims have no attack methods other than scaring people. The mirror monster is at least 1 level higher than the lingering spirits of the victims, but it runs whenever it is around humans. This means that the monster's physical combat ability is rather weak as well. Its main method of attack is psychological, manipulating people's internal weakness to create an illusion and then take control of them. Combining Hisan and Hifeng's experience, as well as what happened earlier, Chunga came up with this hypothesis. The mirror monster was troublesome, but if Chunga could face it in person, then most of its power would be void. Therefore, if Chunga managed to lure the monster out of protection of the mirror, everything would be easy. I need to figure out a plan. If possible, I wish to take care of it tonight, so that I'll be able to use this scenario tomorrow. Chunga was cool and collected. The monster inside the mirror was acting more and more wantonly, so if he did not deal with it soon, he would not be able to operate the haunted house peacefully. Chunga hugged the 4 dolls in his arms as he left the murder by midnight scenario. He locked the door behind him before going to props room. As he sewed the cuts back up, he tried to come up with a plan. The creature is highly aggressive and seems to have a curious interest in live humans. So the simplest way of luring it out of the mirror is to use a live human as bait. Chunga was a master seamstress because he patched up most of the injuries in just a few minutes. But the real question is, after I've lured it out, how do I kill it? Rumors say that ghosts are all afraid of salt and garlic. But must I risk my life to try out such hearsay? Chunga thought about it before deciding to log into the supernatural forums to ask the experts. Chapter 40, New Nightmare Mission. After logging in, Chunga noticed his username had changed into a purple color. Clicking on his account profile, he realized it was because the 30-minute video that he had posted the other day had been shared, viewed, recommended, and commented at least several thousand times already. With a cursory glance, Chunga found nothing useful. Most of them were there simply due to curiosity. Who knows? Perhaps this might work. Maybe there are experts hiding on the internet. Chunga started writing a new thread to provide more information about the mirror monster and used the special power afforded purple accounts to open a bounty thread. After playing the game on the video, I realized I'm now being haunted by the creature inside the mirror. Asking for help on how to remove this threat, the replies came pouring in mere seconds later. OP1, you're still alive? A black dog's blood is the best solution. Or rear a cock. Legend says all the bad stuff are afraid of cocks. Opie, listen to me and call this number. Tell them you need help. You can thank me later. Ghosts are nothing but memories that were left behind in the physical world. Killing it will only earn you bad karma. Kindness goes a long way. Opie, have you tried reasoning with it? Education is the best solution. If there's something strange in your neighborhood, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. If there's something weird and it don't look good, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Mix yellow bean, white rice, and Indian ink together. Soak them in salt water for 15 minutes. Spread them on the ground to watch them grow into powerful bean warriors. I once saw a video that described the story of a man who was also haunted by a female ghost. To deal with her, he bought a gun, and when the female ghost returned that night, the man shot himself and later dragged the ghost into the bedroom to... Opie! Serious though, listen to me. This method will definitely work. Go find an iron sword, preferably one that has tasted blood before. Ghosts are nothing but special magnetic energy, and such a sword will be able to harm them. Chunga scrolled through the comments, and only the iron sword seemed somewhat plausible. The others were merely trolling or impossible to accomplish. He also knew about the traditional legends regarding the exorcism power of a black dog's blood and cocks, but where was he going to find such things in the middle of the night? After leaving the forum, Chungu tossed his phone to the side, spacing out as he sat in his chair. Combating the mirror monster meant putting his life on the line. He definitely could not rely on these half-baked online suggestions. After a roundabout detour, Chungu pulled out the black phone again. He knew he had to rely on the black phone because it was the only thing that was trustworthy. However, the black phone operated on the law of equivalent exchange. To gain something of equal value had to be lost. After several days of trial and error, Chungu had gained some understanding regarding the hidden laws of the black phone, such as its mission reward structure. Easy and normal missions rewarded items that would supplement the operation of the haunted house. Only nightmare missions would provide rewards that were directly beneficial to Chungu, like special powers. In other words, to deal with a creature inside the mirror, completing easy and normal missions were pointless. He needed the reward from a nightmare mission. However, Chungu was hesitant because he knew how dangerous nightmare mission. He could easily attract another dangerous specter on top of the mirror monster. What should I do? Take the stakes or wait a little while longer? It was then that Chungu realized it was already a new day, meaning the daily missions had been refreshed. Easy mission. If you want to provide the visitors a scary experience, then first you have to pay notice to the rhythm and tempo of their experience in the haunted house. Setting off the scare too early might cause the visitors to lose their interest, so it is suggested that you install some sound detectors or surveillance cameras in the haunted house to keep track of your visitors' progress. Normal mission. You've achieved the criteria to enable the first expansion of the haunted house. Search for a suitable location soon. Due to the current space limitation, you are unable to perform any trial missions to unlock scenarios. Nightmare mission. There are weird sounds coming from the bathroom every midnight. If you want to know why, follow my directions. Daily missions will refresh every day at midnight. User can only apply for one mission each day, and the reward corresponds to the difficulty of the mission. Beware, the more difficult the mission, the more dangerous it'll be. So please choose carefully. Chungu read the mission descriptions. Since he temporarily could not complete the normal mission, he skipped it. Thus, he was left with a choice of the easy mission or nightmare mission. When Uncle Sue gets you the money tomorrow morning, it should take less than a day to purchase all the necessary surveillance, but it'll take more than that to install it all. According to the description, the nightmare mission is related to the bathroom. It sounds creepy. Chungu was caught between a rock and a hard place. He was not confident that he could finish the easy mission, and even if he did, the reward would not be that great. However, the nightmare mission was too dangerous. After all, it all started inside the bathroom. He sat mired in his thoughts inside the props room. Before he came to a decision, the sound of sawing came again, this time more distracting than before. Chungu titled his head back and was sure that the source was again the third floor. I've already carried out all 4 of the dolls. What else is it cutting? Chungu found a creature increasingly irksome. After putting the sewn dolls back into his pocket, he rushed up the stairs to the 3rd floor holding his trusty hammer. When he arrived at the entrance to the murder by midnight scenario, he was shocked by what he saw. There were mirror pieces lying around the entrance, and there were scratch marks on the wooden door. The creature has been clawing at the door. What is it up to? Chunji's back was covered with cold sweat. He could imagine a monster holding the mirror pieces while running around the building when he was asleep. He would never allow such a dangerous existence to live under the same roof as him. Normally a nice guy, Chungu had sour expression at that moment. He locked the door to the murder by midnight scenario behind him and walked down the corridor, gripping the hammer. He stalked into every room to shatter every mirror he could find on the 3rd floor. The sound of glass shattering echoed through the night. Chungu felt more like himself when he reached the end of the 3rd floor corridor. During the first nightmare mission, the creature was held back by the doll who sat before the mirror. When it was attacking Hisan, it had to retreat when Xiao Wan strode into the room. However, after assaulting Yifeng, it gained the ability to leave the mirror. It's growing, and it's growing fast. Chungu knew he could not wait anymore. His haunted house was finally on its way back, and he could not allow it to be ruined by an unknown creature. After leaving the scenario and locking the door once more, Chungu switched on the black phone to accept the nightmare mission with a do-or-die determination. Hopefully the reward for this mission will be powerful enough. Are you sure you wish to accept the nightmare mission? After acceptance, unknown circumstances might occur. Yes. The screen glowed, and the actual nightmare mission description started to surface. Chapter 41. Hold your breath. The Spectre's favored. Your courage is admirable. The nightmare mission this time is both a test and a reward. The name of the game is Deep Water. It can allow you to bypass the line between the living and the dead, giving you the opportunity to see those who have unfortunately passed away. Mission requirement. Enter the bathroom alone at 3:30 a.m. Lock the door and turn off the lights. Fill up the tub with water and light a candle by the side before lying in it. The period between 3:30 and 3:40 a.m. is the time of day when yin energy is most concentrated. It is also when the yin and yang cycle of the day converge. What you need to do is hold your breath at 3:44 a.m. and submerge yourself underwater, thinking about the name of the person you wish to meet the most. When time enters a twilight period between darkness and light, you'll be able to see them at the edge of living and dead. Mission will be accomplished if you see said individuals. If you do not, the mission will be automatically completed after holding your breath for 60 seconds. Chun-Gu had a complicated feeling after reading the mission description. Compared to the first nightmare mission, this mission seemed a lot simpler. Closing one's eyes for 30 minutes in a scary environment required superhuman courage and staunch constitution, but holding one's breath for 60 seconds seemed doable for most. However, it was exactly because it was doable by most that he was worried. This was a nightmare mission. It could not be that simple. Similar to the previous nightmare mission, the location is the bathroom, but the difference is that I'm required to sink myself inside the bathtub and hold my breath for 60 seconds. He carefully studied every single step of the mission, including the preparation time. At most, the mission would require 15 minutes. What scary thing could possibly happen in such a short amount of time? Chun-Gu was interested not only because the mission looked simpler, but also due to a line among the mission description. Allow you to bypass the line between the living and the dead, giving you the opportunity to see those who have unfortunately passed away. Different from most, Chun-Gu became calmer during periods of duress. He sat in his chair, contemplating the possibilities. His parents had disappeared in an abandoned countryside hospital, leaving behind nothing but a doll and the black phone. The black phone was activated when he was about to give up on the haunted house. During the first nightmare mission, the doll became the thing that saved his life. So, the question worth pondering was, could the doll and the black phone have been purposely left behind by his parents to act as clues to their whereabouts? If that was true, then this second nightmare mission would be additionally interesting. Perhaps they're trying to contact me through this method to provide me with more information? Of course, this was merely Chun-Ji's speculation. To be perfectly honest, even if the nightmare mission was not a plan set up by his parents, Chun-Gu would carry on with this mission, allow you to bypass the line between the living and the dead, giving you the opportunity to see those who have unfortunately passed away. For Chun-Gu, this was a chance to confirm once and for all whether his parents were still alive or not. If he did not see his parents, then it meant that they were merely missing and still alive. If he did see them, then it would validate Chun-Ji's first speculation. His parents left the black phone behind for a purpose, probably as a channel to siphon information to him. Perhaps the black phone even contained his parents' actual last words. Looks like I have no choice. Chun-Gu glanced at his watch. It was already 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes until the starting time of the mission. I've wasted too much time shattering those mirrors on the third floor. I've got to hurry. The mission requirement was for him to lie in a bathtub filled with water, but the only bathroom with a bathtub was inside the murder by midnight scenario. One of the doors of the workers' passageway was connected to a bathroom with a bathtub. It was a trap door Chun-Gu had been using to enter the scenario and to shuttle He-San's group out of the scenario. There are only 35 minutes left. There isn't enough time to go look for a hotel with a bathtub, so it looks like I'll need to do this within the Mirror Monster's territory. Since the decision had been made, Chun-Gu no longer hesitated. He carried the 4 dolls with him and exited the haunted house in the middle of the night to head toward the park's canteen to grab 2 cleavers. Even though these haven't been used to slaughter pigs or sheep before, I did see the workers use them to prepare chicken and fish. I suppose you can consider them blades that have tasted blood before. Chun-Gu placed the blades beside his nose to take a sniff. Instead of the expectant smell of bloodshed, All he could smell was a heavy scent of green chilies and onions, which caused his eyes to water. After returning to Haunted House, Chun-Gu ran between the fake bathroom and the toilet, carrying buckets of water. When it was 10 minutes to the start of the mission, he finally managed to fill up the tub. Everything is ready. It's time to start. The Murder by Midnight scenario's front door was closed, and Chun-Gu entered the bathroom from the workers' passageway. As demanded by the black phone, he was inside the bathroom alone. The mirror inside the bathroom had already been shattered by Chun-Gu. The pieces made scrunching noises as his footsteps shuffled over them. It was quite noisy transporting the water, so the mirror monster should know about my presence by now, but that doesn't matter. I only need to hold my breath for 1 minute, and everything will be fine. From Chun-Ji's perspective, the mission was weird but not that dangerous. He locked the bathroom's door from within and rested the doll left behind by his parents against the door. Then, he placed the 4 rag dolls that represented the lingering spirits of Ping and apartment's victims around the bathtub. Everyone, I'll be depending on your help later. Please help me fight for that 1 minute. Similar to before, he switched on his phone's recording camera and placed it on a suitable table to start the recording. However, the place was so dark that the screen was almost black. Expect for a fuzzy human-shaped shadow. At the 3-minute mark, Chun-Gu removed the contents from his pockets and placed them on the counter. Following the black phone's instructions, he lit a candle and stuck it to the bathtub's rim. The dancing candlelight became the sole source of light in the room. Glancing downwards, Chun-Gu saw his faces reflected in the many mirror pieces that littered the floor. He removed his shirt and took a step toward the bathroom. Ripples could be seen breaking the water's surface. The bathtub was shallow, but due to the dim lighting, Chun-Gu found himself unable to see the bottom. Touching the water with his fingers, a chill ran up his arm and spread through his body, causing him to shiver. This mission sure is freaky. After taking one last look at the time, Chun-Gu stepped into the tub while holding the 2 cleavers. As he sat down, the water overflowed, drenching the mirror pieces. CK, it's cold. Chun-Gu could feel his body temperature dropping. Even his heart rate had slowed. The bathroom was quiet, except for the dripping sound of water that fell down from the edge of the bathtub. Just 1 minute. After this 1 minute, I'll have the reward, and the most important question on my mind will be answered. Chun-Gu breathed in and out to control his heart rate, waiting for 3:44 a.m. to arrive. Chapter 42, 60 seconds. Inside the darkened bathroom, Chun-Gu sat alone inside the bathtub. He breathed in and out, circulating the air inside his lungs. The time noted on the black phone was precisely 3:42 a.m. He only had one chance, so he had to be careful. The room was quiet, and he could not hear anything from outside the corridor. The monster from the mirror did not seem to be around. Time ticked by. Chun-Gu put the electronic watch he had brought purposely for this occasion on his side. When the digits changed to 3:43, he trained his focus and opened his mouth wide to slowly take in his breath. As the candlelight flickered, Chun-Gu slowly submerged his body into the water. His eyes were glued to the electronic watch. He had never been so focused in his life before. When the digit changed again, Chun-Gu slipped underneath the water surface without hesitation. It was finally 3:44 a.m. The icy water flooded him from all sides. Submerging oneself in a bathtub filled with water in the middle of the night. The experience was unique to say the least. The water numbed the senses, and it felt like there was nothing but darkness and oneself slowly falling into the abyss. The complete silence other than the pounding of one's heart inside one's ears. The icy water pulled every sensory receptor in one's body taut. Lying inside the bathtub, Chun-Gu abandoned all thoughts as he listened to his heartbeat and started the countdown. 60 seconds. I only need to hold on for 60 seconds. This was the first time he had done something like this as well. The surface of the water seemed to merge with the darkness. The candlelight, which felt like it was going out, drifted away from Chun-Gu like he was slowly falling into the ocean. 1, 2. After the initial 10 seconds, time seemed to have slowed down. The sound of water attempted to swallow even his heartbeat. All he could see was darkness. Chun-Gu repeated his parents' names in his heart and held his pose with both his hands holding the cleavers and allowing his body to be carried along by the flow of the water. The oxygen in his lungs was fast depleting. Chun-Gu was starting to feel uncomfortable, like something heavy was pressing down on his body. 15, 16. Every time his heart pumped, it exhausted the oxygen inside his lungs. As his heart slowed, so did the time. Every second felt like an eternity. The feeling of discomfort intensified. It felt like a pair of hands was pressing down on his neck, slowly tightening around it. Chingo opened his eyes, but underneath the water, he was unable to see anything. It felt like he had traveled to another world and was trapped in it. 3 or 4 seconds later, his face turned startlingly white. How long has it been? Should be over soon, right? Suddenly, there was a violent ripple that crossed the surface, and a weird sound crossed through the heavy silence. The sound seemed to come from the outside corridor. Chingu had no idea how he managed to hear it so clearly. Perhaps it was something done on purpose to distract his focus. Footsteps? Someone is walking outside the corridor? His heartbeat, which had slowed, started to race, and his body tensed involuntarily. That is probably the mirror monster. Hopefully the dolls will be able to hold it off for another 30 seconds for me to finish the mission. His brain slowed to a crawl, and a buzzing sound appeared in his ears. Chun-Gu was not doing so well, and the footsteps in the corridor only made it worse. He tried his best to focus and continued to repeat his parents' names internally as he returned to counting his heartbeat. 28, 29. Chun-Gu was unable to tell whether it was the water that had distorted the sound, but he swore the footsteps had begun to speed up, as if the opposite party was desperately trying to get into the bathroom. Several seconds later, Chun-Gu felt like a heavy piece of boulder was falling on top of his chest. The blood vessels on his neck started to pop. His limbs were going weak with cold. His brain was slowing down, and only Chin-Ji's determination was making him hold on. Bang, bang, bang. Something slammed into the bathroom door without warning. Chun-Gu felt like his heart was in a vice. The thing outside the door had lost its patience. The opponent gave up after slamming the door a few more times. Perhaps it was the doll behind the door that had saved Chun-Gu again. Silence returned to the room. Everything reverted to normal, or as normal as it could have been considering the circumstances. Normally, Chun-Gu could easily hold his breath for a minute, but the footsteps from the corridor and the slamming on the doors had broken his composure. The degree of oxygen exhaustion increased when an animal was in distress. He knew he was reaching his limit. The last wisp of oxygen inside his lungs had been depleted. Every second was torment. 39, 40. When he counted to 40, Chin-Ji's brain started to shut down. He had lost the ability to even keep the countdown going. If he allowed the little focus that he had left to waver, Chun-Gu was sure he would drown. The sense of asphyxiation blotted out his thoughts, and all that remained in his head were his childhood memories with his parents. A vein was pulsing weakly on Chun-Ji's neck, and his hands that held the cleaver started to relax. He felt himself drifting toward the edge of death, and it was not until then that he truly understood the meaning of that sentence inside the mission description. It can allow you to bypass the line between the living and the dead, giving you the opportunity to see those who have unfortunately passed away. What it really meant was, as night changed into day, those on the brink of death could peer into the other world. Chun-Gu stared unblinkingly at the surface of the water. His pupils were dilated, and it felt like he was pulling away from the surface. However, he could not see anything or anyone other than darkness, a darkness that was so quiet and yet filled with so much despair. The feeling of one's lungs being squeezed by an invisible hand was a sensation that could not be put into words. No! If I stay down here any longer, I really will die in this bathtub. He believed he had survived half a minute already, and the people that Chun-Gu wanted to see had not appeared. He had given up hope, or rather, he was glad that his parents did not appear. This meant that they were still alive. His arms touched the cold surface of the bathtub's bottom. Using the last vestige of rationality, Chun-Gu decided it was time to give up. His arms increased in strength to push himself out of the water when Chun-Gu felt something was wrong. Something was pressing down on his head, stopping him from coming up to the surface. His dilated pupils focused to one point as Chun-Gu looked up, but there was nothing there. The dolls had sealed the door in the area surrounding the bathtub. The mirror monster should not have been able to come in. So who was behind this? More veins started to pop on Chun-Ji's neck. His face was pretty much lifeless. At the very last minute, he used the last trace of energy in his body to grip the cleaver and wave it above his head. The extended period of oxygen deprivation had pushed his body and spirit to their limits. Like a string pulled taut, they could snap at any moment. The cleaver cut through the surface, causing the water to splash all around. Chun-Ge felt like he made contact with something, and he heard a crisp snap beside his ears before the mysterious force above his head suddenly disappeared. Without hindrance, Chun-Ge sat up in the bathtub immediately, gasping for air as he broke the surface. Chapter 43. Mission complete. Chilling water slid down Chin-Ji's hair. He was reeling from the fact that he had come so close to death. His chest was pumping unevenly, his lips turning from pale to purple, his hands still gripping the cleavers. He felt more collected 2 minutes later, and the lightheadedness dissolved. Wiping the water droplets from his face, Chun-Ge stood up unsteadily from the bathtub. With the weak light of the candle, he could see that nothing had changed inside the bathroom. I swear I managed to cut something earlier. There was that snap, too. Chun-Ge looked around him and saw a cut left on the edge of the tub. Did I accidentally cut the tub? That shouldn't be it. There was definitely someone holding my head down in the water earlier, and the cleaver should have cut that person. Desperate to know the truth, Chun-Ge climbed out of the tub to grab the phone that was still recording. He stopped the recording and replayed it from the start. At 3:30 a.m., I sat inside the bathtub, and nothing happened on screen until 3:43 a.m. Chun-Ge leaned against the wall as his eyes glued themselves to the screen. At 3:44 a.m., he laid down in the tub, causing the water to overflow. Looking at it from another perspective, this does look rather creepy. When he was doing this in person, Chun-Ge did not feel like it was all that odd, but looking at it through the camera's lens, there was something chillingly bizarre about this. Chun-Ge glanced at the timestamp. For the initial 20 seconds after he submerged himself, everything was normal inside the bathroom. There was the occasional sound of water dripping. 10 seconds later, Chun-Ge frowned. The video that was playing on screen was showing a different reality than he remembered. Based on his memory, by then, the footsteps should have been heard from the corridor, but it was absolutely peaceful on the screen. The audio did not pick up anything weird. Definitely no sound of footsteps. 5 seconds later, the door slamming that Chun-Ge remembered clearly also did not show up on screen. All that was captured on the video was the darkened surface of the water and the dancing candlelight. The footsteps and door slamming were all parts of my hallucination. When 50 seconds had passed, the originally peaceful water surface was disturbed by a copious amount of air bubbles. It was obvious that the Chun-Ge in the video was close to his limits. However, right then, something happened on the screen that made chills crawl all over Chin-Ji's body. There was a piece of shattered mirror the size of a palm lying beside the bathtub. Its surface started to cloud over like it had been swallowed by a dark fog. Eventually, a black shadow slowly extended itself from it. It leaned against the tub. The scene was definitely supernatural. Based on its build and features, it looked like he phoned. The number of air bubbles started to increase, and the video was about to reach its climax. In the video, Chun-Ji's body and mind were tested to their limits already, and he was about to give up. Chun-Ge could see himself inside the tub moving upwards. However, just as his head was about to break the surface, the black shadow beside the tub suddenly reached out with both of its hands to press on his head. The shock caused water to stream into Chun-Ji's nostrils, choking the man alive. Chun-Ge struggled vehemently as the cleavers in his hands waved frantically above. The black shadow flickered like an image on an old television. The cleavers affected him, but only slightly. At the most crucial moment, the rag dolls that were placed around the bathtub started to teeter like they were being blown by winds. The smallest among them tipped over and used his body to block the palm-sized mirror piece completely. The black shadow's body started to blur. It was then that Chin-Ji's cleaver inadvertently made contact with its head, and the shadow disappeared. The cleaver flew out of Chin-Ji's grasp, and before it landed on the floor, it scratched the edge of the bathtub, leaving a light mark. Almost at the same time, Chun-Ge burst through the water surface. The video ended then. After knowing the truth, the desire within Chin-Ji's heart to demolish that creature intensified. The thing has to be vanquished. Chun-Ge saved the video and picked up the rag doll that was lying on top of the mirror. The small girl's back had been cut by the sharp edge of the mirror, and her body was drenched. They are both existence from the other side, but their personalities are completely different. Some of them are just in for scare, and they're good at heart, while others harbor nothing but malice. Chun-Ge dried his body and put on his clothes. He placed all the dolls inside his pocket, and it was then that he felt better. Shattering the mirrors is useless. It can still crawl out of the mirror. So how am I supposed to deal with a creature like this? The thing can appear and disappear at will and can't be found. I'm at a natural disadvantage dealing with things like this. Chungu picked up the palm-sized mirror out of curiosity, but he was shocked to realize the water droplets on it seemed to be moving with a will of their own. They trailed across the surface, forming a number 3. Is this a taunt from the monster? 3, representing Hisan, Hifong, and myself? Or will it kill me within 3 days? Chungu had no clue what the number meant, but he was certain it wouldn't be anything good. Then again, do you really think I'm afraid of you? One of these days, I'll yank you out of the mirror and put you out in the sun to scorch you alive. Chungu came up with the worst curse he could think of. He had come so close to dying earlier. After taking another deep breath, Chungu went to pick up the black phone. He did not have much anticipation, but when he saw the message that appeared on screen, his eyes lit up. The specter's favored. You managed to hold your breath for 62 seconds. Congratulations for completing the nightmare mission. Obtain the mission reward, Yin Yang Vision. Yin Yang Vision. See through the line that blurs between the two worlds. Use the Yang body to observe the Yin presence, a great upgrade to one's vision. Other function currently unknown. Notice, you have completed 2 nightmare daily missions. After completing the 3rd nightmare mission, it will randomly unlock the trial mission for one of the scenarios. Completed 3 consecutive missions with more than a 95% completion rate, unlocking new feature. My friend from the other side, affection status. After reading through the series of messages, Chungu did not know what he should feel. The requirement of the nightmare mission was for him to hold his breath for 60 seconds. Due to the outside disturbance, he had already planned to surrender at around 50 or so seconds, and he would have failed the mission. However, the desire of the mirror monster to kill him had forced him to hold on for an additional few seconds, allowing him to complete the mission with a very close success. In a way, the appearance of the mirror monster was a blessing in disguise, because in the end, the result was positive. Chungu went to the black phone and realized how crucial this nightmare mission was. If he had failed the mission, not only would he not have earned the mission reward, the unlocking of the new scenario would have been delayed, and most importantly, the new function of the phone would not have been unlocked. Compelled by curiosity, Chungu clicked the new tab open. The interface changed, and 5 unfamiliar names appeared on screen. Chapter 44, Reviews. Current affection levels. Qin Guang, lingering spirit unfamiliar. You two can't be considered friends. He was helping you out of kindness. Du Ruoshui, lingering spirit unfamiliar. Qin Munin, lingering spirit unfamiliar. Qin Xiao Xiao, baleful specter, slightly favorable opinion. You've managed to attract her attention? To her, you are slightly closer than a stranger. Zhanya, red specter crazy about you. You are a unique presence to her. She likes you, but only after you're dead. To increase the affection level, you could expose them to the screams of visitors that are wealthy with negative feelings, gift them presents that contain malice points, or complete their bloody heart mission. When affection level reaches a certain point, they will selectively listen to your orders. Warning! Only specters with deep malice and a dark history will be able to provide you with a bloody heart mission. Completing the mission will greatly increase the affection level and will give you the power to get them to help you complete something that isn't against their will. The new feature gave Chungu a deeper understanding of his friends. He removed the smallest doll from his pocket. This doll did not look that much different from the other dolls, at least physically, but the phone app had set her apart. She was the sole baleful specter among the family of lingering spirits. Something like you can be considered a baleful spirit? Chungu poked Xiao Xiao's cheek with his finger. Xiao Xiao, who was raised into the air, seemed to be a bit angry. She gave Chungu the impression of a little kitten who hadn't been weaned from milk, gnashing her teeth in a show of aggression. I suppose this is an accidental discovery. If Qin Xiao Xiao was a kind and gentle presence among the baleful specter, then Zhangyu was a complete opposite. In fact, this was the first time Chungu had come across the term red specter. What exactly is the difference between a normal baleful specter and a red specter? Chungu tried to click on Zhangya's name, and the screen changed to reveal a blood-red interface. Are you sure you want to accept Zhangya's Bloody Heart mission? Warning, this mission contains a certain level of danger. The blood-red interface caused cold sweat to appear all over Qinji's forehead. But the phone says only specters with exceptionally deep malice and a dark history will be able to provide me with a bloody heart mission. Am I that lucky to be able to win such a prize from my first draw? Actually, that was not the end of Chun-Ji's thoughts on the matter. He thought to himself, if that's the case, I'd rather give up on such luck. However, afraid of how Zhongya might have reacted if she heard it, he kept it to himself. Crazy about me, but only after I'm dead? If that's not twisted, I don't know what is. After exiting the app, the fear brought on by the mirror monster had completely disappeared. Compared to the prize he had gotten from the Wheel of Misfortune, the shadow inside the mirror was nothing. However, this did not mean that Chun-Ge would let it go. In contrast, Chun-Ge had made a threat that had to be removed no matter what. Only by removing it would the haunted house be safe. Unlocking, my friends on the other side, provided Chun-Ge with more options. From how he saw it, this feature was to set up the foundation for the haunted house's spectral workers. As more features of the game got released, Chun-Ji's interest increased. After gaining an understanding of the new feature, Chun-Ge turned to inspect his second reward, Yin-Yang Vision. The reward from nightmare missions will provide him with a personal upgrade. Chun-Ge tried to look into the distance, but other than the ability to see slightly clearer in the dark, this Yin-Yang Vision did not seem to have any other uses. Perhaps this power requires a special environment to trigger, just like Mortician's makeup. Chun-Ge picked up a random mirror fragment from the floor and put it before his face. Physically speaking, there was not any noticeable change to his pair of eyes. They were similar to before. From the description, Yin-Yang Vision should grant me the ability to see stuff that normal people wouldn't be able to see. But Chun-Ge raised Xiao-Xiao to his eyes, but he saw nothing but a normal ragdoll. Am I using it wrong? Or is there a specific method to using the power? Chun-Ge came up with nothing after some more trials, so he decided to put it on the back burner for now. Working his limbs, which had gone numb, Chun-Ge stretched inside the bathroom. Then he sat down inside the bathroom to edit his latest video. I've suffered so much. I wouldn't be able to face myself in the morning if I didn't share it with the world. He uploaded the original video onto the Supernatural forum. It was 4 a.m., so Chun-Ge didn't expect any responses. However, the moment the new video was released, there was already a new comment. Hello, is this a game to attract ghosts? Lie inside the bathroom at midnight. We'll call out the spirits. Chun-Ge glanced at the first comment and was shocked to realize it came from a forum moderator. He contemplated it for a while before adding the game rules and descriptions under the video and editing the name of the video to "Why Would Someone Voluntarily Drown Himself in His Bathtub at Home?" 2 minutes later, the comment floodgate had been opened. Chun-Ji's account had garnered quite a following already on the forum. In fact, some of the users who were already asleep were woken up by their friends just to take a look at the video. Lie inside a filled bathtub at 3:30 a.m. alone. Even with the lights on, I wouldn't dare do that. This new video seems to be even more supernatural than the previous one. What the F***? CK is the shadow squatting beside the bathtub. Did you hear anything or see anything out of the ordinary under the water? Boss, please reply. The bathroom is the place with the heaviest Yin energy of the entire building, and the bathtub is a sort of hollow where Yin energy normally gathers. In Feng Shui, we call this Wah-Wah. Opie dares to play such a crazy game at a place like this. No wonder he stumbled across dirty stuff. To linger at the line between life and death as the night changes into day, probably only a madman could come up with an idea like this, and only a madman would follow through with it. There were a few informational replies on the forum. Chun-Ge gave him a cursory read, and similar to before, he did not reply. Instead, he logged out to start editing the video footage. He cut out his final struggle at the end of the video, and the product he ended up with was 63 seconds long. 4 short videos. The best were those that were shorter but had more shock value. However, Chun-Ge went against the grain this time. He uploaded a video that was 63 seconds long and named it 1 Minute Holding Breath Challenge. After releasing the video, those who followed Chun-Ge were notified, and some already commented without watching the video. Breath Holding Challenge? There's no scary video today. What is this? Even a drinking challenge would be more interesting than this. Is this a new challenge? I'm going to give it a try, too. It's all over. The host talent has run out. What the F***, CK? What is that thing I saw lying beside the tub? Get the F*** CK on my phone. Chapter 45. Someone is trying to kill me. 1 minute after the video was posted, Chinji's comment section exploded again. The shadow leaning against the tub 56 seconds in is a special effect, right? It seems to crawl up from underneath the tub. The person waving the cleavers in the video is the host himself. Someone get him an Oscar. If the black shadow had held on any longer, host wouldn't be with us anymore. F*CK this SH*T. I was trying to hold my breath as I started the video, but this thing popped up halfway. Run while you still can. The host only shares ghost videos. Run and don't look back. After staring at my phone for a full minute, I realized I'm not going to sleep tonight. After your last video, I didn't dare look at the mirror anymore, and after this video, I won't dare take a bath alone anymore. Heartless host, taste this pile driver for me. Chun-gu was glad that his video had such a good reception, even though it was 4 a.m. Feeling the love his fans had for him, he realized everything was worth it. Before closing the video app, Chun-gu did not forget to put up an advertisement for his haunted house. The fans were quick to respond, leaving messages saying they would visit him with some local delicacies, buying tickets to visit the haunted house, and on top of that, wanted to give me local delicacies. The visitors today sure are nice. After Chun-gu exited the app, he felt much better. He stretched lazily once more and left the murder by midnight scenario, hugging the 5 dolls to his chest. The night soon passed and dawn arrived. The sky outside the haunted house started to brighten. Chun-gu found several wooden planks from the props room. He nailed them entrance and the trapdoor that was connected to the murder by midnight scenario. Before he dealt with the mirror monster, he did not plan to use that scenario. 20 a ticket, and murder by midnight can fit 7 visitors at one time. If one run is counted as 15 minutes, I'll be able to gain a profit of 560 renminbi per hour. 1 day's work is 8 hours, so that translates to more than 4,000 renminbi. The thought squeezed Chinji's heart with pain, but he was not blinded by greed. Safety's first. There'll be more to earn after future scenarios are unlocked. After sealing up the scenario, Chun-gu returned to the staff break room. He placed the dolls beside his bed and changed into his running attire. The trial mission reminded Chun-gu of the fact that if not for his occasional training, he would have been buried under the ground then. Suwon arrived for work at around 8:40 a.m. She was surprised to see Chun-gu around the corner with his head full of sweat. In her mind, her boss was not someone who was into exercising. The gate of the haunted house swung open, signifying the arrival of a new work day. The 2 workers stood at their assigned posts, ready to start the operation. At 9 a.m., the visitors started to enter the park, but the entrance of the haunted house was still quite empty. It was the most vacant spot of all the attractions inside New Century Park. Boss, what did you do inside the haunted house last night? Why are there water puddles all over the place? I was mopping the floor. Chun-gu gave a random excuse before adding, when you're acting as a ghost, remember to stay far away from any mirrors. Why? Chun-gu was about to explain it to her when he saw Uncle Sue, the park manager, walking toward them. Uncle Sue, is there a problem? Chun-gu removed the ear mic. He realized Uncle Sue did not have a very pleased expression. You are just getting weirder by the days. Uncle Sue studied Chun-gu up and down. Just now, the people from the canteen came to me to report that they are missing their cleavers. I was just wondering which thief would be so odd to only steal 2 cleavers. After looking at the surveillance, I have just one question to ask. Why weren't you asleep at night, but snuck into the canteen to steal their cleavers? Is it that fun running around waving 2 cleavers? Uncle Sue reminded Chun-gu that the cleavers he had taken from the canteen were still left inside the bathtub. I just helped the police solve an open case, right? But one of the killers is still missing. So the cleavers are for self-protection. Don't worry, I'll buy the canteen new cleavers tomorrow. Chun-gu had no clue whether blades that had touched a ghost before could still be used for culinary purposes. So he didn't think it was wise to return the cleavers to Uncle Sue. It's getting harder and harder to understand you. Kid, tell me honestly, are you involved in some illegal dealings behind my back? What kind of illegal dealings can I get into with 2 cleavers? I'm not doing anything criminal. Uncle Sue, don't worry. Uncle Sue was only half convinced. However, since the park had just opened for the day, he had too many things to deal with to get into it with Chun-gu. He took a step closer to Chun-gu and pulled out a tightly wrapped plastic case from his pocket. Here is 5,000. If you have any trouble, please come to me. Uncle Sue, thank you so much. I'll return you the money this weekend. Just stop making trouble for me. That'll be more than enough repayment. After Uncle Sue left, Chun-Ge shoved the money inside his shirt. He leaned against the gate, thinking about how to utilize this money. 5,000 should be just enough to install some cameras. However, the interior space of the haunted house is now all occupied. I'll need to expand before I can unlock new scenarios. Renting the underground parking lot is not a bad idea, but I wonder how much the management will charge me. Chun-Ge had a mounting headache from the many problems he realized he was facing. The biggest problem I have is a lack of money. The reward money is still nowhere to be seen. Should I try to hurry them? He turned to look in the direction of the police station. When his gaze scanned a certain corner, his pupils narrowed, and his gaze centered on a curious visitor. The man was wearing a cap low on his head and a long-sleeved top with 2 hands stuck inside his pockets. He wandered between several attractions, as if deciding which one he should try. That person looked so familiar. Due to yin-yang vision, Chun-Ji's vision was better than most. The person probably did not know he had been exposed. Shall I go stop him? Just as Chun-Ge was contemplating that, he had a group of visitors who wanted to visit the haunted house. He threw himself into work, and the suspicious visitor was thus tossed out of his mind. When Su-Wan and Chun-Ge were about to go for their lunch break, he once again spotted the suspicious man loitering near the haunted house. The man hasn't come near the haunted house the whole morning, but he came over just as me and Su-Wan are planning to go for lunch. What is he up to? Chun-Ge had Su-Wan leave first. He returned to the haunted house. When the visitor noticed his return, he turned around and left the park without even turning back. Have I seen him somewhere before? Chun-Ji's eyelid twitched, a sign of a bad omen. Chun-Ge decided to skip lunch and headed for the park security center. After getting the guard's permission, he went to search for this suspicious visitor's footage. It was quite obvious that the man was purposely avoiding the cameras. From his arrival to his departure, the man had kept his hands inside his pockets. Even when he stopped for a smoke break, he had only used one hand to light the cigarette that he kept dangled on his lips. However, the most suspicious part was that after paying for entry, he only rode one attraction. That was the Ferris wheel, and he rode it 3 times in a row. This person is definitely suspicious. Chapter 46. Suspect. Chun-Ji's fingers slowly tightened as he linked a series of unusual actions together. Without saying a word, he pulled out his phone to call Inspector Lee's number at Western Jiujiang City's police station while standing in the security office. The phone rang twice before Inspector Lee's gravelly voice came through the line. Hello, Uncle Sambao. I need to report something to the police. 1. You'll need to call 110 for that. 2. My name is Inspector Lee. I found the last fugitive from Ping'an Apartments. He was at New Century Park. When he heard that, Inspector Lee's voice changed. You sure? Yes, I am, but please don't come in your police car. You'll spook him and he'll go on the run. Be there in 15 minutes. After ending the call, Chun-Ge held the phone in his hand as he stared at the surveillance footage. The guards also realized something was wrong, and they hurried to call Uncle Sue. What's going on? After a while, Uncle Sue rushed over, sipping from his water bottle. Can I not have my lunch in peace? Xiao-Chen, why are you here and not at your haunted house? He glanced at the surveillance footage. When he saw the phone in Chun-Ji's hand, he asked cautiously, Who are you on the phone with? The police. Chun-Ge did not turn to look at Uncle Sue as his eyes jumped between the many surveillance cameras. They'll be here in another 15 minutes. Police, why didn't you discuss this with me first? Uncle Sue's voice went up a pitch. The park management has its own way of dealing with robberies, natural disaster. Uncle Sue. Chun-Ge turned around to interrupt Uncle Sue. His eyes were incongruently calm and collected considering the words that fell out of his lips. Someone is trying to kill me. When he announced that, the security room became silent, and all the guards whipped their heads around to look at him. Chun-Ge, have you been mentally affected from living inside the haunted house for too long? Uncle Sue did not call him Xiao-Chun like usual, but used Chun-Ge, which he reserved for serious occasions only. What nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight? I helped the police solve the arson case at Ping'an Apartments, but one of the murderers is still on the loose. Uncle Sue understood what Chun-Ge was getting at then. You mean that person is now inside the park and is out for revenge? I thought he would escape the region to hide, but who would have thought the man was so courageous? Chun-gu pointed at the man on screen. This visitor is acting too strangely. His cap is too low, meaning he's trying to hide his face. Plus, today is not a cold day, but he's wearing a long-sleeve shirt, and he kept his hands inside his pocket throughout. Even when he was smoking or drinking water, he only used his right hand, and he kept his left hand firmly inside the pocket. That might be so, but none of that proves anything. Perhaps those are just his personal quirks. Uncle Sue put down the water bottle and walked to close the security room door. The fugitive's name is Zhang Peng. His build is exact same as that of the man on screen. Most importantly, there's a tattoo of a peony on the back of his hand. Peony? The flower of good fortune. The man is a down-on-his-luck gambler who has lost everything. Meaning he kept his left hand hidden because it would expose the tattoo? Uncle Sue was slowly convinced by Chun-Ji's story. Could it be that the man has some weird skin disease that he doesn't want anyone to see? I have other proof. Chun-gu switched the video footage. After entering the park, he only visited one attraction, the Ferris wheel, and he went on it 3 times in a row. Do you know what that represents? What does that represent? Uncle Sue was slowly lagging behind. The Ferris wheel provides the best vantage point of the park. He was trying to find the best escape route for himself. Chun-gu slowed down the footage. When Soo-won and I left the haunted house to go to the canteen, I saw him sneak toward the haunted house. You can see from the video footage that he wandered around the haunted house the whole morning but didn't approach it. He only did so after ensuring that Soo-won and myself had left. This is definitely not the normal way a visitor would act. You're right. Uncle Sue nodded, convinced by Chun-Ji's argument. But why would he go near the haunted house only when no one is there? Chun-gu tapped his fingers on the table. If I were in his shoes, planning to kill the owner of a haunted house, I would definitely stake out the place first to familiarize myself with the building's layout. Perhaps I could hide inside the haunted house and wait for a place to close for maintenance. Then I could jump at my target without him anticipating my arrival. Furthermore, a haunted house is the perfect place to hide a body. If the blood stains are taken care of, when the body is discovered, it will most likely be the next day already. Uncle Sue got chills listening to Chun-Ji's speculation. There was a scene forming in his mind already. Now that you mention it, it is quite scary. The scariest thing is that it almost happened. Chun-gu pulled his gaze back, and his balled fist slowly relaxed. Thankfully, he has acted too rashly. Plus, my senses have been maintained at an all-time high due to the many weird events that have been happening. That's the only reason I managed to spot him. Then, where is he now? Shall I alert the other visitors? Uncle Sue finally understood the gravity of the situation. He has already left the park after he was discovered. At the time, I still hadn't seen the footage, so I was not confident with my speculation. That's why I didn't stop him. You did well. If the suspect went berserk inside the park, it would have caused great chaos. Uncle Sue took a sip of the water and told the guard beside him, "Remember to cooperate with the police when they arrive later." 10 minutes later, the door to the security room was pushed open. 3 men in casual attire strode into the room. The one leading was Lee Sanbao. "Where's Chun-gu? Let me see your surveillance footage." With the aid of the guards, Inspector Lee compared the man in the video to the police station's database and finally managed to confirm the two were one and the same. "Kid, you've done society another great service." Inspector Lee smacked Chun-gu on his back before pulling out his phone to contact the station to report on the situation. After some discussion, they decided to split into 2 teams. One was going to conduct a secret investigation, while the other would surround New Century Park and observe from afar. Zhang Peng is an extremely dangerous individual. You have to be careful since you're being targeted. The probability of him coming back is very high, so I suggest you stay away from the haunted house for the time being. After hearing what Inspector Lee had to say, all the guards felt uneasy. Chun-gu, however, was surprisingly unfazed. If I'm not there, Xiaowan alone won't be able to keep the haunted house open. If I close the haunted house, Zhang Peng will definitely know that gig is up. He'll go on the run then. You mean you're planning to stay at the haunted house as bait? Inspector Lee frowned slightly, thinking this plan was far too dangerous. Don't worry. If he dares come inside my haunted house, I guarantee he won't be leaving anytime soon. Chapter 47. I'm an emotionless killer. I'm afraid I cannot agree to that. Inspector Lee shook his head. Capturing a fugitive is the police's responsibility. How can we allow you to take this unnecessary risk? Staying behind at the haunted house is merely to create a false image for Zhang Peng to think he hasn't been exposed. This way, he'll follow through his plan to seek me out. When he returns to the park, you will be able to detain him. Chun-gu explained after much contemplation. If we fail to catch him this time, I'll need to spend the rest of my life in fear, looking over my shoulder every moment, since he could strike at any given time. In any case, the actual plan will have to be decided only after we discuss it with the city's investigation team. The case at Ping Apartments is their responsibility. We from the Western Station are merely providing assistance, but I will relay your request to them. Inspector Lee packed up his laptop and made a call before leaving the security room with the two other officers. Uncle Su wandered over after police left. He was worried about Chun-gu. Xiao Chun, I think you should listen to police and go find somewhere else other than a haunted house to stay for a few days. Hiding from the problem is not going to solve anything, but I appreciate the concern, Uncle Su. After taking another look at the surveillance, Chun-gu returned to the haunted house. Su-won was leaning against the gate, and when she saw Chun-gu walk toward her from the security office, she pointed at the boxed rice left on the table. Boss, today's menu is stir-fried green chili with pork and rice. When the canteen Annie wasn't paying attention, I added another scoop of meat for you. Chun-gu thanked Xiao-won for the rice. He looked at the girl but decided not to reveal any information about Zhang Peng. He finished the rice with big mouthfuls and began the afternoon service. Su-won acted as a ghost inside the Minghan scenario, while Chun-gu stayed at the entrance to sell tickets. He kept his head low, but his eyes swept every corner of the park. Zhang Peng's appearance can be a curse or a blessing depending on how I use him. After completing several missions on the Black Phone, Chun-ji's logical thinking had improved tremendously, and his tolerance for stress had been given a power-up. There's a mirror monster hiding inside the haunted house currently. The thing can pass through the mirror world and reality freely. In other words, if there's a mirror, it is invincible. Chun-gu sold the ticket mechanically, while his brain worked on overdrive to process the information. The attacks on He-san and He-feng were very similar. Based on He-feng's description, the monster's aim was to possess their body and swap out their consciousness. Temporarily, we have no idea what the purpose of that is, but one thing worth considering is, if the monster enters a person's body, does that mean that it won't be able to escape the body at least for a short period of time? Chun-gu had discovered this phenomenon when he conversed with He-feng, but there was no danger-free method to test out this theory. He had prepared to give up on this idea, but then Zhang Peng had decided to show himself that morning. When he confirmed it was Zhang Peng on the camera, the plan had been settled in Chun-ji's mind. He planned to use Zhang Peng as bait. He had to figure out a way to lure Zhang Peng inside the haunted house and enable the mirror monster to possess his body. This way, he could kill two birds with one stone. It was also why he insisted on staying at the haunted house. This is a plan. It's dangerous, but if it's successful, I'll be able to remove two threats at once. At 5 p.m., Chun-gu called Su-won out and let her leave early. He went back inside the haunted house to prepare various stuff for Zhang Peng. At 5:30 p.m., Chun-gu received a call from Inspector Lee, telling him that the police had set up a perimeter around New Century Park. If Zhang Peng showed himself, he would definitely not get away. After dinner, Chun-gu carried Dr. Skullcracker's outfit and hammer as he entered the haunted house's main control room. He locked the door and sat before the monitors. If there was no accident, he was going to spend the whole night inside the room. There are indeed too few cameras. There are too many blind spots, so I mustn't let my guard down. The sun dipped below the horizon, and as daylight left, New Century Park felt weirdly eerie. Chun-gu wrapped the outfit around him as a cover as he sat inside the control room. At midnight, those who should not be there had arrived, but those who should have been there had not. Similar to the previous night, the sound of sawing came from the murder by midnight scenario. Is the creature taunting me? Chun-gu shrugged the outfit off and walked to the door, wondering if he should go meet the creature. I'll let it be for now. Putting back on the ear mic, Chun-gu hugged the doll left behind by his parents to his chest and returned to the surveillance monitor. At around 1 a.m., when Chun-gu was at the verge of giving up, he saw the door to the bathroom rattle on screen. Someone's there? He focused on the monitor, completely rejuvenated. Not long after, The door fell open a sliver, and a lanky man wielding a 20-centimeter-long boning knife slipped through the opening. That bathroom is where I did my first nightmare mission. The window leads outside. He probably prepared some stepping stone beforehand and messed with the lock earlier. Chun-go looked at the surveillance calmly. The door to the control room was still locked. The control room's location was well hidden, and those unfamiliar with the haunted house's layout would not be able to reach it anytime soon. On screen, Zhang Peng traveled down the corridor, holding the knife in one hand and his phone in another. He had no idea he was being watched as he focused on sidestepping the random stuff and unknown props that littered the corridor. After 15 minutes traversing the obstacle course, Zhang Peng finally reached the staff break room. He could be seen hesitating at the door. His chest rose and fell unevenly, and his hand that held the knife shivered. He reached out to push on the door multiple times, but every time he pulled back just before his finger touched the door. It was obvious that he was caught in a conundrum. Zhang Peng dithered for about 20 seconds before he came to a decision. He did not even notice the camera that was looking at him. He raised a knife in one hand while the other grabbed the doorknob. With a deep breath, he shoved the door open, and like a leopard pouncing on its prey, he jumped into the break room. 1 minute later, Zhang Peng came out carrying the knife. There was a bit of red on the blade. He seemed to have accidentally slashed his arm. He tossed the knife to his other hand. Zhang Peng's expression turned more grievous. He glanced at the stairs before picking up the pace as he went down the corridor. From the surveillance feed, Chun-go could see Zhang Peng was heading toward control room. Chun-go messaged Inspector Lee and held Dr. Skullcracker's hammer as he hid behind the door. He was about to surprise Zhang Peng with a horror movie classic, The Scare Behind the Door, but Zhang Peng merely wandered past control room's door before heading into the workers' passageway. What is this man up to? Chun-go was confused by his opponent's actions. He hurried to the monitor and saw that Zhang Peng was using his knife to pry off the wooden planks that had sealed up the trap door at the end of the passageway before heading in without a second thought. Why is he heading into the murder by midnight scenario? Chun-go peeled off his ear mic as his eyes widened with shock. There have been sawing sounds coming out from the scenario. Does he think I'm sawing stuff inside? Chapter 48. Please let me go. Chun-ji's features twisted as Zhang Peng's vicious and obstinate glare appeared in his mind. Two demons fighting each other? The sawing sound from the murder by midnight scenario did not stop due to Zhang Peng's entrance. The mirror monster probably did not anticipate that someone would rush in so blindly and rashly. I can't play it safe any longer. I have to see the mirror monster enter Zhang Peng's body with my own eyes before I can sleep easy at night. With a glance at the surveillance to pinpoint Zhang Peng's location, Chun-go yanked out the chains from the Dr. Skullcracker outfit and dropped them to the floor before putting both the outfit and the skin mask on. He waved the iron hammer twice to get a feel for it, and a wicked energy radiated from Chun-go. How come it feels like I'm the bad guy here? After grabbing his keys and phone, he shoved the dolls into his pocket, grabbed hold of the weirdly designed hammer, and headed out of control room. Trapped inside the murder by midnight scenario, Zhang Peng felt the weight of the knife in his hand getting heavier. He had prepared for this day for a long time, but one could never prepare enough because accidents had already happened. It was already 1 a.m., and a normal person would be asleep already. Even if they were not, they would be resting in their bedroom. He was all sorts of excited when he saw the sign that pointed to the staff break room. It had taken him a long time before he managed to calm down. He had given himself plenty of pep talk to arouse the hatred and resentment within himself before he gathered enough courage to blast through the door. As he did so, he had waved a knife fiendishly at the bed. He had been so caught in the motion that he did not notice he had slashed himself. The blade was tipped with blood, but there was no one inside the bed. The only blood stain on the ruined bedspread came from his arm. Other than resentment, there was now an additional stain of grievance. It fueled his murderous intent, eclipsing his rationality completely. Ruining Ping apartments, sending one heir into jail. You despicable bastard. I swear I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do. The more Zhang Peng thought about it, the angrier he became. The sawing sound from upstairs was like flies, caused his emotions to rile up even more. He gripped his knife tightly as he wandered close to the source. To prevent being found out, he was extremely careful along the way. I'm close. The source is from this floor. Zhang Peng poked his head out from the stairs. He did not carry any light source with him. He kept his back to the wall as he entered the third-floor corridor. I say, this haunted house sure is creepy. The corridors are as complicated as a maze. After I kill him, even if I just drop his body inside a random room, it'll take at least half a month before he's discovered. His lips curled up into a cruel smirk. The sound is coming from in front. But what is the man up to? Not sleeping so late at night, but sawing stuff. Fixing some emergency props? Zhang Peng bent down. He used the long sleeves to cover his wound as he crawled forward with the point of the knife leading the way forward. At the end of the third-floor corridor, the entrance to the scenario, Zhang Peng saw a blurry black shadow. The shadow was standing in the middle of the door, holding something in his hand. Scratching on the door. Weird. Why didn't he turn on the lights? It was not until he was so close that Zhang Peng realized this incongruity. However, he did not dwell on it because his mind was soon swallowed up by the desire for revenge. The air seemed to have frozen around him. He slowly raised the knife above his shoulder. His body was as tense as a strung bow, and he charged forward to stab at the shadow. Go to hell. The full-speed sprint sent Zhang Peng and the knife crashing into the shadow. An excited smile had begun to appear on his face, but it only lasted for 0.2 seconds before it disappeared. The knife shot through the shadow directly. The inertia caused Zhang Peng to slam into the door headfirst, and he almost broke his waist from the impact. What the F*** CK? Zhang Peng was unable to accept this result. He climbed up from the floor in a hurry and waved the knife frantically around him. Where is he? Where is he? After his anger left him, a sensation that he had not experienced before started to grow within Zhang Peng's heart. I swear I saw a black shadow standing here. My eyes weren't mistaken. Zhang Peng no longer cared about hiding his tracks. He pulled out his phone to light up his surroundings. The door was crisscrossed with scratch marks, and several sharp mirror pieces littered the ground. This was all left behind by the dark shadow. So I was right. There was someone standing here earlier. So, where in the world did he go? Zhang Peng shivered from head to toe. His anger had been completely drenched as he looked fearfully down the darkened corridor that suddenly felt so eerie. A man can't just disappear from thin air, unless that wasn't a normal man. His Adam's apple wiggled, and the weak light from the phone could no longer bring him a sense of security. If anything, the weak light only heightened his fear, like there were monsters hiding in the corners where the light could not reach. The haunted house's owner isn't a living person. This haunted house is really haunted. Zhang Peng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even his hand that gripped the knife was soaked with sweat. Any thought of revenge and murder had completely left his mind. He dashed down the corridor hurriedly. All he had on his mind then was to escape this blasted place. In his hurry to escape, he did not notice the angle of the staircase door was different from how he had left it before. Revenge can be replanned after I leave this place. Holding his wounded arm, Zhang Peng jumped into the staircase, when a shadow flitted out from behind the door and assaulted him. The sound of bone cracking was crisp to the ear. Zhang Peng held his right arm that seemed to be dying, and his brain went into shutdown. Sorry I missed. Chun-Gu wandered out from behind the door. The creepy skin mask twisted with display of myriad expressions as Chun-Ji's lips moved. I was aiming for your shoulder blade. Chun-Ji's tone was indifferent, like he was talking about the weather. Looking at Chun-Gu, Zhang Peng felt like he was about to suffocate. Jesus, Buddha, Allah, someone please help me. Zhang Peng did try to resist, but when he saw the 40-centimeter-long hammer in Chun-Ji's hands, his limbs refused to listen to his commands. The hammer is covered with blood, and the handle has the shape of a human spine. Are you that afraid people won't know that you're a mad murderer? Without giving his opponent much time to recover, Chun-Gu picked up the hammer and swung it at Zhang Peng's leg. He needed someone who was completely defenseless to be the vessel for the mirror monster. Bang! The bars on the stairs curved from impact. Zhang Peng evaded the attack at the last minute. With one arm bleeding and another incapacitated, Zhang Peng had given up on resistance. He even dropped his knife as he ran down the stairs. You dare visit my haunted house with such lack of courage. Grabbing the iron hammer, Chun-Gu gave chase after his prey as the two of them returned to the first floor. Chapter 49. Xiao Chun, are you hurt? Zhang Peng shot out of the worker's passageway like a bullet, as blind as one too. The layout of the haunted house was complicated, and combined with the lack of lighting. Several minutes later, he soon realized with a sinking heart that he was lost. Why are you stopping? Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I just want to do a small experiment on you. With both of his hands on the iron hammer, Chun-ge trailed behind Zhang Peng, slowly leading his prey into a dead end. Not gonna harm me? The moment we met, you cracked my arm. That is what you call not gonna harm me. Zhang Peng had lost his only weapon. His left arm was bleeding. His right arm was limp, hanging off his shoulder like a noodle. In that moment, he felt wronged, and the thought to call the police for help appeared in his mind. Listen to my advice. Stop struggling and follow my orders, or you might need a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Chun-ge took deliberate steps toward Zhang Peng. He had no pity for the man. After all, Zhang Peng was there to kill him. If he had not discovered that sooner, he would have been dead already. Boss, does that sound like what a victim would say? I must have been jinxed. Zhang Peng was completely defenseless, so he ran down whatever open path he could find. That pair of legs sure know how to run. Chun-ge continued to chase after Zhang Peng. However, several steps later, a sawing noise appeared in Qin-ji's ears again as a black shadow shot out from the workers' passageway. The mirror monster must have understood what was really happening by then. It knew this was the perfect opportunity. Zhang Peng raced blindly around the first floor. When he turned the corner, he saw a figure of a man waving at him from the corner of his eyes. Perhaps he was too scared by Chun-ge because he ran toward that person without a second thought. Chun-ge, who followed behind Zhang Peng, saw this, and a chill ran down his spine. The figure was around the same build as he foamed. It was the mirror monster. I want you to live, but you insist on dying. That's a real ghost. Qin-ji's warning fell on deaf ears. Zhang Peng had reached the end of the corridor, and with the guidance of the figure, he wandered into the bathroom. The mirrors in the first-floor bathroom are in pristine condition. Since it's leading Zhang Peng toward the bathroom, the monster is going to make its move soon. Chun-ge was feeling nervous, since the crucial moment had arrived. He dashed to the bathroom and worked with the doorknob. It was then that he realized the door was locked. The development had strayed from his plan. The sudden appearance of the black shadow had ruined everything. It had managed to capture Zhang Peng before Chun-ge could detain the man. Ah! Several seconds later, an ear-splitting scream came out from behind the bathroom door. Then it was followed by the sound of stuff falling and crashing. Zhang Peng seemed to have stumbled across something really scary. What's going on in there? Chun-ge raised a hammer to crack down on the doorknob. The doorknob fell off, but the door still would not budge. Someone had used the cupboard to block the door from behind it. Unable to know what was happening inside the bathroom, Chun-ge was anxious as he swung the hammer repeatedly at the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. The loud noises could be heard even outside the haunted house. Chun-ge had depleted most of his energy before he managed to break the hollow wooden door. The cupboard behind it had started to budge to reveal an opening that was about half a palm wide. Looking through the opening, Chun-ge saw the black cloth that covered the mirror had fallen to the floor. Zhang Peng was staring at the mirror with his eyes unfocused, but the scariest thing was there was a large black shadow standing between him and the mirror. The black shadow was slowly morphing until it became almost like Zhang Peng. It took one step back to allow half of its body to melt into the mirror, and then the weirdest thing happened. The dazed Zhang Peng walked toward the mirror. He pressed his face against the surface of the mirror. His body and the black shadow were slowly merging. About 4 seconds later, a creepy grin appeared on Zhang Peng's blank face. He slowly turned around and made sure to hold Chun-ji's gaze through the door in the cupboard. He swiped some fresh blood off his arm and wrote down something on the surface of the mirror. Another 1 or 2 seconds later, spirit seemed to return to Zhang Peng's eyes. He shuddered visibly before jumping out the bathroom window and out of the haunted house. The mirror monster has escaped into Zhang Peng's body? But does that thing have such a deep resentment toward me? Could be because I ruined its plan multiple times. The mirror monster had assaulted both Seinen and Yifeng. Both times, it had been interrupted due to an external influence. That was probably why the monster harbored resentment toward the owner of the haunted house, Chun-ge. The door to the bathroom was still blocked, and it would stay blocked for quite some time. Chun-ge quickly rushed to the front door, but before he could get anywhere, he could hear Inspector Lee's voice calling. Chun-ge, hang in there. We're coming to get you. Following a loud bang, the haunted house's gate was pried off its hinges, and several officers streamed into the building. Seeing this, Chun-go immediately tossed the iron hammer to the side and removed his outfit and mask. The sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Inspector Lee was the first one to burst through the darkness. Seeing Chun-go standing all alone in the corridor, he asked with concern, "Xiao Chun, are you hurt?" Chun-go played into the skit as he staggered a step back and leaned weakly against the wall. He had his hand on his chest as he said, "I was shocked, but I wasn't hurt. Leave me be. Go chase after Zhang Peng. I saw him jump out of the haunted house's bathroom window." "Okay, leave the rest to us. Thank you for your help tonight. Don't mention it. To be able to help the law enforcement is my honor. What is a little risk or sacrifice? But you better not act so rashly anymore in the future. Just look at how dangerous it was tonight." Inspector Lee's eyes were aglow with admiration and approval. He had his men chase after Zhang Peng while he stayed behind with Chun-go inside the haunted house to examine the crime scene. He wandered into the staff break room first. When he saw the blood on the bed, he turned to Chun-go with worry. "Xiao Chun, you're injured? Let me see." "That isn't mine." Chun-go also didn't know how to explain it. At the time, the room was dark. The suspect probably accidentally hurt himself. Inspector Lee nodded. He used his flashlight to examine the knife marks on the bed frame and bedsheet, and his expression darkened. "You're not wrong. A man who is not familiar with knife work would accidentally slash himself in extreme stressful situations." He counted the visible marks and concluded, 17 slashes in total. This is more than enough to pin him with attempted murder. This is the best proof. Looking at the knife marks, Chun-go also felt a chill run up his arms. Inspector Lee pulled on his gloves and signaled for Chun-go to vacate the room. "Remember to not touch anything in this room. Later, people will come to take pictures to keep as evidence." "Of course, I will provide my full cooperation." Chun-go retreated out of the room and returned to where he had been earlier to hide the iron mallet before walking to the first-floor bathroom. He stood before the ruined door and wondered to himself, if I'm not mistaken, Zhang Peng wrote something on the mirror, right? Chapter 50, meaning of a number. After adjusting his position, Chun-go finally managed to discern the blood message that was left on the mirror. It was another Arabic number, 2. There was nothing scary about the number itself, but the fact that it was written in blood did up the scary factor slightly. What does this number mean? After the black shadow left last night, I saw a 3 on the shattered mirror, and now it has become 2. Is there some kind of relationship between them? Why is the number decreasing? Chun-go was at a loss. Could they represent some kind of countdown? Looking at the drying blood stain, Chun-go leaned against the door and started to contemplate. The mirror monster has already entered Zhang Peng's body, so there was no reason for it to leave this message behind unless it plans to come back for revenge. Chun-go considered this possibility, but he couldn't confirm it. He knew too little about the other world and the mirror monster. Suppose the number continues to drop. What will happen when it reaches 0? A bad feeling rose within Chin-ji's heart as he paced around the entrance of the bathroom. Could the number be related to my life? When it reaches 0, my life will be over like those tropes in scary movies. Chun-go stopped himself from overthinking. I suppose there's nothing else for me to do for now, but wait for tomorrow night to arrive. If there's another number that appears around or within the haunted house, then I'll decide what to do. Chun-go sighed deeply. All he ever wanted was to keep the haunted house his parents left for him alive, and if it was within his means, he hoped to improve it, but there just had to be these accidents that screwed with his plan. When he returned to the staff break room, several police cars had arrived outside the haunted house. The main city's investigation team had come to ask Chun-go some questions and snap a few pictures of the crime scene before joining the others to pursue and capture Zhang Peng. Inspector Lee accompanied Chun-go, but even when the sun climbed up over the horizon, there was still no news of Zhang Peng being captured. However, Inspector Lee promised Chun-go multiple times that with the condition Zhang Peng was in, he would not be able to avoid capture for long. He would be caught within the next 24 hours. Honestly, Chun-go was not that worried about Zhang Peng. He was feeling down because he was concerned about the number that had been left behind by the mirror monster. Inspector Lee thought that Chun-go was reeling from trauma, so he consoled him as best he could before leaving with the other officers after daylight. Chun-go was left alone in the haunted house. He opened the window to allow the morning draft to caress his face. I'm the owner of a haunted house, the lord of ghosts and spirits, so to speak. But how come I feel I am so pitiful? The morning rays filtered into the room. The rag doll left on the bed turned as if carried by the wind and fell underneath the bed. Chun-gu picked it up and poked it on its tummy. The only specter who listens to me only knows how to act cute. In a real combat situation, I'll probably need to protect you. The rag doll seemed to be unhappy with Chin-ji's evaluation of her. She tried to resist, but could not do anything. The rewards from both nightmare missions were support skills. They are useful for the development of the haunted house, but don't really help me personally much. Even though Chun-gu had no idea what the numbers meant, he refused to let himself be toyed with by some mysterious forces like that. Taking out the black phone, Chun-gu clicked through the app for a long time and realized his only trump card was the scary-looking red specter. Zhangya. When he was at the wooden hut behind Ping in Apartments, Zhangya had helped him once, tipping him to Wang Chi's presence. Technically, she had saved his life. However, during the nightmare mission, when the mirror monster tried to drown him in the bathtub, she had not appeared. This one to show how cavalier she was with Chun-ji's life. Completing her Bloody Heart mission will enable me to get her to do something that is not against her will. Maybe I'll be able to get her to help me deal with the imminent danger. Chun-gu clicked on Zhangya's name, and even his courage that had been cultivated from a young age started to waver as he looked at the bloody red interface. But this lady likes a dead Chun-gu. What if the affection level rises too fast, and she can't wait for me to join her in the afterlife? Not everyone could accept the Spectre's admiration that easily. After exiting the app, even the air around Chun-gu felt fresher. The Bloody Heart mission will be my final resort. If the mysterious number appears one more time tonight, I'll have to complete the Bloody Heart mission. After making that decision, with a plan forming in his mind, Chun-gu fell back to sleep. Suwon came to work at around 8 a.m. Chun-gu left the haunted house in her capable hands while he went to purchase the surveillance cameras with Uncle Sue's money. He was in such a hurry because there were too many blind spots around the haunted house. It was too dangerous. On top of that, one of the Black Phone's daily missions was for him to install surveillance cameras and security devices. After the purchase was made, Chun-gu had the workers come to the haunted house that afternoon to install the devices, with him personally watching. The few workers installed the cameras in most corners of the haunted house with their hearts shaking, forming a surveillance web that had few blind spots. Even though Chun-gu planned to purchase a listening device as well, due to limited funds, he only got the cheapest one and had it installed inside the Minghun scenario. At 7 p.m., after the final testing was done, Chun-gu received a mission success alert on the Black Phone. Congratulations for completing the easy mission. Reward earned. Background music, wedding dress. Note, wedding dress is the perfect accompaniment to Minghun. The Minghun scenario scream factor has been upgraded to 1 star. Chun-gu was surprised when he saw the phone alert. The original scream factor for Minghun was only 0.5 stars, but with this new music, it was upgraded to 1 star. Looks like this music is even more disturbing than Black Friday. Wanting to immediately try it out, Chun-gu played the music. It was a completely different style from Black Friday. One was a slow, insidious burn, like a force slowly dragging the listener into the dark abyss. The other was weirder in nature, a mix of wedding music and funeral music. The new track caused Chin-ji's skin to crawl from the first note alone. It does fit the Minghun scenario perfectly, but constant exposure to it will probably cause unwanted psychological trauma. Unless someone comes to challenge the haunted house, I'd better keep it to myself for now. Chun-gu saved wedding dress to his own phone before returning to the 3rd floor alone to clean up the place. He did not have enough funds to hire cleaners, so with the dolls snuggled in his pockets, he cleared out all the mirror pieces he could find on the 3rd floor. When he was done, it was almost midnight. Chun-gu held his phone as he wandered between the bathroom and the staff break room. He looked at the mirrors carefully as he waited for midnight to arrive.